Mic is on. Thank you. Pardon me? Yeah, we're going to do that. Yeah. Let me start set the tone for today. We have a very full agenda. We have bonds to approve. We have some other things we have to approve. And then, of course, we have our public hearing that we will have to have in just a few minutes on both the county budget and tax rate and the hospital district budget and tax rate. And then we have the discussion for a budget, which before we leave today, we have to approve. So we've ordered in lunch. I don't know about dinner, but we've ordered in lunch. Let me just tell all of you that to get to this point on where we are with both the tax rate and with the potential budget and what we do, there's been an awful lot of work done. And I want to thank the county auditor's office and Kristen and everybody else who has spent, and the county attorney, who's spent an ungodly amount of time. I want to thank the court. We've had 4 or 5 public hearings on this. Good discussions, good suggestions. At the end of the day, we'll have to move through this budget, and we'll do it line by line. It takes 3 votes to move on to something else or a change, and we'll be aware of that. I just want to caution everybody this could be a long day, so just take a deep breath and we're all friends up here. We just have different opinions on how we get to the bottom line. But I think we can handle this in a very, very professional manner. I'm going to move the budget through, and when I get to it, off the sheet that had the 1.5 cent tax increase on it. And we'll move off that sheet. That's the one that we got in the paper, and that's the one that we have moved from. That doesn't mean that's where we're going to end up. But we have to start with something. So I will be the one that will start the discussion on every one of these line items, because this is my budget and the county auditor's budget. Any changes that are made, we'll certainly entertain those. The court's welcome to try to make a change. There's nothing set in concrete, but we have to have some order, and I'll be trying to give order to where we are. So at the end of the day, I can get the county attorney to say we're okay, and we're going to vote on a budget for the county. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to move the agenda around. We have some folks here who'd like to handle garbage, and we'll try to get that out of the way first. Then I have bonds that we must approve, and we have bond counsel here on the front row, and we'll get that out of the way, and then we'll move into detailed discussions on the county budget, if that's okay with everybody. Let's rise for the pledge to the flag and Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one individual. Thank you very much. Okay. I certify we have a quorum present. All members of the court are present. We're meeting at 10 o'clock in the County Commissioner's courtroom. I think I've covered A, B, and C. I'm going to skip D and E at the present time. Promise you, if you're here for public comment, I'll get back to you. D and E we're going to skip at the present time. I'd like to have a motion to open the public hearing on the proposed 2018-2019 Nueces County and Nueces County Hospital District budget.
Judge, I think we're going to wait on the public hearing until we did the bond
Okay,
item.
so
So
all right.
Yes.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. If you think I'm confused this morning, you're exactly right. We're going to get there. It's just going to take us a little moving. All right, so I'm going to go to
Item G.
Item G. All right, item G is discuss and consider adopting an order by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County authorizing issuance of Nueces County, Texas general obligation refunding bonds. You all want to comment on that at all, or what do we need to do here, Kristen? Anything? I'd welcome comment by bond counsel. I think we're all familiar with what we're doing, but for the public's information, go ahead.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Jay Juarez. I'm an attorney with McCall, Parkerson, Horton. Jeff Luschel wishes he could be here. He had 5 other deals going on, so unfortunately, he couldn't make it.
We're okay.
So he brought the B team. But, so I don't have a presentation for you all. I'm
Okay.
here to answer any questions. The
Any
item,
questions of bond counsel? We've gone over this in detail. They furnished us detailed information. We know what we're doing. We're reducing some future debt or holding some debt payments in line by refinancing some issues of bond debt. Anything else that you all would like to know or ask questions?
the financial advisor here from Mr. Alderman Hinojosa, Mr. Paul Jack, does have a presentation if you all.
That's fine. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
For the record, Paul Jack with Estrada Hinojosa, financial advisor to the county. We do have a presentation, but again, to the judge, I'm happy to go through it or answer any questions.
Do any of the commissioners feel like they need a presentation? We've had this in detail. We know what we're trying to do, but we welcome them since they're here. I would prefer that we go ahead. I can vote on this, can I? Not on G, Counselor. This is the voting item, number G.
I just have a,
There's 3 things you have to vote on.
All right, tell me.
One is adopting the order. Number 2, execution of a bond purchase contract, and also an escrow agreement and paying agent register agreement, and then delegating the authority to certain members of the Commissioners Court and county staff to execute. So there's 3 things that you have to vote on.
I just have a question. Would this be the appropriate time to talk about that report that we got, since these are our bond counsels and our bond experts, as far as the reports that we got that we were sent on our credit ratings? I mean, they would be the ones who would be able to answer some of these expertise questions,
Sure.
right? Is that appropriate?
Actually,
Yes,
we've
sir.
got 2 reports. We've got one from Moody and one from Standard.
Right. So, I don't know who's the best, probably you, right?
Yes, sir. Commissioner.
What is it that you saw in that you think the credit agencies saw that concerned them?
So the main thing that the rating agencies saw that they expressed to us was each year the rating agencies pull down macroeconomic data on the metropolitan statistical areas that they rate. And based upon evaluation of that and trends in those statistics, which are primarily employment growth, diversity of industry base and population, they score that metropolitan statistic area within various different rating categories. And based upon the 2017 data that they received and reviewed and in trends that they've looked at, they both cited that the Nueces County, Corpus Christi Metropolitan Statistical Area, they shifted, or at least S&P shifted the category in which they considered the credit strength of that area. So for S&P, they had priorly considered it a moderate MSA, and they put it to a weakened MSA. And that was what they considered the primary catalyst, if you will, for the action they took.
So it had nothing to do with actions that this court has taken in regards to their financial situation? It was just an overall MSA? The MSA looks worse here?
That's what the analysts cited as their primary change between last year and this year.
And what did you see on that? I mean, we as a court can't do anything to change the MSA. So, what did you see that they saw, or like what happened with the MSA that changed? Because it seems like our economy here has been growing.
Yeah, we've
I'm
been
really confused.
and there's some follow-up discussions we want to have. We've had some dialogue with them via email, and we want to have some continued dialogue, because it's actually that impacts other entities in this area as well, not just the county. But the primary thing they cited was, and this is where I want to get the actual data from them, was kind of the trend they were seeing in employment growth. And so it's not necessarily that it's negative growth, it's just over an 8-year period of time since the recession, they didn't see as much employment growth. At least they're saying they're not seeing as much employment growth as they had hoped.
So based on what you heard, so that we're clear going forward, because I'm really glad I asked, because the way I read that, I was reading what was sent to us a little differently, probably my misunderstanding. The MSA change was the reason that we got changed in our grading, nothing else that we as a county have done from a financial standpoint.
Yes, sir, but one of the things we'll be working with the county staff on is, since we can't control some of those things directly, we will be working with the staff to figure out the things that you do control, some
Right.
ideas that we can come up with and propose to you. And I think this refunding restructuring actually plays into that,
Absolutely.
to try to mitigate that factor and try to increase your score in other areas.
Great. Okay, thank you. That helps me a lot. Thank you.
Do you have numbers on the employment growth?
No, ma'am, we don't, that's part of the follow-up. I want to get actually what they're seeing and what the historical trends are to get them, try to get, they tend to try to not be too specific, but we can at least ask for the data. Like I said, we got this information from them last week, and so we're still trying to
I think
get
we'd like
follow-ups
to
from
see
them.
that, because we've got a lot of good things going on, lots of job opportunities, and so that just,
Yes, I fully agree. You know, we obviously work with other entities in the county. We think there's a really a good story here. And diversity is one of the things that might be a concern in terms of diversity of the economic base. But again, with other entities, we think there's a strength there as well, because some of the sectors that you do have concentrations in are actually, we think, are very growth sectors. So.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. So I'll vote on these individually, Laura,
I think,
or can I take,
I think you can just do the order. The order will have all of this. It looks like.
Thank you.
okay? Do I need a motion to,
Yes.
all right, the motion is to
Adopt an order
adopt an order,
in accordance to the issuance of the taxable bonds,
okay?
Series 2018,
Okay,
as specified in the agenda item.
and that'll cover all of the adoption of all the three things that you said we need to do. So move. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion, comments? That's a good question, Brent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Good morning. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Motion passes 5-0. You want me to sign these and give this to them?
Yes, please.
All right, now we're going to move to the agenda item, Elsa, on the solid waste, and while we're doing that, I'll start signing the bond deal.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Lower this. I'm back to the court asking for an award for the, get to that page, for the solid waste and disposal services for the county residents. At last court, the court asked that I get with Frontier and have some questions answered on the ability to perform the tasks that were being asked on a timely fashion. They did respond. Their responses are positive that they will be able to get the program going by September 24th. Their answers were provided to the court. Also provided to the company was the rule map noting the days that services were rendered. The company provided, Frontier provided me 2 letters from their vendors of who's going to provide the carts and the truck that they need to do the services, confirming that the items would be at Frontier at the time that they were wanting to start the program on 9/24. So before you is the request to award the contract to the lowest and best evaluated offer, resulting from negotiation. That's what the local government code indicates that the award would be based on. There was some additional information I provided. There were copies of sections on the bidding documents. One of them is that the county is responsible for sending notice to all the potential rural residents after the award is made, notifying them who the contractor will be that's going to be providing that service. And that was all the additional information I have available at this time.
What's the recommendation?
The recommendation from the committee had been to, the Frontier had received the highest evaluation
Okay.
by 1 point.
Okay. Questions, comments?
Yes, we, in negotiations, because even though we took a vote last week and we still had some questions because of the transition, and that's my biggest concern.
Yes.
I mean, if there is going to be even a day of, that we are going to miss being able to keep trash cans available to our residents, then I can't support any kind of transition like this. So I want to make sure, is if we went with Frontier, would there be any disruption? Will there be a can from the time they're picked up from Absolute to the time that new cans are being placed for all customers, not just some? I'm talking all of them rolled out before the 24th. Is that going to happen?
I can't speak for the company. The company did indicate that that would be the situation, that they would be rolling out the cans on September 24th.
They start delivering, so that means that they will all be there? Because if Absolute picks up beginning on the 24th, which I think that's all they're required to, or agreeing to work with, we can have a response, because we'll get a response in a little bit. Also, did Frontier answer all of our questions in our negotiations?
They did provide an answer, Commissioner, to all the questions. However, on the question for number 4 on the list of customers, their response was that this question had been addressed and discussed with Absolute, and that review of the contract stipulations required that they have the data. Overall, they responded yes to all the questions, that they would be able to provide the service.
But did they answer the questions to meet our needs? I mean, once again, I want to make sure that regardless of what anyone answers on this, is that reality is going to be that our customers, our residents, miss no days of service. And so does Frontier have all the data they need to be able to operate?
They have received the map with the schedule. The list of customers that they had requested has been forwarded up to the AG for opinion. That data was marked confidential, and so we need to get a response from the AG regarding that item.
How long will that take?
That takes quite a bit of time, but that's not the issue. He doesn't need that list. That notification is going to come from us to the residents. The residents can choose not to have that service or not. So we're going to take care of that in that perspective. So they will be notified that Frontier is the new provider.
But they don't have that data.
Correct.
Correct.
So without that data, then they can't operate this contract correctly.
No, they can.
Can?
They can, yes. They don't need that list, that's what I'm saying.
Makes it
The list,
harder.
the notice is going to be provided by us. The resident will make contact with them, and they sign them up.
Well, like I said, my concern is that we don't have any interruption at all. And I told the judge it's going to take 5 minutes or less, and I don't want this to turn into, I mean, if it's going to turn more than 5 minutes, we're just going to put it at the end, because we have the budget to deal with, to be honest with you. And we'll just have to deal with this at the end of the day, whenever that is. So
The company has requested that information. They have noted that they believe, this is Frontier, believes that information is critical for them to roll out the program. Now, if I'm speaking out of turn, just tell me that's not right.
Okay.
Judge Neal, members of the court, thank you again for having us. Commissioner Morales, you hit the nail right on the head. Your customers. You said you want your customers. These are county residents. The court needs to ask Mr. Davis to turn the list over.
Stop. That's not the law. I don't want to hear about it. The law is we can't do that. So the question to you is not whether you're going to get that list, because I'm not asking him for the list. This court's not asking for the list. we don't know if we can ask for the list. The question that Commissioner Modas has is, that's a real easy question. Can you do this under the contract specs? The contract specs said, we will notify them that there is a new provider. Can you do that or not and not have interruption?
Yes, we can.
That's the question. That's all I need to know. So if you want to go on, that's up to you,
The
but
current contract requires that the information be submitted annually, so you should already have the list. He's supposed to,
we have the list. We don't know if we can give you the list, and there's an Attorney General's opinion that's been asked for to whether we can give it to you. That's not what was in the specs. What was in the specs was, we have to provide notice to the customer if there's a new provider and give you that, and give them the information to contact you. We are going to do what the specs said. So you've answered and said there won't be any interruption. If we notify all of these people, then they have to notify you. So that was, I think, the only question at the end. And I'm not,
understood, sir.
Okay.
You want the barrels to be there the day that he removes the barrels on 9/24. You want each customer to have a barrel that day, correct?
They need to have the barrels, is that the right date? I mean, because I know that
Yeah.
there's some, the end day of service, when is that going to be, Elsa? The last pickup from Absolute, if you can.
The last week of September. It'll be the 24th through the 28th. Absolute will be doing their last pickup for the month and pulling the cart at the same time. That way they don't have to go back out and pick up the carts. But that would have been service for that week. And then October 1st would be the following week, and that's when Frontier would be responsible for starting pickup.
now, I think the delay, John, has been, and I don't mean that rude, us, because we've now pushed this back to where we're at September 12th. By the time we notify these people, we are going to be potentially causing delay. So I'm not sure where the 24th came from, because I thought it was going to be September 30th was what was represented by Mr. Davis when he was here the last time, so I don't know what
Well,
happened.
I don't agree with that. I don't think it is our fault. When you own a business, you're prepared and you have the supplies that you need to do a job. And so to me, if you were going after this contract, those garbage cans should have been ordered. I'm having a hard time with this. You have got a really good salesman over there that sold me, and I really liked him. And I wanted to bid this project out. But there's an attitude here that I don't like, and I do business. And if anyone came to me that wanted a contract with me that had the attitude you have, I wouldn't use you. And I'm not voting for you today. I'm absolutely not, because I'm not confident that you're going to do what you say. I've had many calls over this last week on Absolute. They only had one complaint, and that was on the brush pickup. So I'm not going to support you. I'm not. I want to make sure those residents are taken care of, and I think Absolute overall has done a good job. They got their price decreased, and I don't think there's enough of a difference to give you that contract on a company that has done a good job.
So, Elsa, okay, thank you. So on this contract, it's lowest but best evaluated,
Yes, sir.
so there's two parts to it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the negotiations is part.
And reality is that contract ends on the 18th, not the 24th, is that correct?
The contract currently ends on the 18th. Yes, sir. Absolute had provided that they would do service all the way to the end of the month. Yes, sir.
Because we asked them, not because
Yes, sir.
they're required,
Because
but
they were,
because we asked them.
they were asked. Yes, sir.
Right, but part of, with all due respect, Mr. Vaughn, we're the ones who pushed this to the limit, so we have fault in this. And we didn't even vote on this until a week ago. We're having a special meeting because if the contract ended on the 18th, why were we not voting until last week? That gives nobody
It doesn't
time.
matter. He didn't have the equipment anyway.
But why do
So-
we have the equipment for something that he doesn't do
I do.
currently?
With the
For
company,
something
I
you-
would. I would keep an inventory of equipment, so if I got a job, I would be prepared.
Okay, well, but
And so
not
that-
everybody has with respect, not everybody has the ability to have the cash flow to keep things on reserve just in case they get something. I don't, so I get that you're in a different business than these people are, and so, with all due respect, this is completely partly our fault. We
I'm in a
have
really
pushed.
tough business. I'm in the oil
I
field.
know,
It's
but
up
we
and down.
pushed this up, we pushed this to the limit.
You and I aren't going to agree on that.
Okay, and we don't, and that's okay, but we push this to the limit, and if this court doesn't see where we have fault in this, we do disagree, because we didn't even vote on this the first time until September, 7 days, 4th, on a contract that's going to change in 14 days?
I'll
And you
give
don't think,
I'll give
that's
you
all
that,
I'm
Brent.
saying.
I'll give you
That's all I'm
that,
saying.
Brent, but I'm just saying, if you're going after a contract, you should have the things that you need in order to fulfill the contract.
And I think you should be able to, I think if you're going to fulfill a contract, you ought to be able to deliver on that contract, and this man says he can deliver on the contract. So and that's why we're, like the Judge said, we're all friends, we just have a difference of opinion sometime. But this guy has answered all these questions. He has said he can do what we've asked him to do, which is start on the day after it's going to be gone. So I'm trying to figure out what the heck's going on. I get that the residents like absolute waste, so do I. But the committee came back with an evaluation. There's nothing wrong that I know of with this company that we're looking at. I've had nothing that says they do anything wrong.
When he was here last time, he couldn't deliver. He couldn't do it. He needed the list, he needed all the data, and then in a week he can deliver? What changed?
I don't know, but did you read this? I mean,
did
he
read
answered
it.
all the
I read it.
questions. And so
I read it.
what changed was he went and busted his butt, I guess, because we told him he had to. I don't know. I mean, there's people that do things all the time that if you give them a deadline, it's amazing what they come back with.
Hey, whatever the court decides, but you have residents that are depending on the service. So if there's even a chance, and to me, there is a chance that he can't deliver.
Well, then how do we ever change this vendor? Then let's just give
You
this.
do it earlier.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So we didn't make this fair. So how do we do this? Do we go back and
Elsa, did we start too late?
No.
wait? No, let Elsa answer Commissioner Vaughn's question.
It started this process in May, and it's been one
Opportunity.
after another.
Well, what does that mean? But let's talk about that. Is that what does that mean? One opportunity after another? Why did it only come to the court 1 week ago, 14 days before the contract was going to expire?
Because it had to be bid out, and we had to look at the specs and make sure that anything that needed to be changed was changed and updated, which it was, and there was some language that needed to be added. Also, when I came in May, I asked for an extension, or for the court to, if it wasn't the extension, to give me direction. They gave me direction, so then I had to wait for another court meeting to put the request to go out for bid, which I did, and then I had to get all the documents necessary, get everything, and conduct the bidding cycle. In addition, have the evaluation committee meet and review proposals, and then get it back to the court, and that whole cycle went through. First opportunity I had to put it on court with the evaluation committee, having reviewed everything, was on that September 3rd meeting, I think it was. Yes, sir.
Right. So I mean, we started in May. We didn't get to court till the 3rd. Not
Yes, sir.
placing fault on you or anybody here. I'm just saying
That's the
circumstances have
situation.
dictated that we've
That's the situation.
put ourselves in this box combined, collectively, we've put ourselves in this box to where 14 days before a contract expires, we're putting it on for the first time. Then we delay it another 8 days to come back and answer all these questions. So now we're to the 12th, and the contract expires in 6 days. So if that's not putting, I think we should share in some of the blame on that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So in the end, I mean, my concern is, will our customers miss out? And I just feel like, I understand what the responses are, and I can say yes to everything, but reality is reality. And I got to think worst case scenario. And I talked about that at last week's meeting. And, we went forward because it was part of the negotiation. And we went forward because we were going to get some of these questions answered. But based on some of the responses, I just don't feel we have enough answers to say that we should move over to a new company that, one, they may be able to deliver, and I'm hoping and expect that they can, but that there's not going to be a seamless transition. And that's my concern. Regardless of who you want to put blame, it is what it is. I mean, the timeline is what the timeline is. If we have to start May to get a contract together, then maybe we need to start even earlier, because there was a lot to go through this. And I mean, it takes time. And it takes time and effort from the court, from Elsa and her staff, to put all this together. So I'm going to make a motion that we stay with absolute, and that'll be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recommend service for Absolute Waste Services, Inc. Any other comments, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Absolute Waste has been awarded the contract.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for your service, and thank you for your help. All right, that takes care of that item. I'm not going to do D now. I now go to E, is that correct? Public hearing?
Yes, we're going to jump into the public hearing, correct?
All right. The Commissioners Court will conduct a public hearing on the proposed 2018-2019 Nueces County and Nueces County Hospital District budget. May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second? Excuse me, all in favor? Aye, pose same sign. Public hearing is now open. Go ahead, Kristen.
Okay, I'll go through a presentation for the Nueces County budget. Johnny will go through a presentation for the Nueces County Hospital District budget, and then it'll be open to the public for any comment.
Thank you. Morning, John.
Okay, this presentation is based on the proposed Nueces County budget for fiscal year 2018-2019. What the proposed budget includes. It does include a 1.5 cent increase in the tax rate above the effective rate for the general fund. The debt service and the road and bridge are proposed at the current rate. The additional contractual related costs that are included in the proposed budget are a $590,000 increase for the collective bargaining agreement. For law enforcement, the $180,000 in continuance pay for 163 employees, $110,000 increase to keep the retirement plan at the same current benefit level for voting equipment maintenance agreement. Additional proposed costs, in addition to the contractual costs we just covered, would be $1 million for the tax valuation suit contingency, group health insurance premium increase of $95,000, which would be 2%, 1% employer, 1% employee, a 2% COLA salary adjustment of $696,000. There are limited recommended new positions in $213,000, recommended reclassifications totaling $49,000. The inland parks and coastal parks reclassification for the general fund impact only would be $2,000. The reclassification of elected officials for the district clerk and the tax assessor collector would total $13,000. The department request increase in budget for the operational budget increases is $155,000. The Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation budget increase would be $15,000. $10,000 increase for animal control budget. $25,000 for the Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce related to TWIA, and $150,000 general fund transfer for the SACO energy projects.
And what is that one? Sorry.
For the SACO energy projects, so currently there's a special revenue fund that holds where we have our energy savings. We have a debt payment and a lease payment, and as well as the Johnson Controls and the L&V, all related to the energy efficiency projects. And so it's been running a little bit short. We always have a transfer from the general fund, but it's running a little short, and so this is to cover that difference. Some areas of potential savings, hiring freeze, 30 days estimated savings of $500,000. Countywide budget cuts, the goal was $1 million savings. Removal of general fund transfers for capital projects, $250,000. Precinct special revenue, $250,000. And outside agencies, which also goes to the precinct special revenue of $100,000. Also for fiscal year 17-18, there was 2 transfers to coastal parks totaling $800,000 that would not be needed that are in this proposed budget. For 2018-2019, this represents where the budget for the general fund, where the funds come from. You'll see approximately 80% comes from ad valorem taxes. The next highest category is licenses, fines, and fees, intergovernmental revenue, miscellaneous revenue and interfund transfers, and then a small portion from investment income. The 2018-2019 general fund budget, where the funds go. You'll see the 2 largest are the law enforcement and corrections, followed by administrative justice, and then general government, with the other categories, building and facilities, interfund transfers, agriculture, education, economic sciences, health, safety, and sanitation, social services, and capital outlay making up the remaining. The proposed tax rate for the Nueces County and the Nueces County Hospital District adopt a tax rate of .316338 per $100 value for the county, which is a .008347 increase above the current tax rate. Adopt the effective tax rate of .117672 per $100 value for the hospital district, which is a .003625 reduction from the current tax rate. The Commissioners Court proposes to continue to provide an over 65 and a disability tax exemption of $62,500 on county and hospital district homesteads, continue to provide a homestead tax exemption of 20% of the home value on county and hospital district homesteads, and continue to provide a cap on the tax levy for over 65 and disabled homesteads. The exemptions here that are listed here are offered by each of the taxing entities within Nueces County. And as we mentioned, the Nueces County is the 20% $5,000 minimum for the homestead and $62,500 for over 65 or disabled. Here's a look at how the taxable entities make up the percentage of the tax share for each of the residents. You'll see that CCISD makes up the 48.5% of that portion, with the city of Corpus coming at 24.6%, and Nueces County and Del Mar relatively about the same, just over 11%, and then the hospital district with 4% of the remaining. Here's a look at the Nueces County tax rate. It did decrease over time, and then the proposed rate is a slight increase for 2018-2019 at .316. Here's a look at the Nueces County Hospital District tax rate over time, and it as well had been decreasing, and it's at its lowest point right now at .118. And here's a combined look of the Nueces County and Nueces County tax rate history. And it did decline, and then it has a slight increase for 2018-19 proposed at at .434. And here's a look at the Nueces County tax revenue. This does include general fund, road and bridge, and the debt service fund over the last few years. And the current number that you see up there for 2018-19 is the proposed number. And that does conclude the presentation for the proposed Nueces County budget for fiscal year 2018-2019.
Thank you very much. Public comment on the Nueces County budget or tax rate. Public comment. Welcome any comment from the public on the proposed Nueces County tax rate and or budget. See none. Johnny Hipp.
Judge, while Johnny's coming up, for future reference, on these kind of presentations with this data, I mean, the public may not have access to it, and I don't think it's coming out on the screens for those that are watching online or at home. So if we can somehow get IT to make sure that we get that, what's connected to our monitors here on our screens, but also on the feed that we have to the public, because I think that's really important that they are able to see it. I mean, just hearing it is one thing, but be able to see the data as it's presented to us.
And I did speak with IT. I think they took a look at this morning. I'm not sure what the outcome was.
But you're right, John.
Was it on, or? Oh, it was on, okay. Okay, so I didn't see it on this screen, so.
This screen's an anomaly.
Okay.
You know, this one is where we get to watch Ellen and all the other stuff while everybody else is talking.
He does what he wants to do.
Okay. Good, as long as I got it covered, because I was going off of that monitor.
But you're right. I have problems with that every time we do that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Good point.
High tech.
Good morning,
Morning, Johnny.
Judge and Commissioners. How are y'all this morning? I was walking in, we had a little sunshine out there. It was a bit of a teaser, I think, just to kind of get us through the day. But I'm here to present the hospital district's budget. Under the law, I'm required to put the district's budget together under the direction of the board. I've done that. The board, hospital district's board, has approved the budget that I'm going to present to y'all today, last Friday at noon. And I want to just touch on sort of an overview, if you will, of what our budget includes. In the district's revenues, the The district relies on the effective tax rate, as Kristen just mentioned a while ago. We've been at the effective tax rate for several years. Additionally, among the revenues, 75% of the district's revenues come from non-tax sources, primarily from our membership agreement with SPON, and the remainder of the remaining 25% comes from tax sources. In terms of our expenditures, 88% of our expenditures are tied to IGTs, the intergovernmental transfers that benefit the hospital systems in our area, and 9% of our expenditures are committed to county health care services. So together, the IGTs and the county health care services represent about 96 or 97% of the district's expenditures every year. The remaining amount, the other 3%, 4%, is used for the district staff and for the other things that we do. In summary, the district's budget allows the district to meet its statutory duty of providing indigent health care, which is a byproduct of our agreement with SPON. It provides for county health care services, including the new jail diversion program that was started this year. And it includes IGTs for the local and regional health care systems that draw down federal supplemental payments. And those federal supplemental payments amount to $279 million that flow into the healthcare systems in our area for next year. The district will end next fiscal year. It's planned to end with about aggregate fund balance of about $68 million. 18 of that million is obligated, been earmarked for payments that are due the state but have not been asked for. So the district will end next year with a usable fund balance of about $50 million. So the $50 million is a hefty number, but I need to point out to you all that if the district's membership agreement with SPON was to end, and that agreement has a 60-day notice period, we would be immediately needing $30 million to cover the district's indigent care obligations with SPON. And on top of that, we would need an additional $13 million to cover the county health care services. So when you take those two numbers together, the $43 million that would be needed if we were out of the agreement, the 50 is pretty much keeping us situated to deal with that if it happens. So Commissioners, that's what I have as sort of an overall overview basis. If you all have questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Questions? Johnny Hip.
I have one. I attended your meeting the other day. You run a really tight ship over there. I noticed that you closed the Northwest Clinic. How much did that save you on your budget by closing the Northwest Clinic?
The Northside Clinic?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Well, first of all, the clinics don't cost the district anything to run. They're covered by our agreement with SPON, and they lease those facilities. They incur the cost of running them, staffing them, et cetera. So what has happened with the Northside Clinic is that SPON vacated the clinic, stopped using it in March, and then they basically vacated it by removing all their equipment in May. And that particular clinic is not owned by the district, but that land and clinic is leased from the city. There were community development block grant funds that were used to develop it back in the late 90s. And so the sum of all that is that the city came to us and asked us if they could have that property back since it wasn't being used anymore. Under our agreement, SPON, they leased assets, but they're not required to operate them. They have to maintain them, but they're not required to operate them. So what led to all that is when the Hector P. Garcia Clinic was opened on the Memorial campus, there were a shift of patients, we understand, from the Northside Clinic to Hector P. Garcia because it was more of a complete clinic. They could pick up their prescriptions there. They could do a lot of things in one trip to the clinic as to have to make in several at Northside.
Yeah.
And so the short answer is it will not have any effect on the district by that clinic having been closed.
Just the people over there that don't have a clinic now, right? And I know you had to do that, but it was just
Yes,
kind of
ma'am.
disappointing for that area.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I do have a question. First of all, I share Commissioner Vaughn's concern over that, so I'm not sure exactly how that played out, but I think it's a shame that happened, and I would hope that SPON would take a look at how to serve those people that now aren't served, because expecting them to go to SPON Shoreline is just not realistic. I don't even think they can, lot of them have no transportation or limited transportation, so I'm very concerned about that. And I don't know if this is really for today because you're presenting your budget, but one of the things that's been brought to my attention is the way we do indigent care. And I don't know if this is correct, and so I'm asking you to either bring me back something or bring the court back something. It may be time for us to have a visit with SPON in general, just about some of the things that are going on in the community that maybe each of us or collectively or all of us have concerns over. But one of the things that, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm just going to throw it out there because that's kind of, what I do, and not, to discuss.
Really?
To discuss, and if it's not true, then someone can come back and tell me, but it's certainly a rumor that's floating around out there that our indigent care, the definition of indigent care in Nueces County is different than indigent care in, let's say, Bexar County, and that's just one that comes to mind, that in Bexar County, I've heard, and you tell me this is wrong, that they have there has to be some proof that these people actually live in Bexar County. Now, I believe truly that we need to serve our indigent without a doubt. But I don't believe that we should be serving indigent from all over everywhere else because people are saying, and this is that old rumor back in the day, they'd say they'd give bus tickets to San Antonio to the homeless people and send them to Corpus, and I don't know if that was ever true. I'm just concerned that if indeed we don't have a firm definition of indigent care, then are we serving people that aren't Nueces County residents? So if that's something you can't answer today, that's great. I just want to make sure that we're not taking care of people that Bexar County ought to be taking care of.
I can give you a pretty high-level answer for that.
Perfect.
First of all, I want to caution you about drawing parallels to indigent care programs operated by hospital districts who operate a hospital. Okay, that's the first major difference.
Okay.
Is we don't operate a hospital. Our indigent care program is not put together to support a hospital. It's not put together to supplement the operations of a hospital.
Okay.
It doesn't have any of those features. So when you draw comparisons to what our hospital district does, you almost have to look at Austin, because Austin is the only place that is, at least in some ways, comparable to ours.
Okay.
So let me step beyond that. The hospital district operates its indigent care program in accordance with the law. The law in Texas is fairly loose about how people establish residency in a county. We've had advice from county attorney's office and others on how we run the program. SPON has griped considerably, if you will, about how many people are in our program. And so we are concerned a little bit about that because the program follows the letter of the law. We have several $1 million a year, as I mentioned, $279 million. They're going to be flowing into the county next year, primarily to SPON. And so when SPON comes to us and tries to find ways to whittle down the enrollment in our indigent care program based on a lawful program that satisfies residency in accordance with the law, we're concerned. So I'm a little bit put off, if you will, by anyone who comes to me who's providing indigent care for our program with $200 and something million flowing in and saying we need to get the enrollment down on our program. Our program has gone down considerably, how many people are enrolled in the program, and it continues to decrease. But any accusations that someone may make about people can move into the county and establish residency, as long as the state law says you can establish residency in a county by demonstrating that you received a utility bill at that address with your name on it, it's going to be fairly easy to get into the program. We don't have any incentive to tighten up that program right now because it doesn't cost us anything to run it. SPON provides that care for free to us as a result of our membership agreement. And so I'll be glad to get you some more information, Commissioner, but anyone who takes in that kind of money as a result of our program and then comes along and alleges that we're letting people into the program unlawfully is a bit of an overreach.
Well, it actually wasn't SPON, just so you know that, so you don't think that SPON called me.
That's who I hear from regularly about that.
But just so you know, and I won't throw the other person under the bus who told us that, but it wasn't SPON who's reported that to me. I haven't had any conversations with anybody from SPON, and and I'm going to think through this before I say it, in maybe 2 or 3 years. So I don't remember in fact, embarrassingly, I didn't even know who the Spawn CEO was until someone told me the other day, because I asked, who is the new Spawn CEO? And so that's kind of why I would like Spawn to come forward, because I didn't even know who a Spawn CEO was. So it was not Spawn who reported that to me. It was someone who brought that to my attention and said, this is something, blah, blah, blah. And so I said, Johnny's coming, I'm going to ask. But that's why I think it's great to ask those kind of questions, because you can answer it. So if you're saying that and you're right, residency requirements in a county or a city are very much intent. It's kind of if you intend to live in, I think is the rule, if you intend to live in the county and you can provide, I guess, whatever your utility bill, and you believe that that's being done according to the law, that answers my question for me. So I appreciate it.
If the court likes, I'd certainly be available to do a brief presentation on how our eligibility process works, how people get into the program, what takes them out of the program.
I'd like to, I don't know if we need a presentation, but I'd sure like to see that. But a presentation's fine, and maybe we do that at the same time that we bring Spawn in, because I'd like to talk to Spawn and see what's going on and what they're doing. And I mean, I agree with Commissioner Vaughn. I've got some real concerns over this shutting down the North Side Clinic.
So if you don't have say a utility bill to show with their address, what happens then? What's the next criteria?
Well, Commissioner, I mentioned that only as an example. It's not the only way they can establish residency. It's probably one of the lighter weight ways they can do that. But there are other methods, that there are the use of affidavits and other things that they can produce that show that they're a resident of the county.
And do we follow up to confirm that that's what they actually live there? Do we do any, how do we know actually they live there other than sign an affidavit? But
If we have reason to believe that they provided fraudulent information, we have an investigator in our office that works in our fraud department, and they undertake an investigation of whether that information presented is true. We do from time to time remove people from the program for presentation of fraudulent information, but we don't check every application. If we have some reason to believe that, either because of the intuition of the people who are taking the enrollment, or some questions, or the way people answered some question when they're enrolled in the program, to give them belief that we need to look further, then we do an internal referral to the fraud investigation department.
and this is for people going to the county card, right? But if they also qualify for ACA, so they get off the county card.
Correct, Commissioner. When we enroll people in the program, we're under the law, we're the payer of last resort. And so what that principle means is that when someone applies to the program, they have to first prove to us that they didn't meet the requirements for some other coverage. In this case, it's typically Medicaid or CHIP or the ACA or something like that. So once that they've demonstrated residency, demonstrated that their assets and income meet our requirements, and that we have affirmation from them that they don't qualify for some other coverage, then they're considered for enrollment in our program.
And I think we've gone through this before, but I think we got new commissioners here, and I think it'd be good to come back and give us a rundown of how everything works.
Certainly.
Was this presentation on the screen in one of our folders?
Yes, ma'am. It's in the budget book. Well, what I'd like to do is to refer you, in the budget book I have, it's page 98, your page, PDF page 98. It's the consolidated budget for the district. It's the one on the screen now. And basically what that does, Commissioner, is this consolidated budget lays out the district's three funds, the general fund, the tobacco fund, and the indigent care fund. And it rolls them all together, so I'm presenting this as a consolidated because it makes up all of our budget. But the general fund is mostly our in and out fund. That fund will end with a deficit of about $1.9 million. That will be covered by the fund's balance that we have carried over from the prior year. The district also has a tobacco fund where we receive tobacco settlement proceeds are expected to be about $550,000. And then the district has an indigent care fund that is shown there on the page. The far right column brings all the totals together, and at the bottom, the fund balance for the end of next fiscal period is going to be about $68.9 million. $18 million of that is earmarked for IGT obligations that are obligated to the state but not yet asked for. So the net number there that would be available would be about $50 million. And I just want to highlight something I said a while ago, that if our membership agreement with SPON ends, we'll need about $30 million to get back into our indigent care role that we had before, the way our indigent care agreement worked. And then we'll need an additional $13 million to cover our county healthcare expenditures.
Well, you've said that twice, if it ends. You're not expecting it to end, are you?
No, ma'am, I just want, like the commissioner said, there are some commissioners that are new, and so I just want to kind of keep that out there, that we keep this $50 million there for bona fide reasons.
I understand that.
Rainy day.
So if the 279, if Spawn wasn't here, would the county be getting that 279?
No. It's only available to healthcare providers. If we operate a hospital, we'd be entitled to some of that, but it's only available to providers. And that's one of the benefits that mostly SPON, but the other health systems in our community enjoy because of our governmental status. We're in a position to put up IGTs to help draw down funds that benefit them. About 80% of the benefit goes to SPON. The rest of it goes to the other hospitals in the community and SPON's outlying hospitals.
Gotcha. So there's obviously some financial value as well as some, professional value to having a healthcare provider running these system for us, because we wouldn't be able to get all this money and we'd have to run a hospital.
Well,
Or we'd have to run a
it's
hospital.
interesting, you had a talk from bond counsel or your financial managers earlier. Having a healthcare infrastructure in the community is tremendously important. I mean, it probably runs side by side by having an educational infrastructure and other things. And so while we can get the district's indigent healthcare taken care of along the way, the current arrangement that we have put together is one that benefits all the healthcare systems in the community, and we believe that having that infrastructure in the community is something that is a major advantage for Nueces County. And remember that that the court is able to do that on the effective tax rate, because the district has gone out and put together non-tax revenue that amounts to about 75% of its revenue. I don't know that there's any other hospital district in the state that can claim that. And so we've done quite a bit of work to decrease the district's reliance on tax revenue to get this done. So when we're running at the effective tax rate, we have federal supplemental payments flowing into all the healthcare systems in the community, and we have our indigent care taken care of. And I'm still able to fund the county's healthcare expenditures, which had about a $6 million increase this year. I think we're doing pretty good.
We appreciate your budget. It's a great, you guys always come in and really help us out with that. And like I say, some of these questions may be better for Spawn, but I just like to address them when I hear them, and that way I can get, I can go back and tell people, well, here's the answer I got, and you've given me a good answer. And I like to do it in public so people know we're asking the tough questions.
We appreciate the opportunity to educate folks.
Yeah, I do too. Thank you. Very helpful.
Questions? Public comment? Hospital district? Budget? Proposed budget? Any questions, current concerns, comments by the public? Thank you, Johnny. Hear none. Motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed, same sign. Johnny, thank you very much. Okay.
So I think now if we could jump to items K and L and vote on the hospital district tax rate and the budget, so we could get Johnny out of here, that would probably be best.
That'd be good. All right,
Judge.
I'm trying to get rid of him, but
Jay.
Judge, Lance needs something. Judge, Lance needs something.
Yeah. Why I'm watching Ellen and everybody else is watching the hospital district.
So it's a couple of different things. One, this has always been the presentation laptop. That's the only one that goes to what the community sees. However, for presentations only, what y'all are seeing is a very high resolution document viewing process that's going on. We don't have, we piggyback off of the city's broadcast, and it's not an HD signal. So even if you had a 4K TV at the house, it would come in blurry, and they won't be able to read individual text like that. It's made more for presentation. These are some of the things that have stopped the advancements on the video side here, because we can't broadcast to the community what we're seeing in here based on that signal, just so you're aware.
What does the city of Corpus Christi do? Because you can watch presentations on there from home.
Yeah,
Different equipment there.
if you, they're broadcasting through
It's
this.
not an item, and we probably shouldn't, but I'm just throwing that out there. So If you can look into that more.
Yeah, we'll look into it more, but if anything that's going to go to them needs to be plugged in here for now, unless we want to break and I can run a cable.
No,
Drape it over. Anyway, just want to let y'all know what that was.
we're fine. Thank you, Lance. All right, are we on K?
Yes, if we could go to, no?
Let's just do the budget. The hospital district budget.
Okay, so we need to go to L first?
Do L.
Okay.
So what do we're about to vote on the hospital district budget and tax rate, right?
L is just the budget.
Just the budget.
Yes.
Need a motion to approve the recommended hospital district budget for 2018 and 2019, please.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Questions or concerns? Here none. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, same sign. Does that take a roll call vote?
Yes.
All right, roll call vote. County judge votes aye. County Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
County Commissioner Gonzalez? Aye. Martz?
Aye.
Vaughn?
Aye.
Your vote was unanimous. All the present voted in favor of the 2018-2019 budget.
Can we do K at this time for hospital district?
We can do it all at one time, so we
Okay, K?
not right now.
Okay, she said we can't do K.
I can't do K?
Can't set the tax rate for the hospital district separately?
But you're piecemealing it.
That okay? I mean, because it's going to be a different,
Okay, if I can't do it, I can't, we need to move on. So you're telling me I can't vote on K at this time?
Can, but it's piecemeal, so just remember that we still have to go back to K again. So it's,
right, but it's two separate votes anyway, right?
yeah, it's gonna be, you're gonna have to identify the tax rate and you have to have a record vote as well.
That'll be fine. I can handle that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to request a motion to adopt an order approving the 2018 tax roll, setting the 2018 tax rate for Nueces County Hospital District.
And I'm going to read that order.
Read that order, please.
An order accepting and approving the 2018 tax roll, setting the 2018 tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2018. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the effective tax rate for 2018 for the Nueces County Hospital District, and whereas notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the Property Tax Code and rules of the State Comptroller's Office Property Tax Division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times for the Nueces County Hospital District on August 15, 2018. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rates for 2018, including proper notice of the meeting of September 12, 2018, as provided by Chapter 551 Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, and whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves the tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District from the current year consisting of the following: the maintenance and operation tax rate of .117672, that if applied to the total taxable value will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of Nueces County Hospital District for the next year. Now, therefore, be it ordered by the Commissioners Court that the 2018 tax roll as submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved, and that the following tax rate per $100 value is set and levied against all taxable property for 2018. Nueces County Hospital District, .117672 per $100. Be it further ordered that existing homestead exemptions for 2018 shall include 20% for homestead exemption, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus exemptions mandated by state law. And be it further ordered that no discounts are to be allowed for early payment of taxes. Split payment of taxes as described in subsection 31.03 of the Property Tax Code will not be allowed. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2018 tax roll, setting the 2018 tax rates for the Nueces County Hospital District, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County, having been read, public comment having been allowed, and comments having been considered. And now you would read the motion. It should be, do you have the tax order in front of you?
I do not.
Okay.
Make it up.
Okay, I read this.
Yes.
On the motion of, someone make a motion. I think we made the motion. Who made the motion a while ago? Commissioner Chesney?
No, we have,
Not on this
that
one.
was the budget.
I'll move.
All right, so I had to call for a motion. I'll read, okay. I don't want to go to jail, but it's only 3 months left on my term. On motion of, I need a motion. Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by?
Sure.
Commissioner Chesney?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The court voted to adopt a tax rate of 0.117672 and to adopt the Commissioner's Court order on the 12th day of September 2018. Call the roll. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney.
Aye.
We have a unanimous vote voting for the tax rate in the order. Are there any votes against the tax rate in order? Hear none. All in favor, we have the vote. That's it, right?
Maybe not the last.
All right, so we have now established the hospital district tax rate, approved their budget, and we're ready to go to work on the county budget, right?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let me explain something in case anybody out there is watching this morning. Everything we do and all of these things that she read and all this printed matter and everything else comes right out of the Truth in Taxation Order of the state of Texas. And every time the legislature meets, they change something. And they make it a little more difficult for entities like the county to be in compliance. And that's why the county attorney is so important, and the auditor is so important, and what she did is so important, and what we do is so important. And this wording is set out by statute, I guess, isn't it? That's right. So we read all of these things because we are required to read these things in such manner that the public knows, that the court knows, that we're in compliance with the state law. And when we do this, and we handle, and we do these votes like we do, and we do a record vote and all the other things, and it takes a lot of time, and that's okay. But we're doing this in compliance because the last thing we want is for somebody to check us and find out we left out something and we have to go back through either a lawsuit or something else. So it takes time, and I want to thank my staff and all the staff for doing this. But every time we get into one of these, it gets a little longer and a little more information. If you listen carefully to her, she covered a multitude of things in that order. And that's what we did, and we've now approved the hospital district, Johnny, and thank you again for all of the hard work and your staff and your board. Thank you. Okay, anybody need a break, or we're going to go right to the general fund budget?
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. I guess I'm on,
Number one.
no. On the agenda, I think I'm on II. Is that correct?
We need to do H.
We need to do H?
Yes.
Okay, discuss and consider adopting an order, you're right. Discuss and consider adopting an order rescinding prior year budget resolution and orders.
Okay, and I'm going to read that order. Commissioners Court resolution and order rescinding all prior year budget resolutions and orders. Whereas resolutions and orders related to budgetary and fiscal management of county funds are included in the annual budget, and whereas the resolutions and orders included in the annual budget may require revisions each budget year. Now, therefore, be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that all resolutions and orders included in the 2017-2018 county budget are hereby rescinded, effective October 1st, 2018. Duly adopted vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces, Texas.
Is there a motion? I got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay, so we've taken care of H, right?
Yes.
All right, am I now prepared to move to I?
Yes.
Discuss and consider adoption of orders and resolutions related to the proposed 2018-2019 budget. Now, do I do that before we have the budget discussion?
Just do the budget.
You want to do
Do
the,
the budget first, so I'll come back to I. You guys don't let me forget that, all right? We'll now go to J. Discuss and consider adoption of the 2018-2019 Nueces County budget. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'd like to do is I'm going to go back to the proposed 1.5 cent effective tax rate, and I'm going to take each line item, and we're going to vote on each line item. And if we approve the recommendation of the auditor and myself and all the discussions, we will vote that and move on. If we don't get a 3-2 vote or a vote of approval, then we'll consider amendments to that particular line item and see if we can find agreement, at least three of us, and agree on something that we can move on that particular item. I'll ask the auditor to monitor this very closely, and if any changes happen, you can begin to bring us up to how that currently affects things. Can you do that? All right, it's my understanding that under J1, we still have to vote on the adopted contractual obligations. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to call for a motion. I'll do the motion. If I can get a second, we'll move on these things. I'd like to make the motion that we adopt contractual obligations as follows. Continuous pay of 2.5% for 163 employees, and that continuous pay per the auditor under the proposed budget is $179,857, correct? Constable and collective bargaining agreement increase. That amount is $589,805, correct? Yes, sir. Under C, retirement system increase, adjustment $109,973.
Yes, sir, that's increasing our rate from 12.85 to 13.03.
As required.
As
required. And D, voting equipment maintenance, that's $132,192. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, got it? Everybody got those numbers? I've made a motion that we approve 1A, B, C, and D as outlined and as explained. May I have a second, please?
Wait, okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any questions or not? Concerned not? Call the roll. Now, I have to have do I have to have a record vote on this?
Wait.
Or can I do it by a majority? I better have a record vote.
Wait, hold on, let me make sure I understand what you're doing.
Okay, I'm voting on 1A, B, C, and D for the budget. Only, just one, item one, and I've outlined what those numbers are, and A, B, C, D.
Okay, so can I discuss before we?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so my discussion and my concern is the A deal. We have this, I still have a concern over this deal where continuance pay for a certain amount of employees and other employees don't get it, and then some years if you're in the right group, you get 4.5%. If you're like last year's group, you got your partial raise, but this year some people are getting more of a raise. I think, to me, this is an unfair deal, and it ought to be an all or nothing thing. So how do I, if I have to vote against one of these, I have to vote against all of them since you made it in a motion. So how do I do that? Just vote no to everything on here? Because that's the only one that's the only one I don't agree with.
That's not the way that the continuance pay works, though. You may have been misinformed, but no, it's not a different amount every year. It's just,
No.
based on the number of employees, because it's an every 3 year. And so the employee has to have met that every,
No, the difference is this year, this 163 people, if we do a COLA and this, get 4.5% raise, 2.5 plus 2. Last year, the 163 people only got 2.5. So some years, the 163 or whatever number of people, they get a big old huge raise, and some years they don't. So to me, there's some inequity in that, and I don't.
No, Commissioner, because I think they only get it one time.
No, they get it every 3 years.
Next year will be a different group, and they'll get the raise, but they don't get another 2%.
Yeah, they do.
2 point.
But that they get the 2. In other words,
They
like.
don't get the COLA every year. I mean, the COLA's already on there, right?
No. My understanding is if this court today votes for the continuance pay and the COLA, this group of people will get a 4.5% raise.
yes.
And everybody else will only get a 2% raise.
That's correct.
And I think that is an unfair
That's a
concept.
policy decision of this court.
I get it. So I'm just asking, how
If you want to change the policy, we're going to have to go back and put it on the agenda and change the policy of the court in giving the 2.5% every 3 years.
Right, and
This is a policy decision.
I get
The
it.
policy decision is that this year, this many people get the 2.5% in accordance with the policy. So you can vote no, but it's not going to change the policy.
Right, and so I'm asking if I but since y'all made this all in one motion, since I don't agree with the policy and don't think it's a fair policy, I have to vote no on all of this since y'all combined it?
That's what the motion is.
The motion
Okay.
is,
Then I just, okay.
okay,
But for the record, I'm voting no because of 1A, not because of the collective bargaining agreement, not because of the retirement system, or not because of the voting equipment maintenance. And I want that stated as to why, because I don't want to hear from the Sheriff's Association that I voted against their deal, but y'all are making me vote against it because I'm voting against A, because y'all,
And
that's the.
why do we have to vote for it all? Can we not go down A, B, C, D? Because I'm with you, Brent. I'm not going to support the first one. I don't think that's fair to the rest of the employees.
Or to law enforcement, for that matter. So
No, it's
I
not.
would, I guess I would ask that 1A then be pulled out to vote separately. That would be,
all right, let me go back. Okay. So I hope we got supper coming in. All right, I'm going to go back to J1, and I'm going to call a vote by A, B, C, and D. I'd like to move approval of 1A, please. Is there a second? Is there a second for approval of 1A?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, 1A. Commissioner Vaughn.
No.
Commissioner Martz.
Yes.
County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Aye. Commissioner, who are you? Chesney.
no.
Vote is 3-2 for 1A. 1B, move approval of the collective bargaining agreement increase, and this year it's $589,805. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez? County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
That passes 5-0. Under 1C, TCDRS retirement system increase, $109,973. That motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. 1D, voting equipment maintenance. Motion is approve that, and the cost is $132,192. Do I have a second?
Second.
County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Commissioner Martz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. Okay, the votes on 1A were 4-1, B, C, and D were 5-0. Is that the record show that?
No,
It was 3-2.
I'm sorry, you're correct. It was 3-2. 3-2. Correct the correct. All right, number 2. All right, J2, adopt an increase of $1 million for tax valuation suit contingency. That's for the potential for the Flint Hills suit. County Judge makes a motion to adopt J2 as stated. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. County Judge votes aye.
Wait. Can I discussion?
Discussion?
Just discussion, sorry. Dale, I want to, on this, we have 750, or Kristen, we have 750,000 that we're moving, plus another $1 million is what we're putting in for these 2 suits, potential lawsuits that are out there. How much is allocated to each of these lawsuits? Is it half and half?
No.
Okay, so how is the 1.75 being allocated in your head?
1.75 is for Flint Hills, for the additional, 1 year additional adding on of their contracts there, 3-year suit against us for Flint Hills. The $750,000 is the 1 year added on for Valero.
Okay, so based on information that I've had from, in regards to this, I don't believe that there's going to be a request for the 3-year in refunds, and so I am going to offer an amendment that we only put in $500,000 for the tax valuation suits, because it's been relayed to me that And part of what I've done, and so everybody knows, and I've copied everybody on this, I've sent a request to Valero, Flint Hills, and the Appraisal District to come make a presentation to the Commissioners Court on September 19th to tell us about all this stuff. Appraisal District's been before us. They've given us our side. I think the refineries need to have an opportunity to give us their sides. I think there's more to this story than has been told to us, and so I want to have everybody come in. I would like to have a transparent discussion on that. Now, I get that that's after the budget, and so I can't do anything about it because honestly, I didn't think about doing that until yesterday, and it was, being straight up. So I did as fast as I could, but that doesn't get us to the budget. I have had conversations with these folks, and I don't believe that that Flint Hills is going to want all their money back, because I think they're trying to stay even with Valero, and as long as they stay even with Valero, then I don't think they're going to complain, and I think they're only filing a lawsuit because they've heard that Valero is going to be filing a lawsuit. And if Valero goes down again in their values, then Flint Hills wants to be in line to go down in their values, but I don't think they have an intention to coming back and asking us for the 16 and 17 refunds.
Well, we don't have that information, so if you've got that, that changes the game if you feel comfortable that that's what's going to happen.
Well,
With good information. I know they came by.
they came by your office, they tried to get a hold of everybody yesterday, and I think they shared that, well, I
Where's
don't
my
know.
conversation?
I don't have the information.
Go ahead,
Here's
Commissioner.
my conversation with them yesterday and this morning. They're not saying they're not going to want the money back right now. There's still a possibility up there, but they don't want the money if they're placed in a compatible position as Valero. But I talked to other parties, and they say, well, that might not be possible either because they got a little more property, they got more pipes, they got more this. So that's still kind of in the arrangement thing with them, so we're not, to reduce it that much, I think might be a problem. Maybe 800,000, maybe, but I wouldn't go as far as 500,000, but, and that's right, they don't want the money, all they want is to be treated a little bit different. And there might be, but it ain't gonna be like an equally thing, because they're just a bigger refinery. There'll be a little difference, and that's okay with them, as long as they're compatible.
So
Also,
maybe we can reduce it.
Kind of why we put the additional funds in there, because we kind of did on the history of when Valero filed their 3-year lawsuit against the county, or to the appraisal district, and our cost for that was 1.9 million. So that's why we're trying to say we want to be equal to, we want to make sure we cover ourselves, so we want to make sure the funds are there. We can make it 500,000 if you want, but if they ask for 1.9, we have to give them 1.9.
We don't want any surprises.
Correct.
And the
Right.
thing
That's why
else-
we'll probably be a little high. We realize we'll probably be a little high. But it's better to be there and not use it, and then not have it and have to
I
come
thought about
back.
putting it in reserve and then bringing it back if they
Yes.
don't do it,
Yes.
but there's only one catch here, that they want to have a open door to say, if it doesn't go our way, we bring back 17. Well, that's not really what we want. I don't think that's a prejudice.
No, but that's not what they want.
Well,
That's why I want to bring in everybody,
I talked to
because
him this morning, so I'm just, my questions were those to him, and this is what it was. And I talked to somebody else and said, well, we can't make those kind of promises, and,
All right, you have a motion on the floor to amend the $1 million to 500,000.
Well, Judge, can I ask this?
Yes.
After Brent has them come in, if something changes where we're more comfortable, can we go back and amend the
No.
budget? No. Oh, okay.
and I'm sorry I didn't think about this before, but
Change our mind?
But these are contingency appropriations, so if we don't spend it, we don't lose it.
It goes to the fund balance.
Correct.
if it doesn't pass, then you can make yours. Just
We have a motion to reduce this to 500,000. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. We'll vote the increase.
Judge, I make a motion to reduce it to 800,000.
There's a motion to reduce it to 800,000. Is there a second?
I'll second it. I'll get what I can get.
We have a motion and a second to reduce the $1 million to 800,000. Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Commissioner March?
No.
County Judge votes no. Commissioner?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Yes, yes. Did that get 3 votes?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so that number becomes 800,000. All
So
right,
we're keeping track of this on the side and putting like 200,000 that we're already saving. Okay, good.
number 3, Adopt a 2% increase in county health insurance, 1% employer, 1% employee. We have that number. That number is
$95,000.
$95,823. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Well, can I ask a question? We have to do that, don't we? Is that y'all's policy?
No. But it is good policy to do that. Is it our policy? Our policy changes every year, but the recommendation that we made based on the prior history was that we need to begin to build into the cost of this insurance a minimal annual increase, and this was about as minimal as we could get, is 1% on each, the employee and the employer.
What is it now?
It's nothing.
Nothing.
And I think this.
We got no increase last year.
In the long run, it'll benefit the employees too, other than having to do 2 or 3%, so.
Wow.
Okay, we're down to your vote, Commissioner Vaughn.
No.
No. All right, is that a vote of 3-2 in favor?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that passes. Number 4, adopt a COLA cost of living increase, 2%. The cost of the county general fund, $695,661 for a 2% cost of living increase. The motion is made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you very much.
I'd like to, Mr. Cousin, I think based on what, I still like to go with the 2.5%, but,
Well, you have to make a motion to amend the 2%. Is that
Okay.
your motion?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second to increase it to 2.5%.
Yes.
All right, so the motion, and what's that cost?
Second, Commissioner.
When's the last time they got an increase?
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
For the general fund, that would increase our cost to $869,577.
869, how much?
$577,
That just ate up $200,000 we just
$2,000
saved.
more.
All right, that's the motion. Let's see. We haven't voted that, have we? The motion now is to amend the 2% to 2.5% at an additional cost of approximately, how much?
$173,916 increase.
173, how much?
$916 increase above what's on the pages now.
All right, so the motion on the floor is, with the second, is to increase it to 2.5%. We'll vote the motion, we'll vote the amendment. County Judge votes no. Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
No.
I think that failed 2-3, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we'll now go back to the motion of adopting a 2% increase at a cost of $695, $661. County Judge makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Both the county judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Yes. County vote, Alvar voted aye. Commissioner Moritz?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Was that a vote of 4-1?
4-1.
4-1. We will vote, we've accepted, I'm sorry. We've recommended and adopted a 2% increase in COLA at a cost of, approximate cost,
Approximate.
$695,661. Okay. All right. Number 5, adopt new positions. This is in section 5, I believe, of our book.
Yes, and if you don't have a copy of that, I can provide that again.
If you don't have it, we'll do it. In that cost of the adopting new positions was recommended at $213,000, right?
That is correct, $213,140.
Right now. Commissioners, I'm going to go down each one of these, and it's going to take a minute, but I'm going to, since we wanted to make sure that we're each having an opportunity to discuss this, under 5, I'm going to make a motion that we approve 5A, a building maintenance worker in the jail, mechanical maintenance. Do I have a second? Second. All right. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner Chesney.
Aye.
That passes. Under 5B, Construction Project Inspector, that's my motion. Is there a second?
Just do them all, Judge.
Huh?
Just do them all, and someone wants to pull them. I mean, unless someone,
I did that a while ago, and
unless someone wants to, I'm just saying.
and everybody said, well, I want to look at these individually.
Well, can we say what they cost as we're going down the line?
Absolutely. Look at tab 5.
Let me
Superintendent
ask-
is
I have one
$42,152.
Yeah.
On this, on number B, isn't that already internal? I mean, it's not an increase of the budget, is it?
Which one?
Number B.
Okay.
I mean, isn't that already, is that a new position or
New
what?
position, yes.
It's a new position.
They already have an inspector in Public Works, but they want one in building maintenance for construction as well. So they're asking for a new position.
That's a $23,000 cost.
Yeah, because they
The
have.
inspector is $42,000.
well,
You're right,
But they already
but they
have,
deleted a position.
Delete a position and reclassified one, yes.
Yeah, so that cost additional is $23,000. Did I get a second to that?
I didn't hear a second.
I don't,
Okay, Mayor, I made the motion. You seconded, Joe. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn?
No.
All right. Commissioner Morris?
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
No.
Commissioner Chesney?
No.
All right, so that position is out. And that's,
Judge, I'm sorry, I need to go back to that COLA. We had talked about this, I think we all were on consensus last week, that COLA applies to elected officials as well, and I think we had a consensus in the last budget discussion that COLA would not apply to the Commissioners Court. I think that there was at least no voice disagreement that we exclude ourselves. We understood and were given an interpretation by the county attorney that was just policy, it's not a statute. And so by our agreement, that it should have been included, that we are not part of that cost of living increase. We are not going to take a pay increase.
Make a motion.
So we have to bring up that motion again, or how do we handle that?
You go, boy.
To bring it back.
So,
all right,
Make a motion.
you're asking us
yes, sir.
to bring back
Item 4.
4
Yes, sir.
and amend item 4,
To exclude the
To
Commissioners
exclude.
Court
Commissioners Court only.
only.
Is there a second to that?
not elected officials, John, just.
No, just.
Just us. I'm not going to speak for them. They can.
No, they
provide
have
a
the
letter
option
or-
of
right.
accepting or.
Got
all
got
right.
the second. We're
All right,
good.
so I have a motion and a second to exclude from that proposal, members of the Commissioners Court.
Yes, sir. That's the motion.
Good catch.
Commissioner Martz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
County Judge votes aye. So we've amended that to exclude members of the Commissioners Court.
So how
We
much?
good?
How much did that save?
Not much.
Not much, but.
Hey, but I don't know. I'll put it on the list.
6,000 maybe.
All right, put it on the list.
Say 5,000.
Okay. We'll find a way to spend it. Now, did B fail?
Yes.
B failed. C, Associate Judge, Magistrate, Magistrate Court, that cost is
$6,500.
$6,560. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney?
Wait. I'm sorry. I got lost for a second. Can you go back just, how much was the savings on the building superintendent that failed? I'm trying to keep a track too. I apologize.
23,000.
How much?
$23,665, if I read, $565.
Okay, now what's the motion on the floor? I apologize.
To
The magistrate judge,
magistrate at a cost of $6,560.
And your motion was to accept that one?
Yes.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Martz?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
County Judge votes aye. Okay, C, where am I? Am I C?
D.
No.
D,
D,
senior
I'm
clerk.
sorry. You guys got to help me, I'm getting old. Senior clerk, district court, district clerk, senior clerk, additional cost of $30,320. My motion is approve that. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you very much. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn?
No.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
No.
Commissioner Chesney? 3-2 passed. Crime data clerk, County Sheriff, the crime data clerk, is a cost of $30,320. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
No.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Vote passed 3-2. Deputy Constable 1, Constable Precinct 3, cost is $42,247. You remember he requested more than that. Our recommendation was that we try to give him one this year. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn?
I don't know.
I don't know is not an option, Commissioner Vaughn. Only the city council gets an item.
I know. Won't you take the others and let me hear what?
Commissioner Chesney? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritz?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
I'm going to vote no.
3-2 passed. All right, we're going to give him one you further. Autopsy tech? Autopsy?
Oh, I see.
Aut-
But they are talking about precinct.
Right, but the agenda said Constable 1, it's Constable 3. It was Constable 3, correct?
Deputy Constable 1,
Three.
Precinct 3.
Okay.
It's a Constable 1, Level 1, yeah.
One deputy.
Okay, you got it? Everybody got it?
Deputy Constable.
All right, autopsy tech for the medical examiner, deleting a position, adding a position, additional cost, $9,962. That's my motion. Is there a second?
99?
$9,962. $10,000. Okay, is there a second? Is there a second? Thank you very much. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz?
No.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Vote was 4-1 to approve. Thank you. Legal Secretary 2, District Attorney. Cost for that is $38,375. As you remember, they made a request for a number of different positions. This is the only one the auditor and I have recommended. I need a second if we want to approve this, please. Legal Secretary for the District Attorney, $38,000.
That's a lot of money.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Dies for lack of second, so the savings there is $38,375. So from the total of $213,144 for that category, which is for the new positions, we have approved how much money?
$132,617.
$132,000, how much?
$617.
$617. So we reduced that cost by about $80,000.
Yes.
All right, very good. Good work, guys, good work. Number 6.
Okay, hold on. You'll want to go ahead and do 5I and 5J. There's no general fund.
I'm
dollar
sorry,
impact.
I
Yes.
didn't turn the page. It's my fault. Okay,
H, I, and J.
I and J. All right,
Those are those
this is under the health
Department.
Health Department. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And these are monies that come from the Health Department, right?
Yes.
All right.
From the
so-
1150
Those are
waiver
really,
funds.
those are grant monies, though. There's not monies from the budget.
Well,
Right, you still have to approve the positions,
Right.
because they're new positions, but they don't affect the general fund.
Right.
all right, so we're approving
Positions.
but it has no effect on the $132,617 that the
That's correct.
county judge would like to make the motion that we approve under
Where does the money come from? Federal?
Health Department.
Yeah, the 1115
Federal
waiver.
grants.
Mhm.
Yeah, federal grants. There are 4 positions, 1115 waiver positions. I made the motion to approve. You said second? All right, county judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Those approve the positions. We don't have anything to do with the funding, right? So for that section, we're now at $132,617. Everybody on board? Okay, number 6.
Okay, let me,
J, 'cause-
yeah,
did you take them both together?
Yes,
You said both?
Okay.
yes,
And J together, yeah.
yes, I did.
okay, let me explain something on number 6 now. So, number 6 had to do with the deletions of of two positions. And so what happened is because the construction project inspector did not get approved, the deletion would therefore not be approved as well, if I'm saying that
Got it.
correctly.
So we're not changing anything.
Right, so I guess would they have to vote no against the deletion, or let it die?
Let it die.
Yes, and that's for the building maintenance tech, but the autopsy technician, you would want to take a vote on that, because that was part of your consideration in approving the autopsy technician new position.
Okay.
So the first one, you would want to take a vote, or let it die,
We let it die.
okay? And then the second one, you'll want to take a vote.
Is that another position, or is that a?
It's because of the new position, there was a deleted position considered with it in order to get a total savings.
Delete this one.
Yes, the technician, the temporary technician, yes.
Okay. So it's a
So my motion is to
delete.
do what you said.
Delete the temp autopsy technician.
Yeah, right. That's my motion. Is there a
Second.
second? County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner Martz.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Chesney.
Aye.
All right, 5-0. All right, now we're going to adopt reclassifications, including salary increases as outlined. Do you have a handout for that?
Yes, and I'm putting it on the screen as
Put
well.
it on the screen. Thank you. Thank you. Folks, we're doing well.
And Kristen, where's all the reclassification stuff for the inland parks?
They're not in here, and they've not been in here. They've not been in any of the discussions we've had, and the reason why is when we proposed to look at that, we also looked at the possibility of getting a 2% COLA. And rather than trying to go back and reclassify that, and if you remember, we've had this discussion 4 times, and they've not been any of the discussions.
Well, but they've been discussing behind the scenes, and I just assumed that they were trying to work something out and get back on here. So I can just bring that up
You can
as
bring that up, make a motion.
later on after we get through all the stuff on here, right?
Yes, you can.
So Kristen, if you'll go tell whoever you're to bring that stuff back in so that I can pass that out of what all that back and forth discussion's gone on so that the commissioners can see all that, because
And
still need to have it. I just was trying to give someone a heads up. Yeah, I just want to give someone a heads up
That's
to go
fine.
get
I
the stuff. Yeah, right.
But we just voted a 2% COLA.
No, I know, but the classifications were, for some of those reclassifications were for positional changes
Right.
to have, they weren't intended to include increases. They were intended to include some
We'll give you,
reconfigurations, and so I need to at least address the
we'll
reconfigurations.
discuss that, I promise you.
Okay.
All right, I'm on number 7. This is reclassifications. All right, where is mechanical maintenance?
Okay, that was actually part of the, let me go back.
New positions.
That was the new positions,
That one's been dealt with.
right.
That one's okay, we've done that one. All right, we're on B now. We're on B, and up here on the screen, that's the county clerk, correct? Is that where we are?
Yes,
All right,
yes.
secretary request from the county clerk, part-time chief deputy, additional cost, benefits reduction. Actually, she's proposing to make these changes without any additional cost. In fact, it's a reduction of $13,000. Is that correct?
Good job, Kara.
So moved.
Okay, that's correct. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
County Judge votes aye. County Commissioner Vaughn. Commissioner Martz.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney.
Aye.
All right, number C, Chief Deputy County Clerk. All right, Chief Deputy County Clerk, an additional cost of $3,654. Is that correct?
Those
Or
positions,
is that included in the first one?
so I reduced the secretary's position to part-time to pay for
All right, so
elections and count,
so that's inclusive in
correct,
the first one.
Correct. And the rest in the.
All right, so all we're doing is approving the,
We're moving money from one to the other. so-
yeah, I got that, but,
Save net
but
cost.
at no net cost, it's a savings to the county clerk's office.
Actually, it's a savings of what, 3,000?
Yes, if you take the secretary to the chief deputy and then the elections
I got it.
positions, it's a net decrease.
That's how it's done. Good job.
All right, wait a minute, we'll get to the elections in a minute.
Okay.
Hold on, but let me make sure I'm understanding Kristen. So basically what you're saying, Kristen, I think is if you take B through G and
Yes.
do all those together, then it's a
Yes.
net reduction of.
That's
3,000.
correct.
Then I would make a motion, we do all of those together.
Second.
B
All
through
of those together includes
B through G.
E. All right, look, guys, I want to make sure, because this has got to be right.
Right, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
E, all right, we're talking about down to G, right?
Yes, sir.
And the net effect of that down to G is a savings of approximately $3,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's your motion,
Yes, sir.
and I'll second that. County Judge votes aye. County Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Gonzalez? Moritz?
Aye.
Vaughn?
Aye.
All right, so we're down to H. Is that correct?
Yes.
H, tax assessor collector has asked for some help in the office at an additional cost of $8,800. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
That would be H and I.
That would be H and I, Judge.
H and I.
Together.
Okay, look, we're all in this together, guys, so thanks for your help. I'm serious. It's sometimes hard for me to follow my own direction. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn?
Is that a cost together, 8,800 with H and I together?
That's correct.
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
All right, so we're down to J. Is
J.
that correct?
J, yes.
All right, Director of Personnel and a benefits coordinator for the human resources. The cost is the cost is,
Do you want to take these individually, or do you want to take them together?
let me take them individually.
Okay, so then just the director of personnel would be $9,707.
All right, that's the first one. That's my motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Benefits coordinator, that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You second it. Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second to hire a benefits coordinator in the HR department at a cost of $9,731. We have a motion and a second. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Nope.
Commissioner Vaughn?
No.
That passes 3-2, so you're going to take $9,700 off, right?
That's on, well, we haven't.
Because the director, the first one failed.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes.
All right, we're now down to county auditor. County auditor's requesting some help. We recommend that at $6,079. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
That was an I don't know, wasn't it, Brent?
Yeah.
Aye.
5-0 vote. All right, thank you. Hilltop Facility, people, building maintenance workers,
We're still on.
M.
what?
Emma.
Well, L and M, I think he did L and M together. There's
Yeah, I
no,
did those two together. One failed and one passed. Is that right?
no, L and M passed together.
So was it a,
Zero effect.
It was a zero.
Okay, so I think you need to go back.
No, he's right.
Huh?
It was L and M. I mean,
I thought I did L and M.
you did.
was that a cost combined of
Yes,
6,071?
She asked,
Okay.
If you did it, that's.
I think
she
I
said-
did L and M
yeah,
together.
she asked if it was cost combined
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So I'm on
in,
N and
Yeah.
O if you want to do it together.
N and O,
Yes.
which is an additional cost of $453.
Yes.
That's my motion. Is there a second? Building maintenance worker, Hilltop.
Is this a combined cost for N and O?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't know if I heard the reasoning that they want that. I mean, are they shorthanded?
These are raises, aren't they?
Yeah, this is a
It's a raise?
reclassification. It's a reclassification, yes. It's not a new position.
But they got the COLA, right, the 2%?
Yes,
No. Okay.
All right, did I get a second to that?
no.
Haven't
No.
gotten a second.
Call again. The motion is to approve. I do not have a second. I don't have a second. Motion dies for lack of second. We will save $6,400. Now I'm on P. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right, yes.
Okay, associate judge, additional cost, $13,442. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Judge, I would like to amend it. I think that went from 5 more hours a week on that one? Is that what, that one, he had requested 10 and y'all cut it to 5, is that right?
That's what we
That's
did.
correct, yes.
So I would like to amend the motion that it go back to Judge McCoy's original request to 10 and would remind everybody the number of cases in his court has gone up. Do you have that percentage? It's huge.
Much.
It's huge amount, like,
So does that double this amount?
Just like, Your Honor.
Look at it and see, will you please?
right. I think it would, yeah, yes.
Well, let's look and see.
It'll be 28, 31, or 31.
At some point, my concern is someone's going to ask for a peel-off and do a whole new court, and then we're really going to be looking at some cost. And so I think what he's trying to do here is he's trying his best to manage this, and because most counties this size have guardianship courts
Nobody
all
would
on
know
their own.
better than you.
No, and that's why I'm speaking.
Nobody would know better.
And a lot of counties have guardianship courts on their own. There are movements around the state to do that. If someone comes in and asks for a new guardianship court, that's $1 million probably that's going to cost us. So I think he's really trying his best to manage the increased caseload over there without coming back to us for significant cost increases.
If we increase the number of hours for the associate judge from the proposed 50 to 60 hours, which is going from 40 to 60, that'll bring the total yearly cost of $70,122, or an increase from prior year of $25,412.
$25,412, which adds $12,000 to this, right?
Yes.
All right. That's your amended motion?
Yes, sir.
Did I get a second to that?
Second.
Second.
Got a second? Commissioner Chesney,
Yes. Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Aye.
County Judge votes aye, Commissioner Martz,
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
All right. That adds to about $12,000, Dale.
Yes.
Magistrate Drug Court, recommendation is a reduction
We did it already.
of $13,338 by reclassifying that. Is that correct?
Right, so you already voted to add the new position, and then this would be deleting the other part-time and adding and converting the one to a full-time.
That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second, so can we have some little bit of discussion? on there
Absolutely.
as well?
And I'm sorry, it's not deleting the part-time, it's reducing their hours, yes. So currently they had 2 part-time associate judges, and they were working 50 hours biweekly. And so earlier on the new positions, excuse me, a new part-time was added at just 10 hours a month. And then what this is this is reducing the other, a part-time position from 50 hours biweekly to 10 hours a month, and then converting the other part-time from 50 hours biweekly to a full-time magistrate judge.
That's costing us how much more? What's the difference?
Okay, so what you're seeing here was a negative 13,000, and then let me go back to the new positions schedule. Dale, unless you have that in front of you.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
By doing that, it'll save us 13, is that?
The magistrate judge is $6,560 for the new part-time position.
Okay, so it's a difference of, you're adding 6,500 and subtracting 13,000.
Around 7,000 increase, 7,000 decrease.
Decrease.
Yes.
by just
Total
accepting this
decrease.
move.
Yes.
You good?
Wait, so this is for sure a decrease
Yes,
by the moving around?
7.
yes. We're adding a new one at around $6,000 and minus the 13, it's still minus 7,000 reduction.
Did I vote that?
No, no, because he
That's
wanted to
my
ask this
motion.
question.
I need a second.
I'm glad you asked him.
You already had the,
Second.
two motions.
Right, yeah.
So where am I?
John made the second.
Vote.
Just vote. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Martz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
5-0. Medical examiner, office administrator, additional cost of $11,308. That's my motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second,
Thank you very
we
much.
have some discussion on this.
Discussion, please.
So this is a position we didn't have before.
No, she's a long-term, the person that's occupying this position is a long-term employee.
But there was some, is it to get us closer to, I guess, a better rate? Was it
Yes.
comparable to
Yes.
other positions?
Yes,
27% increase? Is that what I'm reading?
yes,
In addition to the COLA that we just gave.
that's correct.
This is a big adjustment that should have been made, quite frankly, several different years, and we didn't do it. We didn't do it. And this is trying to catch this position up to where it really should be. And I had a long discussion with the medical examiner, all of us did that were working this. This is a valuable employee, and we just have overlooked this over the years. And that's my motion that we do this, and I think I got a second to that. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Martz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
No.
Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Gosh. I would just say this, if it wasn't such a big increase, I'd vote for it. That's just too big, no.
You can go make a motion,
The
Can you-
motion fails.
Okay,
make another motion to lower it?
I'll accept the motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we, consider instead of 11,000, 5,000 plus a COLA, so I don't know what it, but I'm gonna go.
All right, so
I'm gonna
we,
go.
we have to be able to have something that fits within our current pay schedule. Dale, do you have that available?
How much do you want?
So right now, it's going from a pay group 18 to a pay group 23, so,
Around a 5,000 increase, is that what they're asking for, or?
yes.
So let me see real quick.
thank you, Joe.
I think something,
Thank you, Joe.
consider it. Can't take all the blame. They should have come before us.
Okay, if we modify the blue where we're saying 2305, I'm going to make that down to a 2005.
Okay.
And a 2005 will be a $39,291,000 salary plus benefits. With the current rate, that'll give me a $5,104 increase.
Is that with the COLA too?
No, that's without the COLA.
Without the
So
code.
it jumps up to what?
It would add additional to another $1,000 on that. So it's $6,000 total if you add both together.
So the number was 11,308. We're taking that to 5,104 if that's
If
passed.
that's what's approved, yes.
What
Is
was the
that your motion,
percentage?
Joe?
Yes, sir.
Right now, we're, my percentages are wrong. Let me check.
She was asking for 27%, so,
This is going from 18 to the 20, that's 10%.
okay.
I'll second that motion. Call the roll. County Judge votes aye on the 5104 classification. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney? No. Commissioner Martz?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Passes 4-1. We'll now go to page,
I want to change my vote to aye on that. I'm sorry. I apologize.
all right, 5-0. We'll now go to the recommended salary reclassifications for the Director of the Inland Parks and the Director of Coastal Parks. We're recommending a 5% increase to them, cost of $49.54 and $45.03. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Commissioner Vaughn,
Is that plus the COLA, so they would get 7%?
plus the COLA. Commissioner Vaughn,
Aye.
Commissioner Martz.
Aye.
County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Gonzalez.
No.
No. Commissioner Chesney.
Aye.
4-1. All right, good job. Good job. Thank you all very much. We'll now go to adopt the number 9, reclassification for the tax assessor collector.
You know what, Judge, let me go back, I'll change mine to aye.
All right, so it's 5-0. Vote changed to 5-0. Thank you. Adopt reclassification salary for the tax assessor collector district clerk to have the same as the base as a county clerk, and that cost is, where is it?
721.
How much?
12,721 combined.
Total. Take each one individually. We will take, do I have that? I'm getting confused now because I got too many pieces of paper.
Well, it depends on what you want to compare it to, because if you're just comparing the base amount, or if you're looking at the steps and the benefits.
No, I just want to know what it costs to do
Okay.
the increase in salary reclassification for the tax assessor collector. We'll call that one first. How much is that?
Okay, so right now, well, the difference for both of them and just the base amount, not including any steps or anything, would be $4,909
Annually,
annually,
each. All right, I'm going to take the tax assessor collector first. My recommendation is we approve this. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Commissioner Vaughn,
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz,
Aye.
County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Gonzalez,
Aye.
and Commissioner Chesney.
Aye.
All right, district clerk, same thing, same amount.
Yes.
That's my recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney,
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz,
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Very good. All right. 30-day hiring freeze excluding law enforcement and the district attorney and juvenile post. We got a revision this morning from the auditor. There have been some changes. We got some input from the sheriff's department and different ones. And now we are at a potential savings of $855,576. Is that correct?
On the cut, yes, on that 11, but we're in 10 or 11?
We're on 10, the freeze.
We're at number 10,
Oh, yeah, we're in 10, Judge, hiring freeze.
iron freeze. Number 10.
Okay, that's where I am.
No,
No, I'm sorry.
11.
I'm sorry. You're right. Number 10, adopt a 30-day hiring freeze as discussed, with a potential savings of,
Approximately $500,000.
that's correct. All right, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second.
Judge, discussion?
Discussion, please.
I'd like to move that we amend it to a 60-day hiring freeze, which would make an additional $500,000 in savings.
That's your motion.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Well, I'll second it. Can I go back and take the other one? I like that, Brent. I just figured we were all going to do 30.
Okay,
Are we in discussion right now?
yeah, we're in discussion.
I would, 30 days is tough already for our departments.
That's right.
60 is a lot. If we had to look at more, I would say maybe somewhere in the middle, like 45, but even then it's a lot of days. I can live with 30. I think that's what most of us can,
You know,
and it gives us some savings. If we really need to stretch it out and find savings, then yeah, 60 days is the route, but
Right now, we have a motion to go to 60 and a second.
we already asked them for a cut.
Yeah.
In 30 days,
It's a lot.
it's going to be more than 30 days. If they open up in 30 days, it's still going to be another 2 weeks for the hire. So it's going to be another, it's going to be almost a month and a half, so.
So we have a
They're gonna be
motion, a
hurting.
second to go to 60. Call the roll. County Judge votes no. Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Moritz,
No.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney.
Aye.
Motion fails. We'll go back and vote. The
Judge,
third-
then I'd like to make another motion to cut it to 45 days.
Is there a second?
Second.
Vote. We'll call the roll. County Judge votes no.
Sorry, can we have a discussion real quick on that one? Because that one is something that, it's still a lot, but, so when we talk 45 days, the position is not posted for 45 days, so it actually adds more time.
That's correct.
So,
It could be 90 days before they could fill that.
Why would it not be posted?
see, that's what my concern is. If we can post
The
and have it
posting
ready-
comes as a result of the court taking action to unfreeze the vacancy.
But why can't we say, when we post, when we unfreeze a vacancy, that we would
Available.
that's available in 45 days. I don't understand. Why wouldn't we do that?
It's
Well-
more than 45 days. By the time you put it on the agenda and then you approve it, there's still a vacancy. You still
But it-
can't
no, the
hire.
hire-
And then you post, and that's another period of time. And that usually it's like, depending on the department head, it would be in or out, internally or externally for X number of days, whether it's a week or 2 weeks. So that's another period of time. Then finally it closes, then you have an actual interview, and then you decide you're going to get it. You're going to hire somebody, but then you have to go through court again for approval. So, it takes a long time.
So why can't the time start when there's a vacancy and then 45 days be when the next person's in? I don't care about the details, how long it takes. It's that 45 days. If that's where we're going to find savings, that's why I wanted to have some discussion on this, because I kind of, and I don't know if the others want to chime in. My thing would be, I understand we got to adopt it, but there's nothing we can put in place internally that would say, okay, you lose this person on September 1st. The clock's already starting. Don't wait for us. That has no bearing. Yes, we'll vote on it. Yes, we'll unfreeze or what have you, but ultimately 45 days is when that next person should be able to feel it. It doesn't work that way?
No.
No, that just says,
Government,
you,
yeah.
you start after the 45.
So we don't start till 45, so that's
Yeah.
why,
Right.
is that then when we're realizing our savings is because of that delay?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Wow.
So, but,
See, last time,
well, and let me,
my thing last time was, we could interview before then, but we can't even interview, you see.
so in trying to find areas to, make proactive attempts so that at the end of the day, when there's a tax increase on here, that I can feel comfortable that I've tried to do everything I can to make cuts, that was an area that I looked at. And I'll tell you where I really got this was when I read the article on the South Jetty in Port Aransas, that those people who are still trying to recover from the hurricane, Port Aransas has had a hiring freeze in Port Aransas since August 25th of last year, and all they've done is hire essential personnel. So to me, yes, it's an inconvenience, but again, trying to remember too, and we haven't talked about that today, so I am trying to bring that back around to this, is we are still trying to recover and help people in our community recover. That is an inconvenience. I recognize that, but for the people who are still trying to recover during this time, some things to me can be a little inconvenienced, and so that's just the motion, and it is what it is, and the first one failed, and John threw out the 45-day term, so I came back around to it. No, I'm just trying to find votes.
Got it. We got it.
Hold on.
Well, the way the freeze works is y'all sign an order that upon a vacancy, once somebody leaves, the position freezes until it comes back to court. So that's the period of a freeze. So it's not the entire process as to how long it takes. Like Laura mentioned, right, of course, it's an addition to, for the time period that it has to come to my office, go to Dale's office, and make it on the list. So there might be anywhere from 2 weeks right there. Then it has to be posted for 7 days minimum. So there's another additional 7 days. Give or take a couple of days for HR to process it and send it to the department. So that might be another 2 or 3 days there. And then for the department to conduct the interviews, and then to make a job offer and then maybe somebody might have to give a 2-week notice at their current job. So it's not just the 30 days or the 45 days, it ends up being almost 60 days by the time you get a person in that position.
And quite frankly, that's where our savings is.
Right. And that would result in another $250,000 of savings. It's just, right.
You have a motion to go to 45 days?
Yes, sir.
Did we get a second to that?
You did, but I take it back.
The 45-day period would be the time that the court is holding it. It's not counting all those additional days.
I got it.
Yeah, that's enough.
So you're looking at
Okay.
60 days.
All right, we have a motion without a second. Is there a second? Motion to ask like a second. We'll now vote the 30-day freeze, hiring freeze. The motion is to approve 30 days. Did I get a second on that? All right, fine. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Thank you very much. Good discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you, Julie.
Yeah, Judy.
Thank you for coming in. All right, now am I on the budget cuts?
Yes, sir.
All right, discuss that, please, if you will, Auditor.
Yes, sir. We brought this to you a while back, just showing you what the percentages were for the cuts. There was some that were missing some information for, so we've reached out to those departments, and this is the most recent value that we have. The most value that we can get is $855,576 worth of cuts for the general fund. If we go to the other funds, the total cuts for all funds, including in the parks, island parks, coastal parks, library, everybody included, is $1,067,000 in its entirety, but for the general fund, the only amount of cuts is $855,576.
So if we vote to do the 855,000, we have to amend the $1 million by decreasing it by $150,000.
No, Judge, we've already got the $716,000 in here on the budget we've had, so we would actually add to, this would be additional savings, not reductions. On the one you did for us before, because before we only had $716,000.
I got it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, so how much additional savings is that if we vote on this? Sorry, I can do my math too. If you tell me the number again, sorry.
125,000.
I saw it, but.
No, you're right. You're right. I just.
No, I'm right.
Missed it.
Yes, sir.
So where are we? We're at
What was the number, Dale? Sorry.
850.
855,576, you should have that in front of you.
I do. I just can't find it. I saw it.
So if we have 855,
About 100,000.
576, and we had originally had 716, 040. That's 139,536 more.
Okay.
All right, put that number in
Yes.
there.
135 what?
76.
35,000.
How much, Dale?
Sorry.
139,536.
139,576?
536.
536. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So our vote is on the 850?
855, 576.
That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner March?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
5-0. All right, I'm on 12 now. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, departmental operational request. Where are we?
Okay, so this was that was a part of the very first budget workshop where we went through each department and the requests, and this was on tab 6 in your original budget book. The total requests were for operating budget requests was an increase of $2,176,000, and we whittled that down to a total recommended increase of $155,287.
Do we have a list of that?
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen.
Sorry, which one is this?
And these amounts were included to the departments when they made their cuts, so these values were included when they made their cuts.
This is number 12.
So what are, and this is all we have right here, transfers out, or is there
No,
another page?
There should be 6 pages.
Yes, this is the last page that you're seeing. I'm just showing the total. If you look to the total to the far right.
All right, go back to the first page.
Okay.
Which one is it, which page is it on here so I can do it on here too?
It's not in there. It's in the budget workshop,
In which
That one.
tab?
tab 6.
6, okay.
Yes.
All right, let's try not to have to do this individually. We have recommended, and Kristen, you help me. We've recommended the far right column, right?
That's correct.
All right. Commissioner Precinct 1 has a small increase. County Judge decrease. The big increase there at 21,000 is County Clerk Treasury. Okay, any comments there?
That's just for the courier service that was not originally budgeted, that we now have to pay for our bank depository agreement.
That's right, that was the bank. That was the bank deal. Tax assessor collector,
That's a decrease.
That's a decrease, I'm sorry.
They decrease that every other year because they don't have to do voter
That's
registration,
correct.
so it
That's
reduces
correct.
postage.
County auditor, you had an increase of 40,000.
Mine was an increase because of additional costs for our software services as well as adding QuickBooks to our list.
Which ought to help us reduce costs in the future,
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
Purchasing, endures, general administration, what is that?
So that is it's two pieces. Part of it's to bring up the amount of the budget that we owe to the appraisal district, which is by statute.
Oh, that's right, they increased our costs this year.
That's correct. The appraisal district, we were responsible for our portion of their budget, so that's by statute. And so I'm bringing it in line to where the budget needs to be in order to pay for that.
And the other part of that, you said it was two-part thing?
Yes, so that's part of it, and then the other $30,000 is on the city. They've got on the city's November bond election, they're going to have an item on there to redo the backbone infrastructure for the radios, and the county has 22% of our radios are attached to that. Of the total of everything attached to the backbone, the county represents 22%, and so they first have to hire a consultant to go forward with that. And so the $30,000 represents our portion of what it would cost to fund that consultant to move forward with that project.
Why do they have to hire a consultant?
Well, it's a very outdated, antiquated system, and it needs to be replaced. And so if it does get approved, they have to hire a consultant to see how to move forward with that project.
And then they had to have a bond election.
So
Yes,
you're just putting it in there just in case.
just in case. That's correct.
I'm not sure why I have an increase on mine, but I don't need that.
Yours was the phone services, your telephone information.
Uh-huh.
That was additional cost for your cell phone. Your cell phone, $600.
Really?
Yes. That was the only increase was for the cell phone services.
Okay.
All right, then roll it up. Okay.
I have a question, though. So this is, what we're looking at right now is the binder that we went through in the workshops, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Well, why are those numbers different than the spiral that we were given earlier this week?
Because that includes, the county auditor's office has already included the 2% and any other things that were already factored into the budget, the proposed budget.
So which is right?
Well, they're both correct. It's just the 155,000 is a component of what you're seeing in your current binder.
Now, if we don't approve this, then he's got to go back and change the budget book to take that out.
Well, and I mentioned this to Kristen earlier in the week, going to the spiral that Dale prepared for us, I just showed a decrease for mine of $7,100 in my page 11 of the proposed budget. So I looked over and didn't find over on page 19, and it came out of employee benefits.
Yeah, yours reduced in the spiral book. I saw that.
Right.
Right, so what we're,
Big of a hit. I don't mind showing that I took that much, but reality is, I didn't ask for any deductions. I know Sandra didn't, so that amount was incorrect, or what is that amount showing?
no, Dale, can you explain the benefits?
A while back when I first started 4 years ago, the benefits was well inflated costs. The cushion everybody talks about of having additional costs there should there be any changes. I went through each of the departments and pretty much reduced it to exactly what you need now. So if there's any changes that you have, you will not have any budget.
Right.
So right now, you're at zero amount. What you have in budget is exactly what you need to pay for the cost. Before, there was a little bit of cushion there.
So last
And
year's
I've-
budget, we operated on a little bit of cushion, so
Well,
that's,
some did. I've tried to go through as many as I could. And
not everybody,
And,
right?
and some of it was, because last year yours was 54,000 roughly, and now it's like 46 or 47. So before that, I believe that they had both, Ortiz and your secretary both had health insurance.
Right.
But your assistant doesn't have health insurance. So that's where it can be, where it is, where if, should someone leave and someone comes in now and you replace someone and they have health insurance, you don't have any cushion to pay for it.
So, well, because I guess
Like when you came in, Commissioner Ortiz did not have health insurance.
He didn't have.
You came in with your family-related services, so that increased the benefit cost. But luckily, we had cushion to cover it.
We don't, I pay for my own family though, right? The county doesn't pay for it?
No, the county hasn't,
It pays for your health insurance.
yes.
For my health
Yes.
insurance, but not for the family.
For family coverage, yes.
For the family coverage, how much do
Yes.
we pay?
Let me pull up the
Pay
premium
for some-
page.
Okay,
$19,000 for a family.
okay. So this is just an issue that can come up with anyone. I mean, even Commissioner Vaughn found there was a hidden cost, obviously, in using a county cell where there wasn't one used before. So, okay, that's what I'm just trying to figure out. So now we're operating at a number that better reflects where we're at. So we
Right,
kind of had to
my-
balloon
I
up to
went through this,
cover it.
We pulled in everything we had and made the adjustments where we needed to have. So some of the adjustments might be a little bit more than what we're showing here.
Uh-huh.
We're trying to be as more realistic in this book as we can, because remember, the black book is more of a estimate.
Right.
We're trying to get more realistic on this, so
Okay.
we're trying to get.
So there's nothing other than the 1.15 that we deducted. Other than that, this is just that inflation that we
Yes.
had from the previous year.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to get answered. Perfect.
That's why mine reflects 4630 on 11, too. It's like a cost analysis
Yeah,
thing.
you're right,
Okay.
yeah.
So really then, what's going to change on, I'm sorry, John, were you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
So what'll change, because the black book was our estimate, and so I'm just looking at mine because we have a little tighter grip on ours, I guess, or knowledge of it. It shows no decrease or no increase, so flat, which is what I made on my budget request. I look at the spiral book and it shows a reduction. Part of that is because of employee benefits, but the spiral book also has everybody's COLA in it, even though we're not going to get a COLA. So
That will change.
Right, that will
so
change. yeah.
we will all show a decrease,
That's correct.
of more of a decrease because from this spiral book,
It may not show a decrease, it won't show an increase.
right, well, mine shows a decrease because of the
With your
employee
commissioner,
benefits.
if you're still at 77, I believe you're in one of the ones that might have a continuance, but you've given us a letter to reject that. So those numbers will stay relatively the same. So you might still see a small, like Commissioner Vaughn and Commissioner Mares won't see an increase because they're the first level, and they're saying no for the increase. So there shouldn't be any adjustments in salary. Well, Mares might see one because the original salary was from when Commissioner Ortiz was here. So there's some minor changes.
You guys are good compared to who I was. When I came in.
Okay, so we're okay here?
Yes, sir.
We're down to the Cook Building, is that correct? What is that?
1570 is the building superintendent. That's Public Works for
Public
like,
Works, I got it.
courthouse.
I got it. And then Building Superintendent, 29,000, whatever that is.
Yes, I think $25,000 of that was for additional maintenance on, I believe, some HVAC system.
That's correct. It's on the HVAC system. That's correct.
So
Okay.
that's not salary, that's.
No, that's.
No,
that's-
none of this that you're looking at right now no, none of this is salary.
This is maintenance and
Yeah, operating.
day-to-day stuff. All right, roll it up.
I didn't see anything. Go ahead.
All right, County Court at Law 5 has a big increase, and we've also changed that as well, Brent, as you know.
Right.
Well, this is the additional cost for like the operation, so we increased a little bit more of court appointed attorney fees. We know that's not covering the entire amount that the court needs, but we're going to do it year by year by year, a little bit for more of this. And also we had a little bit more of some supplies there that we were putting into, but our total changes were 28.7.
Okay, roll it up. Please. Okay. 30,000 JP Precinct 1.
Right, so they're going to be moving into
Oh, that's
the
the
new
new
building.
rent and
Yes.
everything. That's it. I got it.
Judge,
Yes, yes.
offices that Lucy Rubio is going to be, I think it's 3. Who did the budget over there? Since you have no JP,
Who submitted the budget for?
The office staff with the supervision of Judge Santana.
okay, do you know if they included because she's not trained, she's going to have travel. I'm just curious because she was not asked. You did put that in there, and she probably has to have a robe. I don't know what those cost.
I'll give her mine. Just kidding.
Just smart aleck.
I'm keeping mine, sorry.
Yeah, next
Of
one.
course you are.
Earned it, yeah. Judge
I
Gonzalez.
just want to make sure she's covered when she goes in there.
1.3, if you look in the bound book, on page 84, you'll see JP 1.3. And we have budgeted travel of 2,993. There was a small reduction. We can always put that travel back if you want so.
I just think she needs to be covered. I don't know what JPs have to have, and
We're saying a small reduction of $2,100 from last year to this year, but we can make adjustments for that.
okay, thank you.
The reductions in 1.3 were made by JP 1.2 on behalf of JP 1.3.
1-1.
Well, there wasn't one in office then, so.
She's saying one of the other JPs.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm just
1-2.
concerned that she's new, and she's probably going to have some
Judge
training.
Santana made them on behalf of,
She wasn't,
because they had to do the across-the-board
Yeah.
cut, and so that was the cut that he made.
and I get that. I just want to make sure she's covered because she's new, and she's going to have training. And so that will probably consist of traveling,
We
just
would have to
just making
increase the
sure.
across-the-board.
So what we might do on page 84, where with travel, I'll put I'll make their travel back to 4,000. I'll remove that, the cut on travel to make 4,000 cut for travel. The rest of the expenses are right about where they need to be. Their other expenses have never been very high on that. That's mainly our copy machine. And then the professional services has always been fairly low, so if with your recommendation, I can make their travel back to $4,000 to cover her travel.
I would just like to cover, if she doesn't use it, that's great, but I would hate for her not to have what she needs being a new JP. Judge, do you understand?
No, that's fine. We'll get her trained.
I think probably what she needs to do is come talk
We'll get her trained.
to personnel,
Yeah.
and get everything she needs. And
Now, any newly elected official, we want to make sure they meet all the requirements, and we'll take care of that.
Thank you.
seems to me
All
with Julie, really.
Yeah, medical examiner, what was that?
So they're historically always over in a couple of their
Oh, that's
budget
right.
categories, so we Yes.
adjusted the budget.
yes.
Law enforcement jail, I think you all know what's going on there. Constable Precinct 5, was that Mitchell? No, who is 5?
Flores.
Flores, I remember that. Okay, that was a slight adjustment. Can you roll it up? Okay. That's the total of $155,287. With the changes that you've made, Dale, does that affect that bottom line very much?
Not very much, no, sir. It makes it 159.
159? 159 even?
159, 287.
159, 287. 159, 287.
Bingo.
That's my motion. Is there a second? All right. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Very good. We're doing well. $15,000 increase from Regional Economic Development Corporation. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
What discussion?
Yeah, 15,000 increase of regional economic development. Is that something we give them all the time, Judge, or doesn't it come out outside agency?
Last year it was 35, and I contributed, I think Commissioner Precinct 1 contributed, Commissioner Precinct 4 contributed from their, what do we call that fund?
Outside agency.
Well, outside agency fund. This year, and we're going to get to the outside agency funds in a minute, this year, the recommendation is to go ahead and fund that from the general fund at the total. And if we get way over here and get in the weeds a little bit, we may or may not want to do that. But the recommendation is go ahead and fund this from the general fund at 50,000, gives us a board seat, gives us a vote, and they're, quite frankly, they're doing a pretty damn good job. And so my motion is to approve this, and did I get a second?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
No. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Passes 4-1. Thank you. Animal control. My motion is approve this.
Second.
All right, thank you.
Got discussion on that.
Discussion.
Hey, Commissioner, I know how you feel about dogs and animals and all that, but I'm just thinking, if you were considered not to take the $10,000, I would help you with my budget also to raise up $10,000 to take care of the can a little bit better. Because I think our monies can come out of the outside agency funds.
Well, what I was going to do, Judge,
Instead of asking for more 10,000.
yeah, well, I was going to give 10 out of the precinct
Well, I'll give you 10
one
too,
budget.
so that's
You want to
fine.
give it two?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Y'all hear that? Please write that down.
So what's the motion?
So we don't need the 10,000 right there.
Okay, if you're going to give 10 and I'm going to give 10, that's awesome.
Well, I'll give money because it's right
You wanna
there.
give
It's
10
my-
too?
It's right there in my office. I cannot not
Okay.
give money.
You hear the
I'll
barks
give
all the
money.
time.
I got to look at how much, but I'll give it,
All right, so the motion has to be to not approve the increase.
Right.
Second.
All right? County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney.
Aye.
$10,000 savings in the general fund. 15, adopt $750,000 general fund transfer from mechanical maintenance. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Okay, so last year, there was a $750,000 contingency put into mechanical maintenance department for the large overbilling from City of Corpus Christi in case we ended up having to pay that. The contingency was not used this year. It's no longer necessary in mechanical maintenance, and so our recommendation was to move it over to Department 1285 for the possibility of Valero lawsuit.
Very good.
But
So
this money-
there's no impact.
No impact.
No impact.
No impact.
Actually, it's a savings of 750,000.
It's not we're not adding anything, but we're not subtracting. We're just moving it.
Zero-
Yes.
It's a zero sum
For right now.
right now. But it doesn't affect the bottom line.
That's correct.
So moved.
Well, that was my motion. Is that a second?
Sorry, second.
Second. All right. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz? Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye. Judge,
Present.
could we just take just a little break and let me go to the restroom? I've got great kidney.
Well, now, all right, let me tell you, lunch is here.
Okay.
So we can break for 15 or 20 minutes, go eat a bite of lunch and come back. I think I would suggest we do that. We all probably need to lower the water level in our battery a little bit.
Check
And so I'm going to recess the court at 12:30 and we'll come back here at 10 minutes to 1. Is that okay?
Yes,
All right.
sir.
Okay, good deal.
Hungry.
Thank you.
All right. We're in recess. Mic is off. Mic is on. Go back in at 1 o'clock. I think we're on 16, is that correct?
Yes, number 16.
Adopt and accept $500,000 transfer from Road District 4 to Coastal Park funds. That's my motion.
Second, sorry.
I have discussion on that.
Question?
Dale, are we going to identify where it's supposed to be going? We keep saying funds, but I think it's to be for road fund, right?
Well, the coastal parks has, part of their function is beach management and road development, so part of the funds going into coastal parks is for road improvement and reinvestment, so,
Okay, no,
on the beach,
So these funds will be used for those purposes?
yes.
for beach development and what?
Well, they have their access
cleaning.
roads and beach cleaning areas is part of what we consider road improvements according to what we've read. So a lot of their cost is related to that particular function, so we believe that the $500,000 will be covered by allowing them to use the funds for the particular function.
Well, I think we need to identify that a little bit. We identify the one for public works, because you put road and bridge. So why can't we identify this one, what it goes for?
We can identify that it must be used for beach improvements or whatever the permit would be for.
It's not really beach improvement.
No,
it's road.
Well,
Road improvements and maintenance.
yes,
That's what they have to be used for.
yes.
So that's, I mean,
Yeah,
I
well,
think we've said that.
I know, but I mean, I don't want to come back next year and somebody said, well, that's not what it says there, like this year, they said, we voted for it. And, I don't want to vote for something that then next year they're going to tell me, well, you voted for it. Why can't we identify like we identify the other one?
It will be, we can put there that this was to be used for road permits only.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be, yes. I don't have a problem with that.
And overall, this money, I mean, we're getting a savings, because that's money we're not having to put
Correct.
anywhere else. So that's ultimately, I mean, that's what this is helping us.
That's right, it's helping the bottom line.
But we have to remember, though, and it's another year in advance, but these funds will have to be added to the general fund next year, so we're already $1 million in the hole for next year.
We'll worry about it next year, right?
Just want to let you know, so.
All right, so do I need to amend the motion? Or just go with it?
No, I mean,
Make sure the motion has that it's for a $500 transfer from to coastal parks for the use of road improvements only.
well, permissible road.
Permissible road maintenance,
Whatever.
That's the amendment?
Yeah.
All right, so that's the motion that I'm asking for a second to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 17, adopt and accept $500,000 from Road District 4 to Public Works Road Bridge Fund. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second?
All right. Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Number 18, okay, this directly affects the commissioners and myself. Adopt and remove general fund transfers, capital projects, $250,000. That's $50,000 each, right?
Correct.
All right, so my motion is 18A, if you want to amend that in any way to say I want to keep that money, now is the time to make the motion to amend the reduction of $250,000. So if we take it away, you don't have 50 grand next year for capital projects.
And so we're going to go
Just stay right,
by
we're
each
just doing
item?
just stay there.
Each item.
Each item, okay.
This
So-
is A. This is your $50,000 that you use in the precincts to do little things to help people have a better way of life. So it's up to you.
How much do I have?
I thought the special revenue was for that.
No. This is capital projects.
I'm not sure right now.
This is a road repair,
It's
putting
gonna
new
matter.
culverts.
Categories.
Yeah, different
Gonna
categories.
matter.
It's precinct fund, it's the special revenue, it's the capital projects, and it's the outside agencies. There's
Three funds here.
categories.
Now,
The $50,000, I'm going to tell you guys, if I were a county commissioner, I'd hold on to that money because it's a long year and there's a lot of stuff you're going to want to do, I think, like minor road repair and other things in your precinct, and you're not going to have any money. If you,
Well, I've rethought this, and I have a low fund, I know that. And I think I'd owe it to Precinct 1 to make sure I have funds to do what needs to be done. So I really don't want to give mine up.
all right, so your motion is to amend this. Precinct 1 keeps their funds. How about Precinct 2?
to keep my funds.
Precinct 3?
Well, no, are we voting? Are you?
No, I'm asking, I'm just opinionizing.
Oh, well, no.
Precinct 2. He wants to keep his. Precinct 3.
Absolutely, yes.
You keeping it?
Yes.
Precinct 4.
I'll give mine.
All right, so we're down to the motion being that we would remove general fund transfers for only one, which would be precinct 4. Is that correct? Is that the correct motion?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a second to that?
Did I
All
make the motion?
All right, so everybody's keeping their funds except 4. All right, so this amount becomes 50,000 rather than 250 if the motion passes. The motion is,
So we're adding, so that means
we're adding,
adding $200,000 back
We are.
That's
to the
correct.
number. So
That's
that
correct.
cuts into our savings.
That's right. Is that the motion? And I have a second to that?
Second.
And
County
this is-
Judge votes aye. Commissioner
Sorry,
Chesney?
Hold on. This is on capital projects, correct?
This is A.
Okay.
A.
Yeah, yeah.
This is A.
Yes. Aye.
Aye. All right. Joe? Aye. John?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
All right, so Dale, we're putting 200 grand back. All right, now, precinct special revenue. Explain what that is.
Well, you have as you said, we have your two sources of funds. You had what we just did with capital projects, which is more of your buildings and other major functions related. Your special revenue funds, which is what you talked immediately for, which is to help roads or improvements in your precinct funds. and we transfer a total of $70,000 per employee, but per commissioner. But for this particular item, it's not the outside agencies. We only transfer $50,000 for y'all to use however you think is best in your precinct, whether it's to do road improvements, do drainage improvements, do anything for any of the spots where you have, and that is $50,000 per commissioner and judge.
And the judge.
Yes.
All right. I'll go back to 18B. Any of you want to keep that money?
I'm going to speak up, I do, because we've got some huge drainage problems in my precinct.
Okay, Commissioner Vaughn says yes. Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Commissioner Chesney?
I'm going to keep these.
You're going to keep it. That's good. That's all right.
You know, I'm
All right, so we leave the 250
I'd
out.
I'd give it all up if everybody else does.
No,
I just-
we're leaving the
I don't-
250 out, and we're putting the whole 250 back in.
Right.
All right, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Chesney? Vote?
I'm going to vote no because I wanted to take them all out, but I'm going to keep mine in if everybody else is, and I know that's weird, but I know. I know. So, no. No, I'm voting no.
Well, Brent, I wanted to do
But the
that.
motion is to put it back in.
Oh, the motion is to put it back.
Yes.
No, I'm saying I don't want to put it back in.
Okay.
I want it all to go away, but I don't want to keep being the only one that gives up, so I'm sorry, I can't completely give up for 4, but,
No, okay.
well,
No, Commissioner Gonzalez.
On mine.
County Judge votes aye.
Aye.
Aye. Vaughn? 4-1. Money stays in the budget. All right. Outside agencies, that's your $20,000 each of us have for economic development, to help other people do a better job of bringing jobs to Nueces County. Right now, the motion is 18C to take it all out. Commissioner Chesney, what do you want to do?
oh, that's the one I wanted to keep.
Keep that one? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Keep that one.
County Judge wants to keep that one? Commissioner Martz? And Commissioner Vaughn?
Let's talk about this for a minute.
All right.
What is this? Because I'm looking at the fund, how they were given. It looks like they're all given to charities, $20,000. So how's that helping economic development?
They're not all charities.
It's
Well,
not always economic development.
Majority of
Public,
them are.
It's public, any public purpose that is our governmental function.
Okay, and where is that in our policy? Because I've still not seen anything that says we can do that.
It's the law. It's not.
It's the law? Can
policy.
you
Yeah,
tell me what the law is?
This policy has been set up by practice, not in writing. But basically, you can donate, but it's got to be a public purpose and it's got to be a governmental function that both of you are responsible for. In other words, you can't give money to the education because that's not your governmental function. It's got to be something that is helping the county. Sometimes it's economic development, to help the county. Sometimes it's to help children at risk. Sometimes, let me see, I'm trying to think out of the ones that I commonly see. Those are two examples.
Pales, Shop with a Cop, Pales,
Yeah.
What'd you say?
The ARC.
Pales and Shop with a Cop, the art,
And I don't have a problem.
bank-
Where I
food
saw a
bank.
problem was given to certain charities that stand for different things, and I'm thinking, I wouldn't think the community would want me to pick a charity to give it to their taxpayer money. I think it's a good thing that they get that,
But
but
again, it has to be your government, the county's governmental function.
Okay.
Believe me, we look at it and we've said a
You
lot
guys
of
look at it and you
times,
say no.
I'm going to go with whatever they go with, and if I decide to use it, I will. If I
Right.
don't, I won't.
Right.
All right, so right now, we're putting it all back in is the motion.
Ugh.
And I had a second to that?
second.
All right. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn? All right. Now, the net effect of this is that we put, let's see, A was what?
200,000.
Huh?
200,000.
200,000.
You're adding back 200,000 on A.
We're
All
adding
right.
back in 500.
Special revenue, all of it,
250 on that, yes.
and outside agencies.
100,000 on that.
So that's 350, 450, 550. Went back into the general fund, but,
Yes, yes.
okay, so that adjustment is add 550.
We got to find that.
Okay,
No way.
all right. Number 19, this is really important. Commissioner Todd Hunter has made a special request of us to try to help fight this in the legislature because he feels like he's got a real fight coming. And my recommendation is we approve this, and my motion is we approve it. If I can get a second, please.
Second.
Thank you.
Second, but I discussion.
Discussion, please do.
You know, Judge, I don't mind this. This is all well, but you know, I wouldn't ask Kristen to give me some feedback on Robstown and also Bishop. And I don't think we're giving anything to Bishop. And I was thinking, well, why not give Bishop, what, $3,000-4,000? But we had a chamber in Bishop, it works a lot, and I help them a lot from my monies too. But I think if we're going to do one, we might as well do the rest of them.
For windstorm? They're fighting windstorm?
Well,
No, he was just inquiring what other EDC or Chamber of Commerce that we give funds to.
Well, this is just specifically for Windstorm Insurance Association. They hire a
Yes.
lobbyist. I mean,
is that strictly for that?
yeah, that's
They
what.
hire lobbyists.
They hire a lobbyist for windstorm.
All right, then I'll go back.
All right. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Thank you. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Thank you. Now, number 20,
Judge, let me go back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got to go back. I'm gonna be fair about this. I'm gonna give back my 50 on the one that I kept, and I want to register no votes for both transfer and special revenue, and I'm going to give both of mine up. I got to be fair. If I'm going to vote no, then I'm going to give mine up. So
all right, so capital projects is going to be how much then?
I'm taking, it'd be 200, 200, 100. My vote stays yes on outside agency because.
Okay, I got
and
it.
then my votes go to no on both those other two.
It's 2 for 500, not 550.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. And the next one is okay. All right. The funeral home, we had a long discussion with Rebecca, and we think we can stretch this in the budget, but we have more and more of the providers who are saying they're not getting paid enough money. And I've looked at this, and Rebecca's looked at it. We've all looked at it. And I think we need to increase this. I think we're losing too much of our market share out there from people who need to be providing services to the county, and they quit doing it. So my recommendation is we approve this, and that's my motion. If I can get a second, please.
And is there a
Second, I'll just second it for discussion.
sorry, my bad, sorry.
Go ahead.
Is there, so there's no, what do you call it, effect on the general fund?
No, there's none.
That's correct.
That's right.
And this is just what, to get into market for users?
We've had 2 major funeral homes quit doing this.
Because they won't,
Won't
they're
more
not charging enough?
They want more money.
Okay.
And we've talked to everybody, and she says, I can change that, but she said, I can't lose another market. If I lose another market, I'm in trouble. And
Okay.
So
All right.
anyway, so that's a motion, that's the second. County Judge votes aye. Is there, Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Thank you, it's very good. Okay, 21 and 22, Dale, why don't you explain that again?
Well, 21 is, pardon me, last year when we had the storm, we were worried about coastal parks needing additional funds for operations. After we did an evaluation and did our year-end estimates and cost, we believe that $300,000 that was a contingency part of the transfer was not needed. So we feel that we're going to not need that again this year, so we're asking to have that contingency of the additional $300,000 removed, going back to the original transfer that we have, and that transfer will be reduced by the $500,000 we're receiving from Road District 4. So in effect, we're asking to reduce the general fund by $300,000.
That's A.
That's A.
All right, what about B?
B is the $500,000, we're just repeating the $500,000 we transferred from 16 from Road District 4 to coastal parks, and that just reduces the transfer we need from the general fund to make the total transfer of $587,000.
Can I vote both those together, or do you want
Yes.
to vote separately?
Both fine.
Hmm?
You can do both together.
Okay, the 300,000 is going back to the general fund.
Correct.
The 500,000 is minus the 1,087,000.
Well, right now, for fiscal year 17-18, we had $1,087,000 plus the $300,000 contingency as funds needed for road and bridge, for coastal parks. We still would need the 1,087,000 for operations, but since we're transferring money from Road District 4, we can reduce that amount this year by 500,000.
587,000 will go
587,000 will still be the transfer
Road
from the general
operations?
fund to coastal parks.
for operations,
Yes.
but isn't that money coming from the District Road 4?
No, the 587,000 is coming from the general fund.
Well, the 500,000 you're taking away from the millions coming from the road. 4.
500,000 is coming from Road District 4. But they still, the 587,000 is still needed from the general fund for operations.
Okay, so it's 587,
Yeah, we're just voting on the 587.
okay.
Okay, so my motion is stated for A and B. I need a second, please.
Second.
All right. All right. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Commissioner March?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Very good. All right, number 22, we've had that explained what that is. It's,
I gotta, Judge, I want to go back. There's not a C there, but I'd like to bring up for a discussion also, and I know we save money for Valero, we save money for Flint Hills and what have you, but, you know, I'm still, and I talked just about to Dale and Kristen, I'm really concerned about this $150,000 that we hadn't even brought to the table, you know, in the Parks and Wildlife grant violation on the restaurant and bar. You know, what, are we prepared to say we're gonna have to pay it back? And
no, sir.
you know, so what, I think there's a point we gotta take some kind of action on this, and, you know, and I think we should do away with the restaurant and bar, it shouldn't even be there, and leave the observation deck like it was supposed to be for the citizens of this community. You know, we put in, next year, we're gonna say, well, how come we didn't take care of it then, so.
It's not part of the budget.
Well, I know, well, we didn't make it part of the budget, but we should have made it part of the budget, because it's hanging over us, you know, and.
It's not hanging over us because there's no decision if the Commissioners Court votes
Well,
to
there's
do
no
away
decision,
with it.
there's no decision in Flint Hills and no decision in Valero, but so we put the money aside. So what's the difference? I mean,
Because they're suing us.
well, they're not suing us yet, but, you know, I'm just saying, again, I'm gonna bring it up, no point going, I'm gonna vote against it because, I mean, the thing is, next year, I just don't wanna be told, hey, you know, we should have taken care of it last time. You know, and that, and it's gonna happen, whether you wanna believe it or not, sooner or later, we're gonna hear something. Hope it's good news, but, you know, I just don't think, we're not in the restaurant business, we're not in the bar business, and I know we're not in the water business, the judge tells me that all the time, but, you know, I mean, but it's there, so what are we gonna do with it? We gotta deal with this thing here, I don't know.
Christian, you want to talk about your discussion you had?
Yes, there was a discussion. We just wanted to try to get an update where this stood. A letter was sent from the county to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, just asking if a repayment could be made. We were not stating that the repayment was going to be made. We're just simply asking if it could be made. So we were following up on the status of that. The latest that we heard is that this has not even been moved into the level of the Department of Justice. It's still sitting down in U.S. Fish and Wildlife because frankly, they've never gotten a request from a grantee before to pay it back. All that was cited was, you know, basically that the grant was out of compliance, and so we're just inquiring if we could pay it back, and that at this point, they don't know what their answer is going to be or what they're going to do with it at this time because they've never had this situation come up. So it's still at the bottom of the food chain basically, and they're evaluating it.
So we really we don't have anything.
That's correct.
They haven't granted the request nor have they refused it, but they're not taking any action at this time on it, apparently. Okay, well, that's where we are. We have nothing to discuss until we get some kind of decision from them, and future court's going to have to make up their mind then what they want to do.
But Judge, in fairness to Jack, I think what he was just trying to say, he didn't want something to jump out in front of us next year, a $750,000 payment that we would have to make and find the money for it. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Well,
And I think Brent understands that.
And I understand that that's a discussion point, and it may or may not come up in the near future. Lots going to happen after November election, so we'll just see how that all works out. But, you know, Joe, right now, it's just it's sitting somewhere on some bureaucrat's desk who doesn't know what to do with it. And so that's where we are.
Let me just ask this other question. If we have to pay it back, would it be the county's sole responsibility or also the coastal park's responsibility?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. I wish I could tell you more than I know. Tyner has talked to them. We've talked to them several times. When you're plowing new ground and nobody knows what to do, they do nothing. And so right now they're not doing anything mode. But the decision, in my opinion, is going to have to be made at some time in the future by the court. Well, one, do we just let it go and change everything and do what you're saying, get out of the business and whatever? Or two, find a way to obligate the county for paying back the debt. Now, that discussion is going to be a long way off, I think. And it certainly is not in this budget. And it certainly isn't a discussion in this budget because we don't have anything to discuss because we don't know what the ruling might be. And if they come back and say, no, you can't pay back, then you're done. Or or we can work out a payment plan, then a future court's going to have to decide how that payment plan obligation is going to be met. And I have no idea when that might be. It might be tomorrow, but I doubt it.
And if we don't want the bar or the restaurant, so we'd bring up in one of the commissioners' court meeting to
The
take
court's
action?
going to have to make that decision.
I'm saying, so we bring it at a regular
The
agenda?
court's going to have to make that. Oh, yeah, it'll be an agenda item.
Okay.
It probably won't be my agenda item, but it'll be an agenda item.
Well, you're
Okay.
here to December.
Yeah, I know that. The way they explained it to us, they don't even want to see what's on the bottom of that page, much less try to make a decision. All right, we are now to number 22, and I think we've had that explained today, what that's for. My motion is we approve that. Is there a second? We got to pay it.
On 22?
Yeah,
I'll second, and I have some discussion.
discussion.
So this is the Johnson Controls, you said, was it the debt we're paying?
Right, so we have some debt. There was
Right.
there was phase one and phase two of the energy efficiency that was put in, and so that's part of what's being paid out of this, and then we're also paying Johnson Controls and LNV for monitoring and performance measures.
So are we saving money overall? Because, I mean, I wasn't a part of the contract when the county first took these steps, but we did something very similar, almost exactly the same when I was on the school board. And it was because of the great work the county had done, and they found some true cost savings. But does this balance out? I mean, we're paying, I know we have to pay on the debt side, but on the energy side, I mean, on the cost saving side, are we saving money? I mean, because 150, that's a lot of money to be paying on something I thought would be saving us money overall.
Yes, Johnson Control does provide a scenario for the court each year on what the savings was for energy related to what was put in. And by the agreement that they signed, if they don't meet these particular requirements, they are required to cut us a check. And they did that once. It was around a $30,000 check that they cut us because they didn't have the energy savings that they were required to have. And the energy savings is the LED lights, the thermostats we have, and other stuff's in the courthouse, as well as some of the jail, which was phase one. And that's where we got the loan from the state. And the state required us to pay with savings. And that's where Johnson Control monitors the savings, then it's reviewed by LNV to make sure that they're in agreement on what the savings was. And I believe they provide either Public Works or engineering services with those savings. And I don't know if they provide it to y'all or not, but I know they provide a listing of what the savings were each year, so make sure that they're not required to cut us a check.
And I know Johnson Controls has been in some recent meetings with Public Works, and I think there's a plan to come to a future court to give that presentation of where we're at on that.
Yeah, I know they did earlier in the fiscal year. I don't know if it was in actual 2018 or latter part of 2017, but I remember them coming in here. But I just want to understand that because energy efficiency and savings is great, and I know, and I see it every time. If I sit in my office too long, I have to wave my hand because the sensor thinks that no one's in there and it shuts off, which is a great feature. I mean, that is where we're saving money, but I just want to make sure, are we saving enough money on one end, cost savings, but yet we're still having to pay the 150 on the other end for the debt.
Well, that's where the Johnson Control does their analysis. They did a base reading of what it was before they did the savings, and that's what they base their costs against to cover the savings.
Right.
And our debt service requirement for the phase one is $640,000 a year.
Okay.
And then the phase two, which was just recently done, it wasn't a loan, it was a leased own equipment. I believe it was air handlers and other equipment that we put in the jail facility, as well as juvenile, and that's right about $450,000 a year. So that's why that's $1 million there just for covering those two functions. And then Johnson Control and all of these services is the $100,000 to $150,000 that we're asking for additional cost.
All right.
Okay. Did I get a second to that?
Yes.
Yes, I second.
Okay. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Shoot. You know, my same question was to Kristen about the savings, how much was the difference, but I guess I'm going to vote aye, but I mean, I think we need to do another presentation.
We'll get a full presentation on that for the court. Commissioner March?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
All right. Now, Brent, would you like to go back to the coastal park request and talk about that?
Yes, please.
All right, you're on.
Mr. Needham's here today to help me with that. He's the chairman of the Parks Board, and as I mentioned earlier, Scott Cross, who's our Coastal Parks Director, who has more intimate knowledge of this, had a very serious accident and is unable to be here with us, so we're going to try to do the best we can on this. Kristen, do you have that information that I'd asked for someone to go? Oh, she did?
Yeah, it's right here. It's on single sheet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. My bad. I got it.
Teresa's going to pass out a couple more things.
Oh, okay. The first one. Okay. So, Jim, I'm going to get you to come up and do this because y'all been trying to work on this and figure this all out. And there was so maybe you can, if you don't mind, Judge, if that's okay,
Sure, I'm fine.
because I'm still trying to figure this out too, so.
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah,
sure. Judge, I just one question. And maybe it's too late for this budget here, but how do we do it to go back and say, okay, we're going to, the chamber, I'm still concerned about the chamber and Bishop, and maybe Port A, that, how do we help them with at least $1,000, $2,000 so they can function?
You do it out of your
Outside agency?
outside agencies.
Okay. So
Yeah, that's
Which
what I
is
do.
what I do for the Black Chamber or somebody else.
Fort A Chamber, that's what I give mine to.
Yes, sir.
Take it away. It's if you just kind of remind everybody where we tried to start from this and how things have gone, and I can't weather through this accounting stuff much more. I don't.
Well, it's pretty straightforward. I want to give you a little bit of background before we get into the numbers of what we're actually trying to do here. We're trying to accomplish three different things. One or two of the reclassifications are because the structure that we have, personnel structure in the county parks, is a relic from when the county had most of the parks on Padre and Mustang Island. When the city annexed large parts of Mustang and Padre Islands, we lost our funding, so we laid a lot of people off. And that's why you wound up with things like a foreman for beach maintenance supervising one heavy equipment operator. That's the reason for that particular reclass. You don't need a supervisor to supervise one person. So we're trying to move that supervisor into a heavy equipment operator position, which we need, and we don't need to pay that level to have a heavy equipment operator. The second thing that we're trying to do is, over the years, park operations have gotten more complicated. We've built new facilities. We've taken over some aspects of the pier operations that we weren't doing before. And so you had, for example, the clerks, they're classified as intermediate clerks, but the jobs that they're doing now would qualify them as a senior clerk. And then also, with the additional facilities, we've taken our beach and parks and beach workers, and they're now doing things like plumbing, irrigation, electrical repairs, building maintenance and things. That was that was not in the job descriptions for them. And they've risen to the occasion. We had one of our people get certified for irrigation, so he can do that. We've had people that have stepped up and learned plumbing and electrical and so forth. So some of the changes here are a result of people doing jobs where they were classified years and years ago, 15, 20 years ago, and those jobs have evolved to where those classifications are no longer valid. And then the one that I think is just an absolute necessity is the supervisor of park maintenance. Up until a few years ago, Coastal Parks had a ineffective parks director. We didn't have capital improvement projects because we didn't have any money. And the Parks Board spent years developing a master plan, and there was no execution on that master plan. When we hired Scott Cross, the Parks Board advised him that we had a master plan. We wanted him to find a way to execute that plan. Scott put together a proposal for Restore Act funding. Gary Camp and I and Scott went up and we met with all our elected officials and all the department heads from the different agencies involved in the Restore Act funding. And we were successful in getting $7.5 million of funding for capital improvement of Nueces County coastal parks. That's free money for the county to develop our coastal parks, Padre Valley and I.B. McGee, to where we will, when this is done, have the best parks facilities on the Texas coast. My concern is that, and I come from a construction background, that's my education, that was my job before I ended up at Texas A&M. If we don't have somebody on staff who understands construction and who is out there on a day-to-day basis watching over our interests, we're going to have problems with quality control, we're going to have problems with budget, we're going to have problems with our schedule. And I don't have to convince you of that because it's already been proven with Padre Valley. We didn't have anybody in the Parks Department who had the knowledge and skills to go out and monitor that project. We paid the engineer to monitor that project for us. And that project was a disaster. It was over budget, over schedule, and the quality wasn't there. We ended up spending a lot of extra money to get the quality to where it needed to be. If we would have had somebody in the Parks Department with the knowledge of construction to monitor that project, we would have identified these problems. We would have figured out quickly that the engineer was not doing their job, and we could have corrected those and prevented a lot of the issues that we had over the time frame of that project. That was a small project. We've got $7.5 million worth of projects coming up. So what we were trying to do there, and this is at the Parks Board direction and Scott's agreement on this, we were trying to up that salary to a point where we could attract someone with some construction management skills so that we can have somebody on staff working in conjunction with the county's engineering department. We've met with Juan, we've talked about this, and hopefully manage these projects more effectively.
And let me jump in if I can, Jim. One of the things we even talked about, so the court knows, is could Juan just do this? In other words, let's put it all under county, all under, right? And he doesn't have the staff either to do this. So I think, and I'm not going to speak for Jim, I certainly would be very happy if this was a position in the Public Works Department so that everybody could use this person. And to me, that would be much more efficient and willing to do that. But for whatever reason, that didn't get put into the Public Works budget, so it got put into the Coastal Parks budget. So if there was someone who was like that, and I think with all the projects all of us have going, that may be something that we should look at, not just as someone in this Coastal Parks Department, but because that would take care of a lot of our problem that we have today with these reclassifications, what we're trying to do. It's an addition, but it would certainly serve the county well to have someone like this.
Yeah, and that's a possibility.
Juan doesn't have it.
But my concern is that those people get distracted on other projects. They're not watching over our project. When you're talking about I.B. McGee, you're talking about going all the way to Port Aransas to look at a job, look at a concrete pour, to look at the road compactions, to look at all the different things that are being done. I really think for the small amount of cost that we're talking about, it makes a lot of sense to have somebody on staff to do that. We did investigate hiring a third party to do our construction management. And just to give you an idea of the numbers for that, the number that we got was about 12% of total budget. So on just IB McGee, that would be over $200,000 in cost to us, instead of paying a few $1,000s, adding a few $1,000s to the position as it stands, and getting someone internally, who I can tell you from my project management experience, a third party is never going to represent your interests as well as your own staff. That's a given. And I've worked with both types of structures, with owners' representatives and with third parties. And the owners' representatives are the best form of protecting your interests.
And that was just one of the reclasses. In other words, we were going to take a vacant position and increase it a little bit to be able to draw, and we thought we were going to be able to offset with some other savings, but because of, what was the issue? We didn't get credit for some of the stuff we already did or something?
If you look at the difference there, we're showing supervisor of park maintenance at $53,851 and a deduct of the existing position at $51,293. And then if you look over at the other form, it's $53,851 for the new position with a deduct of $42,370. Okay, that's an accounting thing. The fact is, we were paying person in our budget last year $51,293. So that's what Scott deducted. We're talking real dollars. And the $42,000 number comes from the county looking at that position as a vacant position and going all the way back to the starting salary for that classification as the amount to deduct. Personally, I'm looking at cost year over year. The real additional cost is only a couple $1,000s.
Right, so, and that's where we've got some issue on this accounting, because what he's basically saying is it really isn't this, but because they went back the way they did it, if you started over, then, but we wouldn't start over because we were just going to reclassify it, call it something else, add a couple $1,000s, but somehow it
The difference in the numbers that you're looking at are, our numbers are the difference between what we had last year versus what we would have this year. And the high cost figure that the county worked up is, with those positions vacant, if we hired that person at an entry level versus what we want to do. And again, I'll make the point, we're looking at year-over-year increase. Our number is an actual year-over-year increase. The other thing that I'd like to point out is Scott, and sometimes he goes a little too far, he really does try to do what's best for the county overall. Scott offered on his own a $60,000 decrease in his operational budget. And then the county asked for a 1.5% decrease across the board, and he did that also. So Scott's already knocked $92,000 out of his budget. And so even if you use the made-up number that the county has here of about $42,000, we're still, on a side benefiting the county's overall budget. It just comes down to, on particularly the supervisor position, we're either going to have that position in-house or we're going to spend a lot of money. And the cost for that $7.5 million for construction management of $7.5 million worth of work, $900,000. And yeah, we can pull that out of the grants, but do we want to reduce our capital expenditure of other people's money by $900,000 when we can do it internally, 5 years of what we calculate, for about $13,000? To me, that's a no-brainer. Scott worked all of these reclassifications out with the direction of the Parks Board. We looked over these. I'm intimately familiar with every one of these things, why he's doing them, what the amounts are. And we need some support from the court in order to do these things. It'll make the Parks Department more effective, and it'll ensure the quality of our projects and the quality of our beaches with the right people taking care of our facilities and taking care of our beaches. And the last thing I'll leave you with Padre Valley, that was our money. So when it went south and we had to spend a lot of extra money, and our completion date kept getting pushed out month after month to about a year, I think, past when we were supposed to be complete, and our quality control was terrible, the only people we had to answer to for that was us. When we're talking about the Restore Act funding, we're going to be under the scrutiny of the federal agencies and the state agencies administering that funding. If we start going over budget, we start not delivering the quality that we promised, and we start having scheduling delays of 6 months or a year, there's no guarantee on their part that we get all of this money. The money that they're providing to us is contingent on us performing and executing the plan that we submitted. And I firmly believe, and like I said, my background is construction management. That's my education. That's what I did. I firmly believe we need to have somebody on our staff who's going to administer these projects and make sure that they're done on schedule, they're done within the budget, the quality is as designed, and we do what we say we're going to do for the agencies that are funding these projects.
Have you gone through have you seen this one today? Because it's the first time
I've seen both of them.
So do you find fault?
Well, like I said, the biggest difference between the two is what we're receiving credit for. Under Scott's plan, we're receiving credit for what we spent last year.
Dollar for dollar.
Under the county's plan, we're receiving credit for what those positions would be paid at entry level starting over. And, you know, I've worked with budgets all my career, and the real budget is what's our cost last year, what's our cost for the coming year, what's the difference?
So okay, go ahead. All right, that's fine. That answers it for me.
Julie, you want to comment on this, please? Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
When a position becomes vacant, that position goes back to step one. We have that matrix that Dale goes by that they've created, which has pay groups going down, and each job description has a pay group. The pay steps is for continuance pay.
Right.
What Scott had calculated was a person that retired and he had 30-something years. He had also been grandfathered in at a salary before a layoff and when there was some reclassifications several years ago, about maybe 15 or so years ago. So when he left at a pay step 7. So when that position becomes vacant, and that's with just any department, it goes all the way back to a pay step 1 to rehire somebody in that position. So Scott was calculating that extra cost in his budget to reclassify other jobs.
Right.
The county usually keeps that cost in their general fund when that position becomes vacant again.
But if they reclassify it to the pay scale in which that person retired, then there would be no real effect on next year's budget versus last year's budget. It would be the same money spent because he was asking for reclassifications, which means if you reclassify something, then you ask for a different step or a different pay scale or to draw what you need to draw. So if he reclassified it to where this person, because he's trying to get a higher level person, then he would be correct in saying they would only spend $6,704 more money, actual dollars, from what they spent last year, right?
Correct, because the person was at a step 7. So
Right.
that money was being spent at that time. However, since then, the position has become vacant. So the way the county has always done it is it goes back to a pay step 1 to rehire somebody. and to reclassify that position now.
Right, so, but the bottom line is, what Scott did was, and this is all this fuzzy math, and I'm trying to say it as slowly because to make sure I'm right, is Scott's assessment was there would be only $6,704 of additional impact on the budget if they spent the same dollars in a different way. Is that a correct way of saying that? I mean, does that make sense? So in other words,
That would be if the person was still in the position, because you would be reclassifying the salary that the person's still making. However, it has slid back down to pay step one because the person's not there anymore.
right, but he's reclassifying and asking for a higher level position. So I'm just saying,
The way we always calculate it is as step one.
right, but I mean, right, my question though is, and maybe this is more an accounting question, I think Scott's numbers are correct, meaning that if we reclassify, because what I asked him to do was go in and use the same amount of money, don't come back with a whole lot of fiscal impact, move the money around to where your department runs better, but don't come back with a bunch of extra expenses. And that's what he did. But then the county went back and did their policy, assuming things that they shouldn't, not incorrectly assumed, but they would normally assume, but aren't assumptions that should have been made because we weren't trying to go back to rehire this guy at a 1. We were trying to get a higher level person, meaning we had to start that person at a higher level rate. So the bottom line is, there is the additional cost for new personnel for the year would have been $6,704 if you analyze total dollars spent versus total dollars spent. But this shows 41,000, which is misleading in my opinion.
I think, Commissioner, just, if I understand this right, say JP leaves, got 2 clerks and 1 leaves, and she's already been here. She's making $40,000. That one's making $30,000. So when you bring somebody else in, I mean, you can't bring them in at the $40,000 because, that's not the position you're hiring, So it's only fair for the new person to be starting in step 1, level 1, whatever it is,
If it's the same job.
Well, no, it doesn't make any, the same job, yes, but but you need to reclassify the job.
Right, that's what we're trying to do.
But it should have been done way before than today.
It has been. They've been working on it for months. We've heard about it. He came to us and told us all about what he was doing months ago, and then this was going on, and I'm not going to throw people under the bus, but I'm about, and not you, I'm not mad at you today, I really am not. I'm really ticked about how this has gone because the ball has been dropped, because this has been worked on. Scott came back 3 months ago, I think, and told us he's going to reclassify all these positions and try to do it to where he doesn't spend any more money, and that's not what's come out of this. And so it has been being worked on for months, and somehow through all this paper shuffling that we've done, and I'll take blame for missing some of it too, because at the last meeting, I didn't even know which budget we were starting with because this thing has gone all over the place. So this somehow fell off the list when it was supposed to be on the list. But you're 100% right. If you bring the same person in, you've got to go back to step 1 if it's the same job. But we're not saying we want the same job. We're saying we want a higher level job, but we don't want to spend any more money. Kind of like Kara did. She made some cuts to get a different position, but she spent the same amount of money and did a great job on it. This was the intent. That was what the intent was. It's a little over. It's 6,700 over. I get that, and I got to tweak that because I told him you need to spend the same amount of money and reclassify. That's what they tried to do, but because of this document and because of some things that didn't happen the way they should have, in my opinion, we're at what looks like a last-minute, Commissioner, you're right, it does, but it's not. They've been working on this for months. Just so you know. I'm just, sorry.
But we can't afford to put $40,000 more in.
But it's
I
not.
see what you're saying, Brent, because he did come, and that's what he said he was going to do, and that was my understanding, too. And I don't mind supporting something that they did like Kara did, where we're not going to see an increase, because this is somebody else's money. All of this is somebody else's money. It's not ours.
But we're not going to see an increase.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. This is wrong. If you look at dollar for dollar, and if I'm wrong, tell me. If you look at dollar for dollar, the proposal that Scott came forward with proposes spending $6,700 more than they spent last year and reclassifying positions, because we're not trying to hire the same positions.
We're hiring in different positions, but we're shuffling the money to where this one is correct. Right, and I'll cover the 6,700 out of my precinct funds, but it's not 41,000. This isn't right.
There are also other issues within this proposal, other than just the numbers, there being a difference in the 6,000 versus the 41,000. For example, the Parks Beach worker. Apparently on the original request, there was only a request to reclassify 2. Well, with discussions with Scott, and then we looked at the payroll records, there's actually 7. And so you can't just move 2 and leave the other 5 at the same job title with the same job description, doing the same duties, and reclass 2 and have them and pay them more. That's against county policy, and that would open the county up for grievance.
And we had a discussion on that they might have to reclassify those 2 positions. That came up also, and we said we weren't going to reclassify the 5 because they were not going to be doing the same thing. And he had this meeting with Julie and came in here, and we had this discussion, and supposedly that was all cleared up.
Well, it's still part of the reclassification, and it was.
It's part of your reclassification. It's not part of his.
But it was incorrect. So I haven't seen anything corrected from.
No, but this sheet doesn't have them on there. Your sheet has it on there. This is his sheet. This is your sheet.
Right, so I'm saying his sheet is incorrect.
No, his sheet's not incorrect because he was going to reclassify those 2 positions to make them to do something different. And he supposedly had that discussion with you, correct, Julie, about those 2 park workers he was going to give additional responsibility to or do something with?
There was a few positions that we talked about. There was some things that I agreed with and some things that I disagreed with when we had our discussion.
And what did you disagree with? Because
About him using those extra funds from positions of his people retiring.
well, that's on the reclassification, but that's not on the park workers. Did you have any discussion on the park workers? Because he didn't ask to do that. I mean, if we had to take out the 2 park workers and get the rest of it, that's great. That would have been one of those things I would have thought maybe someone would have come up with as a suggestion going through this if it had been done. Did you suggest that to him?
I actually had a discussion with Scott and Jim on Friday, and we did discuss that.
And did you come back to me like I asked you to talk about it?
No, I figured that Jim would probably communicate with you.
Jim doesn't work for me.
Also, on the assistant director position, just to let you know that.
No, he doesn't.
That's going to have to be corrected as well. The assistant director is currently at a 2605, if that's correct, Teresa, 2605. And so it's reflected at a 25 and moving the step. And so the pay group is incorrect at this point. So that would have to be corrected as well.
So what I might suggest, Judge, to move on so we can get out of here, is would it be an appropriate amendment to amend this to say something of the nature that the reclassifications can be approved contingent upon there being no increase in dollar for dollar, whatever was spent last year has to be spent this year in dollar for dollar, so that we can have the reclassifications done, and they can bring it back up for us, because as long as there's no physical impact, then I'm trying to be able to get them to be able to run their department the way they need to run their department. So if we're able to make them, if that's an appropriate motion to say, to let them do their reclassification as long as there's no additional physical impact from last year to this year.
You know,
That's not policy.
nothing, Commissioner, in all fairness to everybody else, other departments. I mean, if we're going to do this, we need to have other departments do the same thing. I mean.
Nobody else has asked.
But nobody.
No, he's got to bring it back. They'd have to bring it back to us for approval, final approval. I'm just trying to get this moved forward so that.
After we approve the budget?
Well, my understanding is I got to do this during the budget, so I'm stuck. I mean, I get it, and that's why I'm so ticked about this, because, I'm on the last minute, and I don't know what to do about it. Can we come back and reclassify later if there's not a fiscal impact? I mean.
Yeah, we've got a couple sticking points here. One of the sticking points is whether we can reclassify 2 workers out of the 7 because they're going to have additional job responsibilities. And I've done that at a university level. I think the county policies are very similar, but that's not a big enough issue to hold this up. So as far as I'm concerned, we can strike the reclassification of the parks and beach workers. There may be issues later on down the road where those workers who are doing the things that I described, electrical, mechanical,
already doing
plumbing,
extra
and so forth, there may be an issue later on down the line where those workers say, you know what, I'm not out there picking up trash on the beach, I'm doing skilled crafts.
You know, Mr.
That's a different job. But as far as I'm concerned, in terms of what's going to make this department run, that's a very small part of this, and we can strike that if that'll settle things down a little bit.
Well, if you strike that, who's going to do those jobs when they come back and say, I can't do that because that's not my job?
Well, right, that's going to be grievances
Well,
too. They're making people-
they're doing it now. They've been doing it. And I think we can continue to have them do those jobs. Here's my thing. Those positions are not going to stop the Parks Department from running and functioning, but some of these other ones will. If we can't get the supervisor of park maintenance position at a salary level where we can attract somebody with the proper skill set to manage these projects for us, we're going to have another Padre Valley repeated time after time. And like I say, except now we're dealing with external funding. And I can tell you, I've ran grant projects for 25 years. The moment you don't deliver what you promised on budget, on schedule, then you put the rest of your funding in jeopardy.
How many employees do you have out there?
I couldn't tell you how many exactly.
Estimate?
About 30.
Okay. I'm just curious because this is a really, really big budget. It's a big budget. Brent, I don't have a problem supporting something where it's not going to be an increase, but if it's going to be an increase, I'm not going to support
And
it.
I don't know either. I mean, that
Yeah.
was the whole point.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah. It's semantics here because, again, Scott's looking at what we spent last year, what we're going to spend the following year. And accounting is looking at what we spent last year, forget about that, what would we spend this year if we push these retirements and so forth down to the very basic level. So it's actually what they're talking about is a significant budget cut to parks because we'd be trying to hire these people at entry level.
Which is policy.
I understand that's policy, and
That's the policy.
not
of
if it's
this
a
county.
new position,
but
Judge.
the whole that's
Not if
that's
it's
the
a new
whole
position.
You
Go back
have
to
to
stage
create a new
one. Yes, it
position.
is. It's-
okay.
Not if it's a
Understood,
new reclassified position.
But the purpose.
Do.
The purpose on this supervisor position reclassification is reclassifying it. I don't care what the entry-level position was for the old position. We don't need somebody with that skill set anymore. We've got to have somebody with construction management skill set. For me, it's a simple choice. We can do this and hire someone at virtually no additional cost. I mean, we're talking about, if you look at Scott's number of what we spent last year versus what we're talking about spending this year, you're not talking about very much money. You're talking about, a couple $1,000s, a few $1,000s. Actually, it's about $2,500.
Let me,
Or we can go spend, and I've already told you, I mean, we've got a quote on it, we can go spend $216,000 to hire somebody else to do this for
Jim,
us.
let me just, in all fairness to you, and I understand exactly what you're trying to do, but you got to create a brand-new position here. You can't just say reclassification. That's the key. You're throwing everybody off with the reclassification. It's got to be a brand-new position under different title, different job descriptions.
And that's what we're trying to do.
And if you're using people to do electrical work and everything else, you shouldn't even be doing it, because if something goes wrong, then you'll be held accountable for that, or somebody will be. The county will be, I guess, I don't know, but we shouldn't be doing it, because if they're not an electrician, they shouldn't be doing electrical work. And the other thing is, we do this all the time. We build a multipurpose center, we did it at the senior center, but we have engineers that have an in-house project managers, and they're responsible for that. And we meet with them all the time, and we have a bi-weekly meetings and all that to make sure our projects are going well. That any problems there, they're responsible to correct it, because they signed that agreement that they're responsible. So I don't know how you guys are monitoring these things out there, but
Well, Juan's already told us he doesn't have the resources to dedicate somebody to our projects.
Well, you got a purchase order, you can pay somebody if it's gonna be $5,000 electrical work?
I just told you, the cost of supervising these projects, if we do it in-house, it's a couple $1,000s a year over what we were spending last year. If we hire somebody to do it, for Padre Valley, for IB McGee, it's $216,000 to hire an external third-party construction management company. And for the 7.5 million projects that we have on tap, it's $900,000.
Commissioner, what we tried to do is we met with County Public Works, because I think Public Works ought to oversee this. I think you do too. And Juan said, well, I know, he said he doesn't have the ability to do it because Coastal Parks has never done it that way. So I was trying to bring Coastal Parks under, County Works, and so he doesn't have anybody to.
You'd be using them every day over there.
Well,
Where's the $41,000 deal? I don't have that sheet. Oh, yes, I do. This is it. I apologize. Yes, I do.
All I'm saying is, if they can go sit down and do some more stuff, and maybe reclassification is not the right word. Maybe it's create a new position. I don't know what the right word is. I thought it was reclassification. My bad if it's not. If it's to create a new position and move money from, let's say, 2 positions to take care of one, but it doesn't spend any more money, and they effectively, is that what you're saying, is just call it a different position? I don't know what that,
Yeah, you probably have to create a new position.
and then maybe I'm using the wrong term. Do what?
With the new job descriptions.
And if that's what we need to do, because my concern is on those 2 that are doing what they're doing differently than the other 5 are, and so that's why we thought the right word was reclassify or recreate or whatever the word is, because we thought, those 2 weren't doing the same thing, so we needed to call them something else, because they were something else, and that's why we didn't worry about the other 5, and we've had this discussion repeatedly. So we can go back and look at that, but like he said, that's not the make or break deal, and then we were trying to move the money, the same amount of dollars over. I get that it goes back to step 1, but if you're creating a new position, then maybe it's not reclassification. So I guess go back and look at it, and we have to just figure out, hey, how do we use the same amount of money as last year and shuffle it around some more? So I guess for today, we just move off of it, and I don't know what else to do. I mean, I don't.
Does this number include the COLA or not?
No, it does not.
Okay, this is pre-COLA.
Well, right, but that's,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, that's everybody's, yeah. Right, definitely pre-COLA. Okay, go ahead if you had anything.
Well, thanks, Jim. We can stay here a long time, or we can move on, but I do want to respond to your request that you need somebody to supervise projects. I get that. I don't know how we're going to move these numbers around and come up to an agreement. But what I'm in favor of doing is trying to figure out how to get you that supervisor, but we've got to follow county policy. So if we're going to try to do that, we're going to have to have some help in figuring out how to do that within the bounds of what you want to do, either a reduction of whatever the hell you call it, something else. At the end of the day, how long would it take for us, Julie, to use what we believe is the right classification to get to a bottom line number? Can we do that quickly while we go ahead?
Your Honor, let me kind of go some stuff like the Commissioner Chesky was talking about. Yes, these reports you're seeing are showing as if we have to reclassify it from the beginning to end. But when we do from the budget, I do from last year's salary to this year's salary. So I put in all the adjustments that we have in the budget cycle and then compare what you spent last year to what you spent this year for increases.
All right.
Now, it's not going to be $40,000. I already know that. But I can't tell you exactly the amount it's going to be because I haven't got the numbers in there for these reclassifications, because that was a part of the original balance. Will it be anywhere near 20,000? No, but it won't be exactly equal from last year either. So we already know that.
Right, so we have a number to get to where they would like to go and keep us within the 4 corners of the policy. And you think that increase is going to be somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000?
Not that high, probably 5 to 10.
5 or 10? if we can hold this to less than $10,000, I'll make the motion that we do what you want to do according to county policy and figure out how to get to that extra person. You good with that?
Yes, sir.
You good with that?
Absolutely.
You good with that? That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, now, do we understand what I'm saying?
Say it again.
It's not going to look like this because we have to go back to some of these ones and twos type things. But what the county auditor is saying is that he has figured that they know how to get us where you want to go, and we are not violating spec. We're following county policy on the classifications, as if there should be a one, there are one. You get your new guy, all right? Now, Scott's off to the board. He's already been taken care of. That's out of there. And we'll approve this, subject to it not exceeding $10,000 hit to the fund.
So you might not be able to fill a vacancy, is what you're saying.
Is that good?
So you might-
You good with that?
Yes, sir.
That would
I'd
work.
like to see you cut the 10,000 out of your budget. That's going to be more than what it was, because it's going to be an increase.
But he's already cut 90.
Yeah, like I was saying,
Well,
Scott's,
almost $3 million budget.
I'll pay, here's the.
Scott's
No,
already
here's- no,
cut
wait, wait, wait.
90.
A lot.
Here's the
Scott
deal.
already
Hold
cut
on, hold on.
92,000.
I know that.
Hold on, yeah, because everything's with respect, everything's come out of Road District 4, and I'll do it again. I'll cover this year the 10,000 out of my precinct funds, because that's not offensive to anyone. Because this is important, and they are trying to do the best they can.
I'm trying to get you there.
Yeah, I can on a one-time
And
basis.
that- and that will definitely work, Judge. And
Put it where I want.
Road district, just remember road district funds.
It's not Road District. I'm not talking Road
Oh,
District,
okay.
out of my special revenue, my bad. No.
Are we okay with that,
Thank you.
Glenn? I mean, Dale?
I can get something for you, and if you give me 15, 20 minutes, I can have the total for you.
That'll be fine.
And Brent, I'm not quibbling over that, but my point is that we've asked everybody in this courthouse to cut.
Well, and you guys put in for the animal control that I didn't support, and to help
I
to
get
get this
that,
passed,
But we
I'll put
paid
in
for it.
10.
We paid for
Right, and I'm putting in 10. I'm putting my money where I'm out, not my money, the taxpayer, but I mean, this is important, and I'm trying to get this done and moved on so everybody can go home.
Which position do we really want, or how many of those do we want?
I think the beach worker, the Parks and Beach worker, the 5, since that seems to cause the most
That
problem,
needs to be reclaimed, or whatever you call it.
I think we can, I'll talk to Scott,
We're not going to mess with those, Jim.
but we'll leave that alone.
Leave those alone.
But the other ones are much more important.
We'll leave those alone for another day.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to do is get you where you think you have to be. And you have to be, you got somebody, and believe me, I was at the mediation, so I know where we are.
I appreciate that.
I understand and see the importance of this position. My question is, a position like this that you say that needs some monitor projects, I mean, do you all have enough projects 365 days a year that require someone to be on site every day, all day?
We've got $7.5 million of work over the next 5 years. That's enough work for a few $1,000s a year additional. That's not going to be the only thing that they do. They're still going to be responsible for all the other facilities and beach maintenance, facilities maintenance, and so forth. What we're looking at is what we believe is the absolute minimum amount of money that we'll have to spend to attract somebody with some construction management skills, which we've never had on staff before.
So, and I know you alluded to earlier, and there may have been some explanations given while I was doing some math and other things, but so why not just put them in Public Works?
Because Public Works has already told us that they don't have the staff to allocate somebody to us to monitor these projects.
Plus, he's
So
going to be doing all these other
because this
things.
position is going to
staff.
be different, a hybrid, so in addition to regular job duties, they're going to have this placed on top of them? Is that what we're asking?
Right, because the position that we had before didn't have that level of expertise, and so we're trying to make this a starting salary position that's of a good level, so you don't have to get all the way up to 7 steps, that they start at a decent rate. So because we're looking for a higher quality is not the right word, higher level of expertise position, then that's the necessity for this, because he's going to do all the things that other guy did, plus.
The best explanation I
That
can
makes
give
sense.
you is the person that we had in this position who just retired was very good at building maintenance. Building maintenance is not the same as construction management. So we need to add that construction management skill set to that position and have that person, they'll spend some time overseeing building maintenance, but they'll spend the other part of their time making sure that our projects are being done properly, on schedule, on budget, with quality control being done properly. And we'll save the county, say Parks Department, Restore Act funds, whoever you want to point to, hundreds of thousands of dollars by doing that ourselves instead of contracting with a third party to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had my years of experience with construction management, and, you know, you can make the argument whether it's worth it or not, and you hire an outside firm to have to do that, and it's just an extra cost. And you get to the debate of whether it's more cost-effective to have the staff on staff here, or you contract out with someone else, and it comes down to quality control. And I think that we have a county engineer now who's really hands-on and who won't miss that, as I think that there were some opportunities missed in the past by our previous administration that we had there. So I get what you're saying. If you can find someone out there that's going to do both, those jobs as far as maintenance and project oversight that has that experience, well, then that's great if we are able to do it. I think that's still going to be a hard fit unless y'all have someone in mind.
Well,
So I don't mind going through this, especially because Commissioner Chesney said, hey, he's willing to put up the difference, and I think that that's kind of just a trend we're all going to have to do as commissioners in future budgets, is fund some of these extra areas that we feel are so important. So I don't have a problem with that because he's doing that. But, if we could hire somebody in Public Works that would incorporate this. Public Works didn't include this in their budget because Juan came in the middle of the process already. The budget had already really kind of been developed and worked through by the time that he came on board this summer. So I can see why Juan maybe didn't include a position that would serve this need in the entire county, because I think that that's overall a better way of using the money, because then we'll all be able to benefit than just one area. And I recognize what you're saying. I mean, several $1 million of projects is worth to justify it, and I agree. But if we use somebody that can be in addition to Public Works and can be used for all the other projects that we have, I mean, I recognize how important our beaches are. I agree with the visioning that you talked about, that we want our beaches to be at the best quality compared to any other coastal beach in the state. But, in the end, is it worth bringing somebody in on Public Works side than just putting them through coastal parks? That's where I kind of have a hard time with it.
Well, the thing about Public Works,
Oh, Jim, Commissioner, you bring a good point. We just denied 23,000 to Public Works for some kind of supervisor, right? So, why don't we just give back the 23,000 and let the supervisor oversee some of the projects?
That's a building superintendent.
well, and we're working with Public Works. We've met with Juan on multiple occasions. He's overseeing the plan development for IB McGee. So we're not working independent of Public Works, but what we're talking about is having somebody on staff who's out there day to day, who can keep up with the project, who's familiar with park operations and park facilities, who can oversee that. And, this is not something that's done on a whim. This has been well thought out. It's what we believe is the best model. It's the model at Flower Bluff. I'm on the board there. We've done a $52 million bond project. Every project on schedule, on budget, top quality, with an internal person who's director of maintenance and facilities, who has construction management background, who works hand in hand with the architects and the engineers to ensure that the district gets the quality that they're paying for.
Well, maybe we can just get the person this year and revisit it next year, see how it's going, and then incorporate it with Public Works if needed next year, have that conversation.
Sure. I think we're going to find that it works really well, because we'll have somebody out there day to day. A construction site is a fluid thing. And, when they're pouring concrete and they're not doing it properly, once it's down, the only way you're going to find out if it's done right is to come back and do core samples. We have somebody on site, they'll be monitoring those things day to day.
You better have your engineer.
You ready?
Yes, putting in the changes that we had on the list, subtracting out the 2% cost of living adjustment, and also factoring in, we've had some step increases for some of them. With all the changes that we have, it's $15,555 increase.
15,000.
15,000.
What was that?
You're going to have to find $5,000, Commissioner.
What was it? Tell me again.
15,555.
What is that for? What does that include?
That's the additional amount above the last year's budget.
Which is, but I mean, what did you include in that?
Everything that Scott had on his list.
Okay, so.
Everything.
Including the workers that we.
Everything.
Well, but we can't do the workers, so did you take those out? We said we weren't going to do the workers today, so did y'all take the worker increases out?
No.
Because that's the biggest chunk, I think.
No, they're the smallest.
Or it's big, well, because, no, you reclassified 7 in your side. Y'all reclassified 7.
Just now, for the 15.
Okay, well, then take the 2 out, because we said we weren't going to mess with those.
Yeah, the two need to come out because
Yeah.
they've already told us we can't.
Yeah, you said we can't do that, so I'm not going to do it if I'm being told we can't do
Us
it.
too, because we're going down to custodian, because they wanted to go down to custodian, so we can deal with park worker to custodian.
No.
That's what
I
he
was
wanted to
just
do.
told we can't reclassify those 2 without grievances. That's what Kristen just said. So
I think there's a problem with the custodians. He's already filled those 2 positions, and so there's no longer, he can't have a custodian anymore.
Take the 2 workers out. I don't want I don't want to do that today. We'll worry about that later, because that's too uncertain, and so if you take that out and tell me what the cost is, please. It's probably not a lot.
That's going to increase your costs, sir.
How's it going to increase?
You're talking about two different things. He's talking about parks and beach workers, the 2 parks and beach workers.
Man, you should have been a separate item here in
Yes,
the
but
budget.
we reduced the budget for going from 2 pay group 12s to 2 pay group 11s for custodians.
I got it, never, I was just saying.
What?
A custodian is classified at a lower pay group.
But we don't have custodians. We're talking about beach.
We're doing everything, so just a second.
I'm not,
You got custodians here.
I'm confused.
If you take the parks and beach, the 2 parks and beach workers out, and you take the custodian reclassifications out, it's essentially a wash.
12,097.
How much?
12,097.
If you take the custodians,
Everything else you told me to take out. The park beach workers are exactly where they're at.
and the custodians,
It's gone.
and it's gone, what does that
How
mean?
much?
So
We're
what,
not-
so then
they're
what
not
does,
putting in those.
okay, so now what does that include, since you've taken those out?
All 7 park beach workers are still there. I didn't adjust any of those balances. I just balanced what was already on the list, which was your carpenters, your supervisor of maintenance, as well as your intermediate clerks. I don't have a project manager.
I'm lost.
There was never a request on anything we got from Scott for a project manager.
Well, project manager is just a skill set for the supervisor of park maintenance.
That's here.
So what's your number?
Kept it at 24.
What's your number, Dale?
12,097.
Okay, I'm agreeing to that, but then I would like for everybody to go, look at it real tight since we're doing it real fast, but yes is the answer.
So we're going to add $10,000.
12,097 or whatever his number is,
12,097.
12,097.
out of my special revenue funds.
No,
That we can't do.
Right?
no.
Oh, you're gonna, no, I said I'd pay it all, Judge. I'm doing it all.
You're going to take the whole thing?
Yep, I am gonna do the whole thing. I don't think I should, but I'm going to, because I'm just wanting to move on.
It's not adding to the general fund.
$10,000.
Yeah, but there may not be 3 votes for that, so.
Now, Commissioner, you got to remember, 1297 is not adding to the general fund. It's adding to park revenue. So you have room in your 0180 for that, because this is not general fund money.
All right, so it has 0 effect on the
General fund, correct.
So all we're voting on is the
0180 is park director.
request to do what we said we'd do by policy
Correct. In the coastal parks
in the coastal parks.
department, yes.
And it gives them 1 new person, that's the supervisor.
But reclass,
It's a reclassification for supervisor, yes.
does whatever.
And where's the money
creates
come from?
reclassif-
It's, most of the coastal parks has a lot of revenue generation. They bring about half of their money in. The rest comes from transfer from the general fund.
Okay, so,
But because of their position is, this wouldn't require any additional funds from the general fund.
okay.
0 effect.
Correct.
So the motion is what I just said.
Okay.
Everybody knows what that is.
Yep.
And the second was what he just said, right?
Right, it would be, how would you, what would we call this? The motion would be,
So is it motion to reclassify job positions and salaries?
And the reclassification.
And, yeah, the reclassification and not to exceed 12,097 from
Parks.
Commissioner Chesney's fund? I don't know which fund.
Now I don't,
No, it comes out of
now
Parks.
there's no general, fund. Now there's no,
Comes out of Parks.
No general fund effect.
no general fund effect. Okay,
That's a motion?
sure, second.
All right, we have a motion, a second to proceed along those lines. County Judge says aye. Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner. Aye. Commissioner Gonzalez. Aye. Commissioner Chesney.
Aye.
5-0.
Judge, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is there any way that we can revisit Public Works on that increase? I think we should have given him the opportunity to tell us why he needed that increase after this
Let me tell you,
discussion.
I voted for the increase.
Well, I'm sorry, but I would like to, if you can revisit, I might change
vote
my vote.
against it?
I think I did.
Somebody.
It was 1 to 4.
Has to be somebody
Yeah.
who voted against it.
So
was
I
1
would
to
like,
4.
I'd like to revisit.
You were the only, yes.
I was the only yes, and I
Yes.
had to make the motion to reopen?
No, one of the
One of
winner.
the- I make the motion
yeah,
to
she
reopen.
does. I'll second the motion to reopen.
From the majority, yeah.
Huh?
Whoever was in the
It was
majority.
us. I made the
All right,
motion.
she makes that motion to
Second.
reopen. It's been seconded. We're going back to which item?
5B.
5B. 5B.
That's one you want, right, Commissioner?
Yeah, can we get him down here?
Can you call?
And that cost was how much?
23,000, I think.
Give me the number.
That was 40,000, if I remember correctly.
Give me the
Okay,
number.
so you're adding a new position for a construction project inspector. You're deleting a building maintenance tech worker and reclassifying a mechanical maintenance worker too for an overall increase of 23,565.
Construction project inspector.
All right, now, as long as Dale can pick that up in the numbers, all right? So that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second to go back and revisit B.
Well, it's actually, you're going to actually have to revisit 5, 6, and 7 because there's 3 different components to this because it's a new position, a deletion, and a reclassification all in one to get the overall impact.
I just said that. I think that's what I just said. All right? Is there a second to that?
Second.
All right. County Judge says aye. Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner Moritz.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Chesney. Commissioner Chesney. Absent? That's an aye.
Proxy.
Well, I better not say that. We'll wait and come back and let him vote. We have 4 votes to do it. All right. Dale, you put that number in there? No, I don't need it right now, but you put that number in there. All right. Commissioners, we are down to K, the second part of K.
Reopen.
Now, what I want to do is I want us to go back slowly and let the county auditor tell us the effects on the numbers and the budget that we had proposed and what those numbers are. So Dale, would you please help us just start right at the top? And anywhere we have changed a number, would you give this information to the court and bring that total forward? So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. What we originally discussed was, if you see on the screen that we have there, we see Department 1570, which is building superintendent. We originally had the construction project inspector. They were going to reclassify a building maintenance tech by a deletion of that position and make it a mechanical maintenance worker. So a construction inspection officer, a new position, would be $42,152. The reclassification between the two that we just talked about, which was the building maintenance technician and the mechanical maintenance technician, the mechanical maintenance technician was a reduction of $53,460, and reclassifying it down several positions, several groups, is $34,873. So the total impact on the general fund for 1570, which is these 3 positions we're talking about, is $23,565. That includes benefits.
All right, now we have voted on that. Do you want to vote, Commissioner Chesney?
I apologize, John.
Reopen.
We have 4, it's 4-0 to you.
Just to reopen the discussion.
Oh, just to reopen discussion?
Yes, we reopened discussion
On that.
on adding that position, and we voted 4-0 to you.
To reopen
Just
discussion?
reopen discussion, just
Or
reopen.
to vote on the position?
No, just to reopen.
No, we voted on the position.
Position, okay.
We voted on the position.
Yeah, we're.
No.
All right, it's 4-1. All right, now, Dale, what I would like for you to do, and Court, let's go back to the beginning. All right, under J, all 4 of those items have been approved, correct?
Right.
Right?
Under J1, is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about J1.
Yes.
All right, all 4 have been approved. Under 2, we reduced that number from $1 million to $800,000, so we saved $200,000, correct? Right?
Yes.
Under 3, we adopted the 2% COLA.
Yes.
Yes.
Under 4, I'm sorry, 3 was health insurance we adopted, 4 was a COLA. Under 5, what effect did we have on all the changes there?
New positions, for 5 now, the total increase, let me get to that screen.
All right, so what does that 213 become? To
174,769.
how much?
174,769.
174,
769.
and that's inclusive of, of the new position.
That's correct.
So we saved from the budget projection from 213 down to 174.
Right.
And how much money is that?
Okay, that's me. Say must. $38,271.
38,000, how much?
271.
271. So through 5, we're down $238,000, correct? Round figures.
I figured yes.
All right, number 6, no change, right?
Right.
Number 7, were there any changes to 7 that affected the numbers?
Well, we put back in the calculations for the maintenance workers, the position that we had taken out because of the original discussion, but for the amount in there, let me make sure that
All right.
we're still there, because recommended. It's 43,968. How much was it before?
Plus or minus?
Let's see, let me, it's $5,244 less, sir.
5,000
$244.
minus.
Right.
All right. 8, no change. 9, no change. 10, no change. 11, instead of getting $1 million in savings, we got less, so we back 139,536.
Yes.
That's a plus. All right. 12, no change. 13, no change.
Right.
14, no change. No, wait, we took that out.
Right.
We took that out because we had some volunteers say they'd pay that. So
14,
that's a
yeah.
minus 10,
Minus 10.
Remember.
okay? 15, no change. 16, no change. 17, no change. 18, we reduced that from 600,000 to 500,000, right? So that's a minus 100,000. If I'm wrong, you guys help me. 19, no change. 20, no change. 21, no change. 22, no change. Let's go back to front. We are down 238. plus 5 is, whatever that is, 43 or another 5. So we're down 238 plus 5 is how much?
43.
How much?
43.
243. That's a minus. We're plus 139. And that makes, whatever that is, about $100,000, right? Still down, right? We're down, 10, so that's another 10, so about 114. We're down 100, that's 214.
I think number 18, I think we're looking at that incorrectly, because
Yep.
that was actually a reduction, and now we're adding back.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry. That's not a savings, that's a plus.
Right, but I think it's actually a $500,000
$500,000
plus.
plus.
Yes.
So when we are off, we're down 114, but we're plus 500.
Yeah, we added to the budget.
We added to the budget. So we added the difference between 386,000, is that right?
Well, Christian, if you want to switch over to the screen I've put in all the adjustments to all of the stuff we've made in for continuance and reclassifications and new positions, and I'm $61,919 less than what we provide you in the page.
Can't be.
No way.
Not any way.
We're down how much?
No,
61,000.
can't be. I never questioned my auditor, but it can't be.
I like it.
Because we added $500,000. We didn't save $500,000.
Only 50/50.
No.
Commissioner Chesney wants to go both on the capital project and that, so. We're outside into zero.
I like its numbers.
No. That's not the right number. It should be 200 and 200 and 100.
I'm reducing the amount of the transfer. I don't add anything back because that is already calculated here and here. That transfer is already here. I'm reducing it here.
What's the capital project transfer that you have of 300?
That's not right. There's no way.
I like your math.
Total transfers.
Hey, I'm blindly
Total
transferring.
transfers.
I like it.
But I like it.
Total transfers.
That's correct. Those two are not correct.
Because we had this going down by negative 250, this going down by negative 100,000, no, negative 250,000. So I put them back, so if you go back to here, if you go to this screen, you'll see my transfers are 8. You would be 9. So that's where the balances are coming in, so.
You got to certify this.
Because we had this at a minus 250.
Right. You got it at minus 250 because we were taking it
We
out.
were reducing it from the general fund. But now it's only minus 50 because we're not doing free for yourself for both of those.
Then where'd you put it back in?
It didn't take it away.
If you take something away, you got to put it back in. If you put something in, you got to take it back.
It's already here. I was taking it away on the other page.
You took it out of the fund balance.
Yeah, instead of only taking 50 out, oh, I'm sorry, that was the savings.
These are the budgeted projections of what our proposed expenses are. This is a summary of everything we're adding here, so this gets added on top of this.
But how could that make that number go down? So go back down there and put the 250s back in. And what would it make it look like?
Do something.
Then what would it show?
A little bit too much.
Yeah. 250. Sorry, go one up again.
Long day.
Yeah, man, join the crowd.
So that's what it was, and that'd be $461,000.
It would be a negative 461. And so
Because that's going down, because we're reducing the expense.
But you're not reducing, how would you reduce expense? 'Cause
I'm reducing transfers. If I take the money away, I don't get it from the general fund, so I'm reducing it here. It's a reduction.
But it's not
The reduction in general fund.
how is it a reduction in the general fund? It would be in addition to the general.
My
fund.
transfers right now, budget, if you look in the budget book, last year, they're $9 million.
We're not taking it all out. We're only.
I have to, I'm not transferring $1 million out of that. So I can do that by this here, minus this here, it gives me my reductions.
Okay, so let's assume, and I will, that you're correct. We're $61,000 less.
The additional funds going into the balance. When we first gave you this, we're saying the additional cost with adding the continuous pay, adding all the other
All that other
stuff.
stuff.
What should have been $820,000. Now it's $758,000, which is $61,000 less.
So if we assume that number is
Still
correct.
almost $700,000 more.
Yeah, okay, I'm not going to argue.
So what does that do to the next page? Go to the next page?
That's what I was going to ask.
You'll see that the transfers are now 8 where they were 9. So I reduced the transfers by the amount we're not going to transfer from the Road District 4.
What? From Road District 4?
Road District 4 is giving me $1 million, so I don't need it here.
Oh, you didn't have that in here in this, am I looking at this?
Yes.
So in this
Okay.
transfer, it was 7 million on transfers.
Well, because we took out the $202,000 each. The transfers were over here because if I put the minus 250 and go back over here, there's your 7 million.
Okay. We'll make the assumption you're correct, and that means that the net effect on what we did today was almost nothing. But it was a great exercise. And we saved $61,000, proposed savings of $61,000.
So if we hadn't have put that 400 back in, we would have saved more. That number, that negative number is a negative, oh, okay, wait. So if you go back and put the 250 in, then we would have saved another, that's your negative number is a savings. So instead of saving 400 and something thousand, we saved 61,000 after all that.
Took me a while to figure it out that the CPA is right. All right.
What?
To pay for this budget.
Yes.
Very
Go
good,
into
Lisa.
the revenue now. Well, it's part of
Because
that.
it's minus
Well,
61,
we haven't
right?
talked about the revenue side of it yet.
The what side of it?
The revenue, we're still at 1.5% over the effective rate.
Well, where we are right now is that this whole budget is predicated on a 1.5 cent increase.
Exactly.
And the number that you show here, after all of the exercise that we've done and the approval or disapproval that we've done, we've ended up with a proposed $61,000 saving, which is, that's good. That's a good exercise. And that we ended up with a fund balance proposed of about 20, how much?
A fund balance? About,
20
20 million.
20,000, 21%.
21%.
And personally, that's a great start on getting ourselves back into good shape. We are now at the point where we must vote on, do we vote on the budget and then the tax rate, or do we vote on the?
Already did, this is the budget.
So we voted on the budget.
No, we still have to vote on the overall budget. We voted on,
Now they got to vote the entire budget.
yeah, we voted on line items.
It's already done.
Well, we'll vote on the budget.
Do the rate first.
We'll vote on the budget.
Right. Let me ask you before we do that, what is, on this deal right here, where it says, the property tax, I'm looking at this book, sorry, the property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax rolls is 2.5 million?
New tax rate, new property, yes.
I thought that number was 1.4 million.
No, that's effective rate.
No, this says from new property added.
Property added. It was not on the previous roll.
Oh, this is new property, not new taxes.
Right, new property.
New property.
Property.
New property added.
All right, so now,
Got it.
we're about to vote on the budget. as proposed.
You already did technically.
No, we're going to take a formal vote on the budget as proposed.
No, we didn't.
All right. So we have individually voted on each line item, and we have a vote on each one of those, approved or disapproved. And we come down to the bottom line, and we have picked up about $61,000. The projection is it will be at about 21% as far as our fund balance is concerned. My motion is that we approve the budget for 2018 and 2019 as previously voted on by the court.
Record vote.
And I need a second to that, please.
Second.
Thank you. We'll now have a record vote on the budget. County Judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn.
Well, am I voting on a budget where the taxes are increasing to get this budget?
Yes.
I have to vote no then.
All right, no vote. Commissioner Morris.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Chesney.
Nope.
Budget fails. All right, so what are you guys going to do? What do you want to change?
I've already tried mine. I've tried all the cuts that I've had, and I got outvoted on all of those cuts, so it's going to have to be someone on the non-win.
What do you want to change?
I've already tried it. I've all failed.
No, I'm not talking to you.
Oh, sorry. My bad. My bad.
Those of you who voted no against the budget, what do you want to change? We have to have a budget before we go home today. We have tentatively approved every line item in the budget based on a tax increase of 1.5 cents. So somebody make a suggestion. Let's see if we can get 3 votes. Right now, I do not have a budget approved, even though we've approved every line item in the budget.
See, right now, the 1.5 cent will get us 21%,
That's correct.
and then 1 cent will get us where?
I don't know.
You plug in 1 cent, Dale?
I'd like to comment, and I know maybe preaching to the choir, but, during the last legislative session, I was out there in a marathon session out in Austin, the Senate Finance Committee on SB 2. And I was there till way past midnight, and I know people stayed to be able to speak till way beyond 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. And, the battle was, no matter what you had a majority, supermajority of county and cities that went there, testifying to our senators in Austin and telling them, you give us these unfunded mandates, you give us these tight parameters on taxes, and you make it difficult for deal with the budget. And I think that that is exactly where we're at today. We have all put great efforts into making this budget pass. We understand what are some of our priorities and concerns for the budget to operate. But, we got to remember in the next session again that as a group, we need to go and show a unity like I think we had today. Even though this is a split vote right now, I mean, for Austin to understand, we are operating under a very conservative budget. Regardless of what I think anybody out there says, we have obviously spent a lot of time today and a lot of time in all these other workshops in previous days, and not just us, obviously staff have done a lot more for us, but that we're trying to come with a very conservative budget. We have made priorities in saying we understand our employees deserve some sort of cost of living increase. We would obviously need to commit to law enforcement and other priorities that we have, retirement, insurance. But when Austin doesn't really give us local control, we get to where we're at. And so once again, I know we're preaching to the choir, but I think that, we've done some great work today. And the public may not see that or agree in the end, depending on how the vote comes out for a tax rate increase. But we have really, truly tried to prioritize everything here in the budget. So I just hope that we consider that as we prepare for January, because that's where the battle is going to lie again with unfunded mandates and perhaps another cap that could really harm us and other counties, especially after you go through hurricanes like we did. And other counties don't have to deal with this because they're in metropolitan areas that have very affluent communities, and that's it. They don't have to worry about hospital districts and all these other requirements that we do that put so much more of a burden on our budget. But I'm just, I appreciate everyone's work that they put in, and I know we're going to have to probably make some sacrifices since this budget didn't pass, but I'm willing to be here till midnight, Judge, if we have to.
Okay.
Dale,
Go ahead, ma'am.
with the fund balance, I know that's been a concern. So within this budget that we were just talking about, how much money of that in the budget was going into the fund balance?
$1.4 million.
$1.4 million. So I guess my question is this, how much did y'all take out of it? How much does it need to be solvent?
Well, our Commissioners Court policy is 25% of revenue, which is budget revenue, budget transfers in, and that's right at 22 million if we want to get to that platform. And right now, with our estimates, we're at 18.
Okay, so you're not going to like this, Judge, but just a question. Do we have to fund the whole 1.4 in 1 year? Can we not pay 500,000 back and then another 500,000 back to try and get it up until we hopefully have a change in something?
And like Commissioner Chester was asking our bond counsel before, yeah, most of our decision was on the MSA and how it affected our rates, but a lot of their discussion too was our fund balance. And we're under a 2-year watch, that if our fund balance goes up or down a significant amount, we may lose our bond rating. So can we do it in small amounts each year? Yes, most definitely. As long as they show a trend going up, they'll be happy with it. So that's kind of where we're trying to get to a point where we're either at a break-even point or slightly above a break-even point to get more money coming in and not lose funds. And I know that's what we're all trying to do.
Well, it wasn't taken out in 1 year, is my point. So why
No.
can't you put it back?
Well, it wasn't some, but yes. But,
Yeah.
and just for we found the 1 cent above the effective rate, which would bring $3,037,468. Break on a scenario going back to this, that gives me a $1 million loss.
I mean, but what's the percentage of the fund balance?
19.2
19.2?
at a 17,809, which is a loss of 1,146,000 from the balances. Now I've got several values that if you tell me what number to put in, we can do it.
Which is actually less than the current fund balance.
Correct.
So that means we're going the wrong way.
You know,
And that is not the signal we want to send to the rating agencies.
you know, Judge, when I came here today, with intention, I was going to vote for it because I knew where we were with it, you know, that I met with Kristen that day before yesterday, I guess. And, you know, and she broke it down for me, I guess, on the 18.9%, then we went down to 19.8% on the 1.5, then we went down to 18.4% on the 1%, on the 1 cent, but I guess it's 19.2 on the 1 cent, which is better. But, you know, sometimes, you know, we do this every year and we do it for the right reasons, but yet other people vote no for it, you know, and I appreciate you being with us this year, but, you know, we vote yes and people vote no, but everybody still gets the same thing, you know, and that's really what makes a difference, you know. But
And we kind of put a few scenarios in, as I mentioned to the judge when we met several times. I went through several scenarios trying to find out where the break-even point is. And we've always found that the break-even point was at 1.2 cent above the effective rate. And I put that number in, which brings 4,229,931. And if we go to this number, it gives me $32,000 more fund balance.
which number?
That's right at break-even.
Which one?
1.2 cents above the effective rate. That'll give me a slightly increase in fund balance, so around 32,000. Be close about where we're at now,
It's a 1.2?
1.2.
Let me say to the court, and I won't be here, but let me say to the court that next year's budget is going to be a lot harder than this year's budget. Dale has already told you we've got to put $1 million back on the front of next year's budget just to start. You also have to renegotiate your contract with the union next year. And they're not starting where they were 4 years ago. They're starting where we are now. And my experience of this with the city is it doesn't go down. It goes up. And so whatever the cost is this year, you can pretty well count on having a very difficult negotiations for next year because you're starting at a much higher number and that contract will go out. So whatever you think you might be able to do next year, let me caution you that you're going to be starting in a bigger hole next year with your budget than you started this year. And so I can say this, you're going to say, hey, he's not running again. Even if I were running again, I heard the rating agencies. I talked to the rating agencies. And I told some of you, I've done this now for 20 years, 8 years to the city and 12 years over here. I've never had an interim call from the rating agencies till this year. Never. And when they called, and both of them got on the phone with me, and one of them said you're going to negative, and the other one says we're lowering your bond rating, let me tell you, that was a shock. And Kristen knows it, and Dale knows it. I sat there and I couldn't believe what was happening to us because of where we were. And if I can leave one thing with this court, I would like to leave with you that even though this is tough, the school district just raised taxes 9 cents, and part of theirs was to give their teachers a raise. I got that. Delmar College is raising taxes. The city is raising taxes. All of them much more or more than what we're considering even thinking about doing here. And responsible government is responsible government. And so I'm sorry. I still think the 1.5 cents is good. It shows a real change. It gives more money to the budget, and you can now go back to the rating agencies and say, we heard you. We're going to put more money in the fund balance because we believe that we've got to turn this ship around, and we're going to turn it around. And John is right. I want to congratulate this court. This has been a good day. For the most part, it's been a really good day. And we've helped some people that needed help. And we helped the coastal parks. And we've done some other things. But I'm going to stick with where I was. And I'm going to make a motion again that we increase the taxes 1.5 cents.
I'd like to make a motion myself, Judge.
All right, you make the motion.
I'd make a motion, we increase it to 1.2. That's going to be my motion.
Okay, we're still in the budget. You still have to, I do want to let you know that there's a statute that basically says, until a budget for a fiscal year is adopted by the Commissioners Court, the county may not make payments during that fiscal year except for emergencies and for obligations legally incurred before the first day of the fiscal year for salaries, utilities, materials, and supplies. So until you do that, that's all you can spend next year.
So your motion is that we increase taxes 1.2, and that 1.2 breaks us even.
I just want to do what's the right thing, and I don't know when to go.
I hear you.
May I say something?
Please.
You know, I'm new to the court, and I'm a little shocked at finances. And here's my problem. I'm fiscally responsible, and I do not understand. We did not get like this overnight. And we went into the fund balance, and to me, we can't keep going like this. The taxpayers are frustrated. Every time we raise taxes, we spend every penny that we get. And it's not just this court. This is a small amount compared to the rest of this city. And we've got a $96 million bond by the city. Corpus Christi CCISD's got one. Delmar's got one. Our people are taxed to death, not counting the utilities that are going to go up on some of those propositions the city has proposed. And so I just think we've got to start being fiscally responsible, and I don't know where we're going to cut. I mean, I think we did pretty good today, but I don't think we can keep going down the road to where we tax them and then spend everything that comes in here. I mean, in the real world, you couldn't do that. So I think next year we're going to have to look at what is causing this problem, and I think we all know what it is, and we're going to have to look at it. We're going to have to change some policies on this county.
You know, Commissioner, I agree with you, but, you know, I think the biggest thing that people know is, and I agree with that thing with everyone. We need to sit down and have some more workshops, but, you know, the county does a lot.
I know they do.
More than the city does and more than school district does. When we give incentives to the veterans, incentives to the seniors over 65, nobody does that, you know, and, you know, and so we give a lot back.
I know you do.
You know, so, you know, but I'm saying I'm willing to come down a little bit, but you know,
Okay,
for
we
the.
have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Can I just make a comment?
Second. I'm sorry, second, so we.
Okay, for discussion. Just in response and as respectfully as I possibly can be, the reason I asked the question to bond counsel when he was here was to find out why the rating changed. And his response was the MSA. And his response was not that our fund balance or anything of that nature. And I think that needs to be remembered because he's the bond counsel who does this for a living. Our fund balance went from 16.5 to 18.9 million dollars between last year and this year. Doesn't really matter how it went up. So I think it's a little unfair to point to anything other than what our bond counsel referenced, which is the MSA. Now, we weren't involved in the conversations that the judge was, because that's what the judge does and he should do, and that's great. And you may have heard some different things, and that's really why I asked that guy, and he said it was the MSA. I also don't believe that the argument of just because the others are doing more and we're not makes us better either. I'm not on those bodies. If I was, I'd be griping and moaning harder than ever than what they're doing, and because I don't think what they're doing is right. Part of the reason, quite frankly, I left and stopped being a city councilman was because I couldn't stand not getting the fiscal responsibility that this court has. And let me tell you, this is the most fiscally responsible body in this area, maybe with the exception of Port Aransas City Council, because I don't quite frankly know how they're doing what they're doing, because they're not raising the effective tax rate in this. But this is the most fiscally responsible. I totally agree with that. But to compare us to the city or to compare us to the others is because I think they've got their own issues. But I do think there were other things we could have done. And I made those motions and I lost, and I'm okay with that. Everybody's got to do what they've got to do. I suggested, didn't make over $2 more million worth of additional changes to this budget that didn't pass, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But I just think everybody's got to be able to vote their conscience, not feel bad about it, and whatever it is, it is. And so I appreciate Commissioner Gonzalez's. I appreciate. I'm sorry.
So you're going to do the right thing.
I'll make my motions to cut again.
No, we're not going to go there.
Well, I get it.
We have a motion on the floor and a second to go to 1.2 cent increase. I'll start the vote. County Judge votes no. Commissioner Vaughn?
No.
What?
No increase.
No.
What am I voting for?
You're voting for a 1.2 cent increase as opposed to a 1.5 increase.
Well, I don't want any increase, so no.
All right. Commissioner Martz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Motion fails.
Judge, I mean, we voted on, I mean, we're going to start making cuts. I mean, there's obviously not a majority consensus here to say that we need to move forward on what we have. So then, even though we went through all of this and it took us hours to do it, we're going to have to go back again and to start cutting. I mean, I don't agree with that. I don't support that. I think we've done a combination of healthy deductions, a lot of dialogue and debate and public hearings, and in the end, we still have to do a slight increase, but if not, then I would ask the majority start making motions to make cuts so that we can get a budget.
You know, all I can say is, man, you know, I said no the first time. I came to try to meet you halfway. They say no. I guess I need to say no again. So, you know, I mean, if it comes around the table again, I'm going to probably say no because, I tried doing it both ways. So, there. 1.2 is better than nothing.
Well, I can tell you, I'm out of suggestions. I think as we did each line item vote, and we voted on the budget, we approved the budget, and materially, we approved the budget. So we have a good budget. Now we got to pay for it. In order to be fiscally responsible and build our fund balance, we had a proposal to do 1.5 cent. We had one to do 1.2, which really didn't give us any more money than we had. So I think John's right. Either we got to go back and find millions of dollars worth of cuts in the budget that we just approved, or we have to find something that we can get 3 votes for to move on. If 3 of you are set on voting no against any tax, that the tax cut, then John is right. Somebody needs to start making cuts.
Well, but Judge, actually, the 3 would be you, because Commissioner Gonzalez made a motion to increase. You just didn't like the increase, and that's fine. That's your prerogative. But
That's right.
if you're stuck on having to get to 1.5, then yeah, we may not ever get there. So I mean, I don't know what to. I don't know what to do.
Well, the reason I'm stuck on 1.5 is that we did not show any increase in the fund balance. And if we didn't show any increase in the fund balance over the previous year, then that does not indicate to the rating agencies, whether they said it or not today, it did not indicate to the rating agencies that we're willing to try to increase that fund balance through building the fund balance through some reasonable tax increase, what I consider to be reasonable.
Well, but Judge,
Joe said it was only like 600,000
Do what?
difference. 1.2 was how much difference from the 1.5?
It meant it was a break even, I think. In other words, it was a
32,000.
But Judge, the other side of that is, I mean, again, I didn't hear that from the rating agencies. And we did increase the fund balance between the last year by $2.5 million. So I'm having a hard time believing the rating agencies are dinging us for that and not the MSA. Like that guy asked, and I asked him twice, and that's what he said. It was the MSA.
That's the first time I've heard that. And I was on the phone with both rating agencies.
It's in what Kristen sent us. It's what I'm not being rude. I'm just saying, in what y'all sent us and told us to read, it talked about the MSA.
All right, fine.
Maybe we ought to take a break, come back, recess, and everybody can take a minute. I don't know, whatever, just a suggestion.
We'll recess the court.
So what time, Judge? Can we go get something to eat?
What?
You have an
Some of them didn't get
So
to
we can
eat.
get something
Yeah.
to eat?
Well, I'm sorry. If there's food in there, go get it.
Whichever.
You can eat in 5 minutes. That's fine with me.
5 minutes.
No, I'm teasing. I'm
Gotta
teasing.
eat.
I'm teasing. However long you want.
So what time, Judge? Come back. How much?
20.
Are we taking a break just to break and think about it, or are we taking a break to go to lunch? If you all want to go get something to eat, we'll come back together and, how long does it take you to swallow?
Run in and eat it at the same time.
Go ahead and go eat.
Not healthy to eat fast.
No, it's not.
We'll come back in about 3:25.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back in session. The mic is on. Are there any motions?
Well, Judge, I'd like to make one more motion, and probably my last motion. I want to say 1.3, and that's as far as I'm going to go.
What does 1.3 do?
$300,091 above the increase in the fund balance.
Buff?
A bump up, yes.
20.5?
20.5, yes, sir.
Sorry, thank you.
Second the motion. Call the roll.
A discussion.
Discussion.
What is the bottom line for cost to taxpayers per 100,000 then?
Let's see.
Good question, John.
Always a good question.
Christian, you have your Excel up and available or not? With the average homestead?
Your deal.
Yes, hold on.
Let's see.
I know.
Christian, the tax rate at 1.3 cents above the effective rate with the other rates is going to be 31.3088.
31,
3088.
now is that M&O, the debt, and
Road fund, yes.
the road? Okay. Okay, so under the current proposed, it's a $19.89 change. Under the 1.3, it's a $15.56 change.
$15 and what?
56 cents.
Dollar.
About 4 cents, $4.
The other way around, or?
What?
No, it would be for an average homeowner, right? Increase?
Right.
Yes.
Right, it would be a $15.56 increase.
Annual.
Annual.
The proposal was 19.
It's supposed to 19.
That's between 1.2 and 1.3, 15 to 19.
Between the effective rate and the 1.3 gives you that 15.56 increase. So I'm doing it from the effective rate.
From the current rate of how much?
I'm sorry, pardon me, I'm doing it from the current rate.
That's what I thought it was.
Yes,
And the current rate is how much?
.307991.
Okay. All right, there you go. Dollar and a nickel a month or something? Dollar a quarter a month?
40 cents or what?
Around there, yes.
About $1 a quarter. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Raising the tax rate to 1.3 cents, through 1.3 cents. Effect on the taxpayers, $15.56 a
Good.
year.
I'd like to just kind of hear everyone
Okay,
thoughts before we have a vote. I mean, just to talk it out.
please.
I mean, if this doesn't work, I just kind of want to hear the mindset. And I know we're not going to make any, for some it's going to be, we're not going to make any increases, and so we got to do cuts, but, I mean, like I said earlier, I mean, we've all gone through a lot. We've made cuts. We've all been genuine in making our cuts and working together. We're not doing it for any other reason, but, reality is, I mean, we could all say we don't want to make cuts. I mean, reality is, we can all just say we don't want to put, or not make cuts, but that we don't want to put a tax rate increase. But reality is, we've done a lot of work, and we've asked a lot of work from our county staff and fellow elected officials to do a lot of work in these proposals. And there may still be money that can be cut back to get us to where we're at, but I'm just saying, I mean, I will support this 1.3, but I mean, I want to make sure that we're all on board, because if not, then, I mean, why am I going to incur the wrath of voters? Now, like I said, I know I'm doing the right thing. We've done hard work here. We've listened to constituents. I heard that one lady that came at our public hearing last week, and I spent probably about 20 minutes visiting with her, and she just telling me her personal story. And I know we've all heard that. We've all had those stories that have been conveyed to us over the years, just not now. I mean, this isn't our first rodeo. We've all had to deal with taxes, and it seems like it's just really hit a fever pitch this year where everyone's doing it. Some years, the city may not have had a big rate, or maybe the school district, but it's like everyone's asking. And then on top of what we had to experience within this past year with Harvey, and we get it. I mean, it's $85 here for school district plus our amount. I mean, it's over $100 or more just for the average taxpayer to pay. And so I just want to make sure that we all take this hit together. And if it's only 3, then it's only 3. And for me, I mean, I've done all I can. And if the taxpayers want to complain, then they can contact me and ask why and what our justification was. And we all have some votes on these proposals that we did. It wasn't all unanimous votes one way or the other. You know, some things failed, some things passed 3-2. I don't know if it was ever the same group that was voting 3-2, Judge. So we all felt passionately about some of these issues that were on here and some of these positions. But at the end of the day, if that wasn't enough, then tell us now. So we just kill this motion and we start making cuts. It's 1.3 enough to where all five of us say this is good, that we've done a lot of good work in cutting, but we still have to make the difference so that we have obligations not only meet this budget, but that we have a healthy balance for next year, that we're building up to our rate, our bond rating, that I think it does help. May not have seemed that exactly earlier, but that it builds us to that point. I want us all together, because this as small of a hit as it is, relatively speaking, to the others, it's still a hit when you add it all up. And so I get that. But, speaking to that one lady last week and hearing her plight, how she's just barely struggling, she's going to have to get a second job, even considering a third job, just to make ends meet. That sticks with me. And so I don't take this lightly. And that's why I know we all agreed to say that we weren't going to take a salary increase this year. Then that may not be a lot of money in the end, but I don't want anyone to ever think that they're paying for increase in their taxes just so we can get a pay raise. Now, the others, they deserve it. The staff, absolutely, they deserve it, and more so. But are we there? I'd like to hear from everyone. Are we here right now with this 1.3% increase that's proposed? Are we all there or not? Because if not, then do we just need us to start knocking things off? And once again, I'll go back and ask, what's the first thing that we put out there to sacrifice? Because that's a big responsibility, just to put on a few of us, just to get a majority vote, when I think it should be unanimous regardless of where we go one way or the other on this.
Well, I'll be happy to tell you where I'm at. And I don't think you always have to have a unanimous vote. I just think you have disagreements and you have things that you don't agree with. I'm fiscally conservative. I don't run my business. I don't run my home like this, and I'm not going to do this. But if you want to make cuts, I've got a list. I'll go down and make cuts. You're not going to like them, but I'll make them. And I'd first start with, we have too many secretaries. Go to 2 secretaries, other than the judge. That's his business. Go to 2 secretaries. How much would that save you, Dale? You could do that, get rid of the car allowance that you've got for secretaries. Those are hard cuts that none of you want to make. But I'm willing to make that cut. And I don't like the fact that we would have to go to the COLA, but it's the largest cut there is, because I think they deserve a raise. But if we can't come to some kind of consensus, go back to where you had the freezes on the hiring. Go to that. There's others that we can do, but are y'all up to cutting down to 2 secretaries?
And that's what I said before in the onset of this whole budget thing, is that we need to make cuts, we will, and we have.
Mm-hmm.
And if we need to make more, I totally agree, because I do think we need to, if we can't come to an agreement here, that we do need to make cuts. It's like I've mentioned to each of you, this budget process is not just about a vote. It's about, are we going to get everything we want? Are we going to just do easy math and say we're just going to do a rate increase and not have to charge anybody with doing all these budget cuts? Or are we going to do significant cuts? Well, I don't think we're going to get it either way. I think we got to find some sort of mixture that is less of an impact that we can do and still make cuts. I think we've made cuts. We have made cuts. I have proposed cuts. We all had a chance to vote on cuts earlier, and so we voted on some and we voted against some. So if we're all okay with those, then
Well, we got to go back, John.
Where do we go?
We got to go back. So when you don't have any money, you don't add new positions, you don't give raises, because those are the biggest cost of any organization. So you don't do that. But these are hard cuts. Dale, what would it save if you went to 2 secretaries? I don't think I'm going to get a consensus for that, but I'm willing to do that.
Does it assume each secretary is about 41,000, so you're going to say if you do 2, it's about $80,000 to $100,000.
Okay, it's $100,000 right there. And, I mean, if that's what we want to do, we need to sacrifice to do it, and we need to be one of the first ones, because our salaries aren't that much. that 2% is not that much, a big of a sacrifice.
No, it's not. And I've said from the beginning, it's more symbolic. But like I said, also, I'm not going to vote for a tax rate increase that in the end I'm benefiting from by getting a salary. So even though it's not that big of an amount, I don't want the taxpayers at one time think that we're doing that.
I agree.
Cutting secretaries, that's pretty dramatic. I mean, if we need to do that, that's fine. But also too, my concern is, we're making cuts. We've been at the forefront. We said we're going to cut our salaries, and I know a few other elected officials that are not going to accept any salary increase. But I think if this was the route we were going, then we should have had all the elected officials, all the department heads in here, every single budget workshop, every single meeting, and charging them with that. We're really at a late point now if we're going to do that, because I agree we should set the example, and if we need to make sacrifices, we're going to be willing to do it. First and foremost, because we're the ones that oversee the budget, but I think that everyone else needs to be a part of it, and I think if you ask everyone, they're going to say, hey, we've already made cuts. Do we need to make more? Then let's make more. Do we need to go back then and look at the $600,000 that's proposed in cuts that the majority of us, almost unanimously said that we were going to keep? We see the value in it, but if we want to make cuts, then that's somewhere where we can make big cuts right now. Is it going to make a big impact? How much would 500,000, is it still, it helps, but is it?
It's an impact.
Is it closer? How much of a rate increase would we need if we save 500,000?
Last one was 1.2, is that correct?
1.3.
That's what we're doing now, but if we want to go back to the original. $400,000 from 30,000, so it didn't increase to 400,000.
What are you saying? How are you answering it?
We're putting back the reductions of the $250,000 each for these capital projects and special revenue funds that he's suggesting. And then going back to the 1.2, which was the last motion for taxes. And if doing that, it would get about a $430,000 increase, plus or minus.
That's how much it would help us.
So about a $400,000 increase in the balance. Because we added $400,000 to the cuts for transfers.
Are you asking him on fund balance, Joshua, sorry, my son's name, John, are you asking for?
Yeah, I just wanted to get an idea, because we're talking, let's make some significant cuts, and then that's where we need to look, is
That's one of them.
we have $500,000 right there, that, other than you, to your credit, you took a little bit to keep, but in outside agency, but.
Well, if we do what you just talked about as far as the capital and the special and 1.3, we should be a little bit higher than that, right, Dale?
He used 1.2.
I know, but
1.2,
if you
but-
put 1.3,
I think what he's asking is what would it do to not raising taxes, John? I'm not sure what, or maybe not, okay.
Yeah, no, I want to see just what's the impact overall. How close are we getting to reducing overall tax rate increase for the public?
Okay, if we do, let's see. There it is. If I go to 1.1 cent above the effective rate and putting back the reduction of the $250,000 from each of the commissioner and the judge for both the capital projects as well as the special revenue funds, that would get you a $165,000 increase in fund balance.
But we're how many million?
1.1 cent above the effective rate brings in $4 million, $3,956,000, three additional funds.
So that's how much we're still away from getting us to no increase at all.
Correct. Because if I go to the 1 cent above the effective rate, 252, which was originally projected, that's a loss.
Well, because then, I'm not going to support the 1.3 then. I think we just need to tighten our belt, keep cutting, and then if we still don't if we get too tired or whatever, then we finally come to a consensus that we've made enough cuts, then we'll see if we still need to make a rate increase.
Are we trying to get to the effective tax rate?
Well, I think that's what it seems like. I mean, I
Can't get there.
There's no way.
Not in effective fund balance.
Just a million.
I agree, but it doesn't seem like that's where we're at.
Okay. We can't do any of these without the order?
We haven't actually passed that order that basically specifies the language that is necessary for the tax rate. And that's the money that's going to be used for the budget, and these resolutions affect the budget or are relevant
Okay.
to the budget. We're almost done.
You can go eat a real meal, Laura, we'll buy.
Go to Snoopy's. Somewhere.
Got your fishing rod back.
That sounds, it's going to be in the order. We'll have to check it on the end.
I don't know if you need that, but there you go.
Thank you, Lisa. I've got to read all these, don't I?
Well, it's in the order. It's in the order. She'll read the order for you, and then you'll have to go through the actual record vote on the pursuant
Okay.
of the order.
All right. I still got to read all this,
I'm sorry.
right? Out loud.
I move.
The first one,
we're waiting
the one that says, I move that the property tax rate be increased.
Yeah.
That one.
That one.
It's,
Right.
that statement is going to be in the order. Oh, adopt the order, yeah, this is the order.
Yeah. Okay.
It's really the second statement. I move that the property tax, but, it should be in the order.
Okay, doke. Okay. excuse me.
That's a percent increase, that's the 1% increase.
Okey-doke. Make sure it's correct.
Judge, the budget failed, so you do have to take
Yes.
you have to take a record vote again on the budget because it failed.
We took a record vote on the budget,
Budget passed 3-2.
3-2,
When was that done?
1-3.
while you were awake.
When I stepped out, maybe?
No, you were sitting right there.
It was confusing, but it did.
Yeah.
We voted on the tax.
Agreed, voted on,
No, we voted on the budget,
voted on the budget.
3-2.
Kind of bad.
Did you tie it into the 1.3?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's why.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
so it did, so, okay, so it was Jag and the judge, and then everybody three, okay.
3-2.
So that includes the budget, that's what happened. All right.
Now, where'd she go?
We're missing a dot on one of the rates. She's going to update it really quickly.
Look, let's take all the time in the world to make this, because this is the order that has to be right.
Just like I said, I didn't realize the budget, it's like, what?
Yeah, budget 4-3. 1-3, same increase,
And,
yes.
Hold on just a second.
Well, they set the rate to pass the budget, now they have to adopt the rate.
Yeah.
That'll be the total rate.
those are the numbers that have to be correct in that order, that's why.
They were.
You were good with everything
I
else?
No, I need the dot. Okay. Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Put it up on the screen.
Well, actually, I don't have it on the
Oh,
screen.
that's right. You
Because
gotta
we
read
just,
the
we
whole
just,
thing, don't
we
you?
just did it, yes.
All right.
Okay, so this is an order accepting and approving the 2018 tax roll, setting the 2018 tax rates for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2018. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the effective tax rate for 2018 for the county, county farm to market, and lateral road and flood. And whereas notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the property tax code and rules of the State Comptroller's Office, Property Tax Division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times for the county, county farm to market, and lateral road and flood on August 21st, 2018. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rates for 2018, including proper notice of the meeting of September 12, 2018, as provided by Chapter 551 Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, and whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves separately the tax rate for the current year consisting of the following two components. The debt service tax rate of .044276 that if applied to the total taxable value will impose the total amount of taxes needed to pay debt service for the next year. The maintenance and operation tax rate of .268812 that if applied to the total taxable value will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of the county for the next year. Now, therefore, be it ordered by the Commissioners Court that the 2018 tax roll, as submitted by Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved, and that the following tax rates per $100 value are set and levied against all taxable property for 2018. Nueces County General Fund M&O, .264913 per $100. Nueces County Farm to Market Lateral Road and Flood Control, .003899 per $100. Nueces County Total M&O, .268812 per $100. Nueces County Debt Service, .044276 per $100. The total Nueces County tax rate is .313088 per $100. Be it further ordered that the homestead exemptions for 2018 shall include 20% for homestead exemptions, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus a tax limitation on the total amount of taxes that may be imposed on the resident homestead of a disabled individual or those 65 or older pursuant to Article 81-B-H of the Texas Constitution and exemptions mandated by state law. And be it further ordered that no discounts are to be allowed for early payments of taxes, split payments of taxes, as described in subsection 31.03 of the Property Tax Code will not be allowed. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2018 tax roll, setting the 2018 tax rates for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County, having been read, public comment having been allowed, and comments having been considered.
Public comment? See none. All right, I need to read the following statement, correct?
Yes.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.313088, which is effectively a 4.33% increase in the tax rate. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Now, do I take a record vote on that?
Yes.
Record vote. County judge votes aye. Commissioner Vaughn?
No.
Commissioner Moritz?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Motion passes 3-2. All right, now what do we do?
Now we go to I,
Go to who?
to agenda item I.
We're going to go to agenda item I.
All right, we're going to take each one of these individually.
Yes.
All right, let's go.
Okay, this is to discuss and consider adoption of orders and resolutions related to the proposed 2018-2019 Nueces County budget.
Judge, one more, let's go back to that. In addition to what you just did, you have to consider adopting that order she read.
Okay. So what's the motion?
Just a motion to adopt that order approving the 2018 tax roll, setting the 2018, just read that and take the vote, the record vote.
Is it on here? This year's proposed tax rate? The vote on the ordinance, resolution, or order?
On a motion to adopt the total tax rate, is that what you're wanting to read?
The agenda item says order. You approve the order.
Yes. And it says, and to adopt the Commissioners Court
Okay,
order.
So that's what he read. Okay, that's the part that I wanted to see. Okay. You're good.
I'm good? Okay, I'm good?
She stopped earlier than,
Okay,
reading the
I'm
order. I
good.
didn't have a copy of the order.
All right, we got that.
You're good. You're
Okay.
good.
Okay. The Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing financial guidelines for minimum general fund reserves. Whereas sound fiscal policies are crucial to enabling the county to maintain its long financial stability and excellent bond rating, and whereas ad valorem tax revenues are not normally collected until mid-December each year, and such adequate fund reserves are required to provide operating monies for the first 3 months of each fiscal year. Now, therefore, be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that it's the court's continued goal for budget year 2018-2019 to maintain a minimum general fund reserve of 25% of general fund budgeted revenues and transfers.
Can I ask a question on that one? Where did that come from? Is that just kind of general accounting principles? I'm just curious where the 25% came. I know it's been here for 100 years, so I'm looking at you, Kristen, but I don't know that you would know it. So
It came from when Shamsi came in, our reserves had dropped materially. I mean, we had no money. And that, if you remember, his first year, he eliminated 125 positions and raised taxes. And one of the things that the court did that first year was they established a goal of getting their fund balance back up to 25% of general revenue. This is probably 15 years old.
No, right, I'm just wondering if 25% is what's needed, because if we have a goal and we're not reaching it, then certainly these rating agencies may go, well, you're not even meeting your own goals. If our goal is too high, then should we be looking at altering our goal? So before I pass this, and I should have thought about it before, but again, sorry, this has been like getting water out of a fire hose. I'm just curious as to whether we should set that this high.
Well, let's think about this. 25% is how much money?
About 21 million.
And what does it take each month to run the county?
On 10.
So it's about 2 months. It's about 2 months operating revenue.
Now, Commissioner, just for your clarification, we recently saw a fiscal feasibility seminar online last week, and there were several counties that do a range of rates from so much percentage to so much percentage and not aim at a certain dot. And if that's something you might want to do, is like go from 20% to 30%, and then our value won't be 21, it'll be closer to 20. And we might be within those ranges if that's something you would like to do.
I mean, maybe that would be something to look at. I'm not saying we shouldn't always try to hit the 25 still. We might want to someday try to hit 30 if we're able to do so, but maybe we should have a little more flexible range.
That's why some of the counties were saying that one time they had a point, and they were discussing, well, how far above that point is too much, and how far below that is too much, or too less. And then they said, we're going to do a range between these percentage points of whatever they chose to make where their fund balance wants to sit in. And we've always been 25, but.
No, and what range were you seeing there when you?
20 to 30%.
So they had a big wide range goal?
Yes.
So so obviously, maybe we ought to do that. Maybe we ought to amend this to say 20 to 30%.
Because if we do the 20%, then we would be within our goal because our fund balance was at 21.
Right. So, I mean, maybe we ought to say 20 to 30, and that ought to be the amendment, if that's what other counties are doing, and there's.
What's your recommendation?
I would recommend we do set some kind of a policy between where to go, because as the judge was saying, when we were talking with these rating agencies, they were hitting on that 25%. That's where they wanted us to be at. And that may be a high percentage, that may be a low percentage. We might go that our highest may be 30 and our lowest may be 20. And
Sliding scale. And if you want to make a motion to amend this from 20 to 25%, I'd certainly.
Would that be good?
Okay.
I just have one question, and I'm just throwing this out here. How do you think that the rating agencies would interpret us lowering? I mean, I know it's a range, it will be a 20 to 30% range, but it is lowering from our 25%. I don't want it to be interpreted that we're doing it purposely.
Well, that might be where we might do a small change of the thing where we say our goal is from 20 to 30% with a target of 25.
Well, not even say target. I mean, let's just say, we could say 20 to 27%. And then, well, I'm just saying, then it's over 25, but it doesn't tie us in because, I don't know what rating agencies are going to look at every time, but at the end of the day, to me, what's wrong with them is if they're saying something that we're wrong when we increased our fund balance by $2.5 million this year, well, then I'm thinking they're focusing on that number, and that makes me nervous.
That's why they say that we expect.
I mean, crap. We don't get any credit for increasing?
Well, they kept saying when we talk to them, they don't see that as, we always tell them that's our goal. Our goal is to be here. They expect that to be where you have to be.
Right.
So that's where we see a little difference in some of the scenarios, so.
What would you put?
I would go from 20 to 30, just for the first few times, we go 20 to 30 and try to hit in that area, and then next year we can narrow it down a bit.
I'm just saying, once you do the budget today, say next meeting in December, November, we come back and change it?
No, we have to do that.
This is a budget resolution, so.
And I know this is up to the court. Personally, I would prefer to discuss this with our financial advisors before we did that, but that's just my opinion.
If you do it now, they're gonna say, wait a minute, they're gonna.
That's a good point.
Well, I think if you go 20 to 30, then you're doing okay, because if we got to, because all they're going to do, they're going to look at 25 again next year and say we stink, so if we increase our fund balance again this year, we're still going to stink because we're at 25, so we have no way to win with these people. So I'm okay with the 20 to 30. I think we ought to go 20 to 30.
That's what I saw several counties were doing. Some of them are very large counties that were doing that, so. Because they had that second point, and people were complaining because their fund balance was way higher than that, or way lower than that, then there was no room for, well, we're within this window here, so that we're stable.
I'm sure they probably talked to their financial advisors, and they were
Let's
probably.
do this. We don't have to pass this resolution today, right?
I thought we did if it was a budget.
Well, just a minute. Let me make sure I understand.
Do we have to pass it today, or could
It's your policy. It is tied into the budget, though.
could we put it on?
Does it have to be today, though? I don't believe it has to be today.
The question was, does it have to be today?
It's your policy.
I would say it has to be before I finalize the total budget for presentation to court. That'll be at least a month, so I would probably go next.
Let's defer this till we talk to our bond
Okay.
counsel.
Okay.
All right.
I'll put it on as an agenda item.
That's right, and get Noe's people to talk about that.
Okay.
Well, we've certainly raised the red flag now by having all this discussion and bringing it back again, so I think that's kind of silly, but whatever.
We'll bring it back, and we'll see what they tell us. Okay. Budget authority for employee positions.
1.288.
Order of the Nueces County Commissioners Court affecting budget authority for employee positions. This order applies to and affects all employees who are authorized by the Commissioners Court under the authority of subsection 152.011 Local Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, or other authority of the Commissioners Court to set compensation and control the annual budget, and all employees who are authorized in the 2018-2019 county budget, except it does not apply to employees over which the Commissioners Court has no authority to set compensation. It is therefore ordered for each employee position that is vacant as of October 1st, 2018, or that becomes vacant on October 1st, 2018, or thereafter during budget year 2018-2019. No official shall hire or fill an employee position that is vacant unless authorized by the Commissioners Court. No salary, allowance, or other compensation shall be paid except for those employees who are in the payroll as of October 1st, 2018, unless specifically authorized or ratified by the Commissioners Court. The salary and fringe benefits for each vacant employee position may be transferred by the Commissioners Court to a special reserve designated by the county auditor. The authority and funds provided by this budget are frozen for each vacant position for a minimum of 30 days, excluding law enforcement, DA, office attorneys, and juvenile pre- and post-adjudication officers until released and reinstated by the Commissioners Court.
Okay. Do I need a motion? I
Yeah.
need a motion on this, don't I?
Yes.
Move approval. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Travel and per diem.
Okay. If, Kara just mentioned that on the agenda, it's all grouped as one, so if you want me to just read through them all and you take a,
Sure.
Okay.
Be nice.
okay, let's do that. Commissioners Court resolution setting the travel mileage and per diem reimbursement rates. Whereas the Commissioners Court from time to time sets the travel policy for expenses and other travel reimbursements for officials and county employees, and whereas fuel costs and other factors have increased the cost to county officials and employees to undertake reasonable and necessary travel for the purpose of the county business, now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that the travel reimbursement rate for mileage is hereby set at 49 cents per mile and the per diem rate is set at $48 per day. This order is effective on October 1st, 2018, and applies to travel taken during budget year 2018-2019.
Okay.
Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing financial guidelines for use of excess revenue generated from operations at the Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds. Whereas sound fiscal policies are crucial to enabling the county to maintain its long financial stability and to enable the county to provide funding for operating the Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds. And whereas annual operating funds and periodic capital improvement funding is necessary to allow proper management of the fairgrounds complex, and whereas revenues will be generated from activities and events held at the fairgrounds. Now, therefore, be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that for budget year 2018-2019, all excess revenue earnings generated from operations at the Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds shall be reinvested back into the fairgrounds for funding general operations, capital improvements, and expansion.
Okay.
Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing a special revenue account for deposit of county funds received from the sale of fixed assets. Whereas sound fiscal policies are crucial to enabling the county to maintain its long-term financial stability and excellent bond rating, and whereas there's a need to prudently manage county resources in order to provide the best public service with limited resources available to the county. Now, therefore, be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that for budget year 2018-2019, the county will continue to maintain a special revenue account for the deposit of county funds received from the sale of fixed assets originally purchased with general fund monies.
Okay.
Commissioners Court resolution regarding county interfund loans. Whereas a number of the grants awarded to counties are reimbursement grants requiring the county to expend county monies before getting access to the grant funds. Whereas the Commissioners Court from time to time may need to fund grant projects in the interim before being reimbursed with grant funds. Whereas the funding of these grant projects can be accomplished through a short-term county interfund loan, i.e. loaning monies from the general fund to the grant's operating fund until grant funding is received. And whereas for purpose of this resolution, a short-term interfund loan is meant to refer to a credit-debit accounting entries in the county's balance sheet between two county funds and is not meant to indicate a traditional loan wherein interest may be accrued. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that monies from the county's general fund up to a maximum of $2 million may use to provide the county's grant operating fund with a short-term interfund loan pending receipt of applicable grant funds. Upon receipt of grant funds, the county's general fund will be immediately credited monies received.
Okay.
Can we have copy? You have copies of those we can look at real quick? That went by real quick. Are you still reading? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can have this as soon as I'm done with this one. Okay, last one. Commissioners Court order creating a family protection fund and assessing a fee to be collected at the time of filing suits for dissolution of marriage pursuant to Section 51.961 of the Texas Government Code. Whereas the 78th Legislature by Acts 2003, Chapter 198, Section 2.165A, effective September 1st, 2003, passed a law entitled Family Protection Fee, now codified in Section 51.961 of the Texas Government Code. And whereas this law authorizes the Commissioners Courts of the State of Texas to create Family Protection Fund and assess a fee not to exceed $15 when a suit for dissolution of marriage case is filed. Said fee is in addition to any other fee collected by the district clerk or county clerk, and whereas the clerk may not collect a fee under Section 51 of the Texas Government Code from a person who is protected by an order, issued under Subtitle B, Title IV, Family Code, or Article 17.292 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, and whereas the Commissioners Courts of the State of Texas may use this Family Protection Fund only to fund a service provider located in that county or an adjacent county, and whereas the Commissioners Court of the State of Texas may fund the service provider, a nonprofit organization that provides service of family violence prevention, intervention, mental health, counseling, legal, and marriage preservation services to families that are at risk of experiencing or that have experienced family violence or the abuse or neglect of a child. And therefore, be it ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that for budget year 2018-2019, a family protection fee of $15 will continue to be assessed for the filing of suit of dissolution of marriage. This fee may not be collected from a person that is protected by a protective order or magistrate order.
Okay, that's all of them, right?
Yes.
All right, now I can vote with one vote, with the exception of we are tabling or not voting on the general fund reserves. We'll bring that back. So we're voting on budget authority, travel mileage, financial guidelines, special revenue account, interfund loans, and creating a family protection fee fund. May I have a motion, please? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. We'll put that other on the next agenda and vote on it.
Will do.
I didn't table that one, Judge.
Move to table item number 1, resolution order of financial guidelines. So can I have a second, please?
Second.
All in favor? Aye, opposed, same sign. Thank you. Okay, Counselor, what do I do now?
I think we're done, Judge.
Everybody good? Come on, Greer.
You ready? You ready to go home? Okay, Dale,
Just about there.
thank you. Staff, thank you. Kristen, baptismal by fire, and you did a great job, hon. You did a great, great job. We thank you for all your hard work. This was a hard way to throw you into this thing, but you did a great job. Thank you so much. Anybody else?
Thanks to our county attorney, keep us out of jail, hopefully.
Hopefully.
We'll see.
Okay,
Not over yet.
I know, that's what I said, hopefully.
mic's off.